In time splat. Blood splattered everywhere. The man let out his final pained groan as his dazed eyes landed on the sword that pierced through his chest. When he felt the coldness of the blade penetrating his heart, his pupils constricted as his body slowly lost its strength. Ahhh. As the man collapsed onto the ground, an anguished cry rang out as another man rushed towards the sword-wielding man. The swordsman swiftly turned around. His movements didn't display any panic, and with a single slash of his sword, another life ended once again. Why are you not? Why are you not helping your comrades? The swordsman turned to look at the distance, where another man was standing with tears streaming down his face. I end the fact of death. The man was utterly terrified, but in order to practice his calling, his profession, or some may call his class to the very end. The man remained standing there, scribbling some words on a piece of paper. Gustav, my best friend of 30 years, died from the hands of the prey. I merely stood in the distance and did nothing. I am nothing but a mere observer. George A., man of sheer will and determination, also died from the hands of the same prey. His movements looked full of fear to me, yet his actions never lagged and had no hesitation as he swung his sword and aimed it in the life of the prey. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. The prey was too strong that US predators couldn't do anything about him. The man scribbled down these words in the piece of paper, and as he wrote the final words in the sentence, the piece of paper shone in a brilliant light. A thick book radiating an air of ancientness appeared beside the piece of paper, and it sucked the paper into it, forming a page that could never be removed, defaced, nor altered. The swordsman who had already pointed his sword at the man stopped what he was doing. Disbelief appeared on his face when he saw the book, but his expression quickly turned into mocking and some pity when he realized the profession of the man standing in front of him. I see. So, the reason why you haven't died yet is because of this. His Majesty purposely spared you from death, so you can record all significant events of this turning point of destiny within that book of history in your hands. The swordsman shook his head and laughingly mocked. You truly are a pitiful man. He then sheathed his sword back to its scabbard before stretching his hand towards the man's collar. Since your job is to observe and record everything that you see, then fine. Record everything. I won't let you die. If you're severely injured from the shockwaves of the battle, then I will heal you until you're at your top condition. I won't let you die. I will let you see. I will let you see everything. I will let you see how my sword cuts through each and every comrade of yours. You pathetic so-called predator. The swordsman boisterously laughed, and he dragged the man with such force that he felt painfully suffocated. Yet he couldn't even die nor kill himself. He then proceeded to do just as he was told. He recorded everything. While bawling his eyes out, he stayed true to the facts and wrote every death and every slaughter that he saw into the great book of history. There were times when he thought of changing the facts within the great book of history so that humanity wouldn't look so pathetic in there. Fight against the invader. Yet he decided that in the end, he must stay true to his profession and write without any bias. Humanity had ample time to prepare, but each and every one of them ignored all the warning signs until it was already too late. In other words, they reaped what they sowed. The historian could only let out a sigh. In the end, he was just a mere observer. Of course, he would still die when his job was done, but until then, he would stay true to his profession and write down everything that he needed to write. Years after years passed, and the historian never falsified any information that he wrote within the great book of history. Humanity suffered a lot, and now, the end finally arrived. Cough. The collapsed woman let out a dry cough. The surroundings were filled with ashes, suffocating her lungs. But her discomfort only lasted for a few moments. She lifted her head and surveyed her surroundings. Hello, is anybody there? A defiant light flashed across the woman's eyes as she forcefully raised her severely injured body from the ground. She took a good look at her surroundings, and her pupils constricted when she realized where she was standing. Dead. Everyone, they're dead. She looked at a mutilated corpse near her and bitterly smiled, for she realized that the state of this corpse was far better than the others. Some of the corpses didn't even have the shape of a human anymore. Instead, they looked like lumps of meat, and some even looked like pancakes. Ugh. The woman covered her mouth. She managed to forcefully swallow down the vomit that threatened to come out her mouth. Despite seeing hundreds of slaughters within the past several decades, the scene around her still disturbed her will as her expression quickly became as pale as a sheet of paper. How did humanity end up like this? She collapsed on the ground. She could still remember that day when everything changed. Several years before that change, humanity suddenly gained random supernatural abilities, along with the appearance of what looked to be system prompts Every human being in the world gained abilities that science couldn't explain, that of course. Some abilities were far stronger than others, and the woman was one of those lucky ones that gained such an ability. The woman was delighted by the change that the abilities brought to the world, and she quickly rose through the ranks, eventually becoming an apex predator, classified as one of the strongest humans in the world. But in the end, her abilities were for naught. The invaders were far stronger than any apex predator, and no amount of technology and magic engineering could suppress the invaders. Humanity fought valiantly, yet in just several decades, their final bastion, the Empire of the Southeastern Seas, finally collapsed from the attacks of the invaders. At this moment, the woman reckoned that she was the only survivor. But why did these invaders invade her homeland in the first place? Even now, the woman still couldn't find the answer to this burning question of hers. And from the looks of it, she'll forever be curious even as a ghost. Write it down. A charming voice belonging to a man suddenly rang out. The fog that surrounded the woman disappeared, and she found herself standing in the middle of a deep valley. Above her were several hundreds of invaders. They were staring at her with this triumphant look in their eyes. But the woman's eyes weren't focused on these invaders. Instead, they were focused on the image of a trembling man standing at the edge of the valley. You're that coward. You're that coward who, instead of fighting for the sake of the homeland, insists on writing on that stupid book instead. How are you alive? How come that you're alive? Everyone is already dead, but you're still alive? On what basis? How is a coward like you still alive? The woman suddenly became hysterical. She lost all her dignity as the goddess of the blade and started cursing at the trembling man. The man cowered in fear when he saw the actions of the goddess of the blade, but her words made sense for him. Yes, he was a coward. After acquiring his calling, diary keeper, he had never done anything other than write. That he thought that he'd become stronger than anyone just by writing, and he did. From diary keeper, he became a scribe, a historian, and now he was a keeper of history that he still wanted to advance. The next sequence of his calling was author. He reckoned that in order to become an author, that he must write books. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time nor the leeway to write a book. In the end, he got stuck as a keeper of history, and now the end times have arrived. His great book of history has reached its limits, and only a single sentence could be written. Every word that a keeper of history wrote into the great book of history could never be changed. Anyone, including those that have the capability to transcend time, would be unable to go back and change the history that was already written in the great book of history. This was the reason why the invaders kept the man alive, that he was basically their shield against time-transcending humans that may go back to the past and change the course of history from there. But the powers of a keeper of history were limited. To be exact, the pages of the great book of history was limited. It was said that if he ascended and became an author, he would be able to change, write, delete everything as much as he wanted. But alas, the man never had the opportunity to ascend. In fact, he didn't even understand what an author was. Profession ascension required a deep understanding of that particular profession, and since the man didn't understand what an author was, it was basically impossible for him to become an author. Only a single final sentence could be written within the great book of history. But a single sentence was enough to seal the fate of humanity. What's wrong? Write it. That's the final page of the great book of history, right? Go ahead, write it. Write the end. The charming voice spoke once again. The man trembled as his hand holding the pen floated over the last space of the great book of history's final page. Once he wrote the final sentence, there was no going back. The true end of humanity would come. The woman beneath the valley seemed to have recognized this as she cried out, "No, don't write it. Let them kill you, but don't write it. Do you really think that they're going to let you off once you've done your job? No, these sons of bitches are the devils. They will never honor a promise. Shut up." The charming voice coldly responded, and his voice seemed to transform into an incomparably sharp blade that sliced the head of the woman from her shoulders. Just like that, the life of the goddess of the blade ended. Ah! The man loudly screamed, and tears rolled down his cheeks as he let out a sorrowful cry. How pathetic. Just write the final sentence already, and I'll grant you a painless death. I am not a completely cold man, so you can consider that painless death as my reward for your service. The great traitor of humanity. The charming voice's tone of speaking suddenly became filled with intense mocking. The trembling man sucked a mouthful of cold air. His eyes reddened, and he seemed to have lost his mind as he cried out, "Fine, you want me to write? I'll write it then. All right. The pen landed on the final page and left its mark as it wrote the final sentence of the great book of history. Out of defiance and deep regret, the scribe the historian, the keeper of history, and the great trader of humanity, wrote at the final pages of the great book of history. With my body as the sacrifice, I'll turn back time, change the past, and change the harrowing destiny of humanity. As the pen wrote the exclamation mark, the great book of history closed on its own, for it has already completed its J-O-beat. IT transformed into a dazzling light before diving into the forehead of the historian. You have exhausted the pages of the great heavenly profound treasure, the great book of history. You have witnessed everything and wrote the end times of humanity while staying true to the facts. Your name has left its mark on the great book of history. You have become the author of the great book of history. Congratulations to the user for becoming an apex predator in the writer profession. You have obtained the calling, author of fate. With your will as the canvas and your body as the ink, the author of Fate wrote, I'll turn back time, change the past, and change the harrowing destiny of humanity. Chapter 1. You've gone too far. Calvin, did you steal your sister's tuition money again to play those stupid video games? A fierce voice brought Calvin's mind back to the world. Where am I? Calvin raised his head and found that he was sitting in a gaming chair. In front of him was a 27 inches gaming monitor. The peripherals were awesome, and everything had RGB lights, even the chair. If one looked at him from a distance, he would seem like a Christmas tree with all the lights surrounding him. But that wasn't the reason why Calvin was so astonished at this moment. That IT was because displayed within the screen were the words, "You've bought the skin. Elementalist locks. $20,000 has been debited from your account ending 643. Thank you for your purchase." It was at this moment that Calvin realized where he was and what was his current situation. This is when I stole my sister's tuition money to buy that incredibly rare Elementalist lock skin. If I recall correctly, my mother discovered what I was doing, and at that time, she personally made a visit to the internet cafe and, wait, my mother. Calvin's pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned his head to look behind him. But what greeted him was the sight of flying flip-flops. The flip-flop was thrown with such strength and finesse that even with Calvin's experience in battles, he found it hard to evade. But of course, it was probably because he didn't dare to dodge an attack that came from his mother. Pack. A crisp sound rang out, and Calvin's head directly bent backwards from the impact. There you are. Calvin, come here. Don't you dare to run. I've already informed the old manager, and he's blocking the entrance as we speak. Ha ha ha. Calvin, you're such a mad lad. To think that you'd be so dedicated to League of Myths that you'd steal your sister's tuition money just to buy some skins. But for what? Some bragging rights? A veteran patron of the internet cafe, where Calvin was chimed in and sneered. But Calvin couldn't care less towards his mocking. Instead, he stared right at his mother with tears dripping down his cheeks. And mother. Calvin finally remembered every detail regarding this incident. This was that time when I was kicked out of the family. Calvin remembered that back then. He ran towards the emergency exit to escape. But he ultimately failed to run away, for the old manager wasn't actually blocking the entrance. He was actually blocking the emergency exit. His mother only said those words to deceive him, so he'd fall right at her lap. Calvin shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. He stared right at his hands and found them devoid of wrinkles. He was young again. You. Calvin's mother was visibly shaken. Why are you not running? She asked in confusion. Madam Yvette, did that brat already run away? I should have known that he's clever enough not to fall to our plans. The old manager of the internet cafe entered through the emergency exit. He immediately saw Calvin staring at his mother with tears streaming down his cheeks. Brat, so you're finally giving up? How dare you come back here when you're still in suspension? Do you really want me to give you a ban? Calvin made a sidelong glance at the old manager, and his chest throbbed with emotions. The old manager, despite the fact that he was such a tight ass when it comes to the rules, he wasn't actually a bad in fact, Calvin could still remember that time when the old manager took an attack for him. If not for the old manager protecting him in time when those bastards finally invaded, Calvin would have died. Oh, old manager. Who are you calling old manager? Do you really think that we're that so familiar with each other and we're that close? Don't you dare show those crocodile tears of yours in front of me. The old manager huffed and puffed as he pointed at Calvin. But despite his complaints, he was quite moved by Calvin's crying. But he was still unresigned. He knew how much of a bastard Calvin was. Back then, he deceived his mother by crying as loud as he could and repeatedly shouting the words, "I'm sorry, I won't play video games again." His actions earned him the forgiveness of his mother. Yet he relapsed in just a few days. He even scammed his mother by saying that he needed some money for school projects, and it turned out that he didn't actually have any ongoing school projects at all. He used that money to buy the latest project skin line of the video game League of Myths. This was why, as much as the old manager wanted to believe in Calvin, that he knew that he must not let his guard down against this video game addict. Gnashing his teeth, he turned to look at Madame Yvette and said, "Don't be deceived, madam. A man can only be deceived for 3 times at most before he could be judged as foolish, steal your heart, and punish him. Remember that in the end, this is also for his sake." The old manager's voice rang extremely loud to the extent that the players within the internet cafe couldn't help but remove their headphones and watch the show unfolding in front of them. "Oh, it isn't that the baller who bought a $20,000 Elementalist lock skin earlier? Yeah, that's him. But dang, we praised him for having so much money that he could buy such a skin, yet the money that he used to buy that skin actually came from his sister's tuition money. What the FCK? Really, what a bastard." The spectators whispered towards each other. They weren't courteous at all with their whispers. They deliberately made their voice sound louder, so that Calvin could hear what they were saying. They wanted to humiliate the pretentious thief. But little did they know that Madame Yvette was more hurt than Calvin. Even though she disliked Calvin's attitude and outlook in life, Calvin was still her son. Seeing him being humiliated like this, she gnashed her teeth and dragged Calvin out of the internet cafe. "Old manager, improve the quality of your security guards. To think that they would let a suspended person enter your internet cafe." Madame Yvette even scolded the old manager while she was dragging Calvin away back to their home. Calvin didn't say anything along the way. His mother also wasn't in the mood to talk, so the two of them kept their silence until they returned home. But as soon as Calvin entered the living room of their modest house, a fist greeted him, and with a pack, he fell onto the ground. "You bastard, you've done it again. You've gone too far." The punch came from his father. Calvin was beaten to a pulp. If not for his mother's intervention, then Calvin would have been sent to the hospital. "Son, why did you do this? Tell me why, Calvin." His mother cried her heart out as she treated Calvin's wounds. His father really didn't go easy on him. He beat him up as if Calvin wasn't his own child. Actually, ever since Calvin started on his road of addiction to playing video games and dropped out of college, his father already considered him a lost cause, of course. His father did everything that he could do to stop Calvin from falling deeper into depravity. But Calvin wasn't having it all. He remained adamant until he was now truly estranged by his father. "Mom, why would you bother caring about that trash? Just give him enough money for his daily expenses, and I bet that he would be willing to forget that we are his family. After all, he only comes back home whenever he runs out of money." A feminine voice rang out from behind. Calvin turned to look at the source of the voice, and he discovered his sister. Yes, standing there was her lovely sister. Calvin was instantly choked with emotions. Before he felt the depravity, his sister loved him so much. But after Calvin stole her tuition fees a few years ago, which made her unable to take her school tests in time, she now hated him to the core. But despite being treated like this, Calvin had no other feelings for her sister other than regret and grief. He didn't blame her at all. He had no right to do so. He was a video game addicted piece of garbage that didn't even deserve to live due to the number of despicable acts he committed. But in the end, he was the one who lived. He lived far longer than his family. He lived to see the end times of humanity. Calvin felt a sharp pain on his chest. Her sister, Emily, threw a high-heeled shoe at him. The heel of the shoe struck Calvin squarely at his chest. Yet he didn't even wince in pain. He raised his head, and his miserable appearance elicited a violent response from Emily. "You bastard. You stole my tuition money again. How am I supposed to take the upcoming test next month? Are you still even human? How could you do something like this? Do you still treat us as your family?" She pointed her finger at him and started her rant. Yvette, Calvin's mother, could do nothing other than cry. They were trying their best to set Calvin in the right direction, but if the person himself wasn't willing to change, then what was the use of their efforts? Calvin stared at his mother and sister. Complex emotions flashed across his face. His eyes then wandered toward a small frame atop a nearby cabinet. The picture frame contained the figures of 4 people. Looking at it, Calvin's emotions underwent another upheaval. Within the image were the figures of the members of the Villanueva family. Calvin Villanueva stood upright. A warm smile could be seen on his face, making everyone feel refreshed if they looked at him in this image. Beside him was his sister, Emily Villanueva. A refreshing smile was plastered across her lips as she laid her head on Calvin's shoulder. Standing behind them was her mother and father, Yvette and George Villanueva. The way they held their hands, the sweet smiles on their faces, and the light within their eyes was enough evidence about their love for each other. Looking at the photo, Calvin cried once more. Raising his head, he turned to look at his mother and said, "Mom, from now on, I will become a better person." Calvin said these words as sincerely as possible, and he really did mean to change from now on. But when his mother and sister heard what he said, their expression changed. Emily's expression went ugly as she pointed at him once again and said, almost screaming, "You're going to change? Huh. Do you really think it will fall for that once again? You've already used that tactic for God knows how many times already. Just stop. I will never believe that a person as disgusting as you can change." Yvette's face became as pale as a sheet of paper. Even though she was somewhat agreeable to what Emily had said, Calvin was still her son. T heard her see that her daughter and son were at odds against each other to this extent. "Don't be like that, Emily. Mom, are you still going to protect this trash? Just kick him out of the family already. Once he's out, I bet we'll be at peace once again." Yvette turned silent. Calvin bitterly smiled. Emily was right. The Villanueva family had no use for a son who only knew how to freeload and steal from his own family. Once he was gone, peace would probably return to this small family. But tears streamed down Yvette's cheeks. She loved her son so much, and she really didn't want to see him disappear. "Calvin, why are you like this? Why are you still trying to deceive us? Do you take us as foolish to believe your words once more that you're really going to change? If you want us to believe that you're serious about turning over into a new leaf, how about you go and ask for a permanent ban from the old manager's internet cafe?" Yvette pleaded. Calvin stared at his mother, and an indescribable smile appeared on his face. Emily saw his smile and misunderstood. "Look at him. He's still smiling. He has no remorse at all. Just kick him out already, Mom." Yvette was instantly disappointed seeing the smile on Calvin's face. Calvin stared right at his mother. If he wanted to say something, he wanted to prove to them all that he really planned on changing for the better. But who would believe the words of someone so disgusting to the point that he'd deceive his own family for his own gain? Yes, Calvin knew that no matter what he would say at this point in time, his family wouldn't believe him. Standing up, Calvin swept his gaze across the familiar surroundings of his small house where he lived for almost 2 decades. Emotions bubbled within his heart, but he suppressed them all as he said, "Mom, Emily, I'm sorry for everything that I've done. That I know that everything that I'll say would probably be unbelievable for the two of you, but if you still consider me as your family, please believe me that I really am planning on changing. But for now, since I have nothing to prove to the two of you as well as to Dad, I will temporarily leave the family. When I return, I hope that the Villanueva family will still consider me a part of the family." Before Emily and Yvette could say anything, Calvin kneeled on the ground and kowtowed towards his mother and sister. Afterwards, he turned to face the direction of his father's bedroom and also kowtowed. Then he turned around and went for the door. "Calvin!" His mother finally awakened from her reverie as she ran towards Calvin's direction. "Mom, don't go." Emily caught her wrist and stopped her from going after Calvin. "Just forget about him, Mom. If you go after him now, then he'll think that we fell for his drama. I'm sure that after a few days, when he runs out of money, I bet he'll come back here and beg us to accept him once again," Emily said. For her, Calvin's disgusting nature had no limits. He would do everything that he could so long as he could continue on playing his stupid games. In fact, it was even a miracle for Emily that Calvin hadn't resorted to bank robberies just to satisfy his addiction. Staring at the direction where Calvin left, Emily coldly snorted, "Don't you dare come back again, you stupid brother." She turned around and tightly clenched her fists. Afterwards, she went upstairs and locked the doors of the room. She never came out until night came, but one could hear faint sobbing and whimpering sound within the room throughout the entire afternoon. Calvin felt that he lost a piece of his soul when he walked out of that door, but he never turned back nor take a final look. Calvin could be considered as a battle-hardened man who wouldn't even blink in the face of a hellish nightmare. However, he had a single weakness, that it was his family. Calvin was sure that if his mother and sister walked out of the house right now to stop him from going out, he would definitely turn back and go with them. Thankfully, it didn't get out. Calvin heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at his wristwatch. There's still enough time. It was still high noon. Calvin went back to the internet cafe, where his mother captured him as soon as he walked inside. The old manager sitting behind the front desk instantly awakened. "You! How dare you come back here? You thieving son of a BTCH. You're still suspended. Why did you come back?" The old manager glared at him and shouted. His voice attracted the attention of the other customers. "Wait, isn't he the guy earlier that got captured by his mother while he was playing games?" "Yeah, that's him. I will never be able to forget his face." "Why?" "Why, you say? That's the guy who bought that extremely expensive elementalist lock skin." "What?" When the other customers heard that Calvin was the baller who purchased that expensive skin earlier, some of them stopped whatever they were doing. They stared at Calvin's general direction in amusement. After all, even though Calvin was a baller, they heard from the old manager that he was suspended from the internet cafe. The old manager stared at Calvin with complex emotions. Actually, he wasn't that mad towards Calvin. Calvin was a baller who purchased a lot of game credits from him. In other words, Calvin was a whale. A whale customer was something that every establishment needed for their continuous success. The old manager understood that, so he greatly appreciated the fact that Calvin always bought game credits from him, even though they were at odds. But when he realized that Calvin's money actually came from deceiving his family and even stealing the tuition money of his sister, he suddenly thought that Calvin was going too far, despite the fact that the old manager didn't want to lose. Calvin, as his customer, he knew that he had to uphold what was right. This was why he suspended Calvin instead of banning him outright. Calvin stared at the old manager. He knew what the old manager was thinking. Letting out a sigh, he stared right at the old manager and said, "Please ban me from this internet cafe." What? Even the customers observing the situation couldn't help but gasp upon hearing what he said. The baller is asking to be banned? Is he planning on going clean now? Clean my ass. How can someone go clean so easily? If one could do it that easy, then do you really think that I would be divorced from my wife right now? Playing video games isn't just a simple addiction, it's also a lifestyle that at least that's how it is for us addicts. So, are you saying that you don't believe what he's saying? Yeah, I bet he'll come here a few days later and ask to be unbanned. The old manager could hear the discussions around him. He had no objections to what he had heard. Calvin was a well-known video game addict. He was a disgusting person that shouldn't even be allowed to be in a family. Yet he was actually going to change for the better. What was going on? Did he finally drink his medications once and for all? Democrat, Minnesota. This is bad. The old manager inwardly whispered, and a smile bloomed on his face as he approached Calvin and said, "Come on now. Calvin, you've been a long-time customer of this internet cafe, and you want to get banned? Why do I feel like you're trying to throw away the bond that we've made together in the past 2 decades? He patted Calvin's shoulders and continued, "Now that I think of it, you've been my customer for such a long time, yet I haven't given you any loyalty rewards." The old manager took a black card decorated embossed with fake glittery diamonds. "How about I give you a VVIP card? With this, you'll have a 70% discount with everything in this establishment. I guess this should suffice as a reward for your loyalty to this establishment for so long, right?" The old manager dangled the VVIP card in front of Calvin as if he was feeding a fish some meat. Calvin lightly smiled. "Uncle Gerald, it's really been such a long time since first started playing here." He then let out a sigh. "But I think it's about time for me to move on." He patted Gerald's shoulder, and before the latter could even reply, he turned to look towards the customers and said, "I'll be selling my League of Myths account for only $10,000. The first person to arrive in front of me shall." Before Calvin could even complete his sentence, a customer leaped from his chair and literally rolled in front of Calvin. He took a card out of nowhere and handed it over to Calvin. "I'll pay via card." Calvin's lips repeatedly twitched. Sure." He used the old manager's card terminal, and the transaction was finally completed. It was at this moment that the old manager finally awakened from his trance. "So, you're really going to do this for real?" He could see that Calvin was definitely serious about his decision to sell his League of Myths account, that its skin's worth at least $100,000 for only $10,000. It was impossible for someone to do such a thing if his resolve was half-assed. "Yeah." Calvin smiled at the old manager. Afterwards, he turned around and went for the exit. But before the automatic doors could fully close, the old manager caught up to him and handed him a business card. "If you are unable to fully turn into a new leaf, you can always come back here and become my employee, that I'll treat you properly and pay you well. After all, you could be considered as a half-son of mine considering how long you've been a loyal customer of my humble internet cafe." Calvin was taken aback by the old manager's gesture. "Well then, don't mind if I do." But he didn't refuse his offer. He took the business card and finally disappeared from the old manager's side. When the automatic doors closed, the old manager sighed and returned behind the receptionist's desk. A customer saw his expression and commented, "Old manager, are you crying? Cry my ass. Do you want to get suspended?" The old manager barked. The customer felt a shiver down his spine before he ran back to his computer. The old manager sighed once again. Staring at the direction where Calvin disappeared, he shook his head and whispered, "I hope you do well out there, young man." It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Calvin walked out of the internet cafe. He swept his gaze across the familiar surroundings of his city, the city of DeBeo. The city may not be so technologically advanced compared to the capital, yet it wasn't really that bad. Calvin greatly missed this city back then. Taking a deep breath of the unpolluted air of DeBeo, he became somewhat emotional. The air of that world within the crack was so disgusting that Calvin couldn't even comprehend how he managed to live for so long without dying from any lung-related illnesses. After admiring the scenery and walking around the city for about an hour or so, Calvin glanced at his wristwatch. "It's about time," he softly uttered. Then he walked towards a nearby Wagga Lake Park and sat on a particular bench near the shores of the lake. He sat there, looking depressed as if he lost all purpose in his life. Staring at the endless blue skies, his eyes would sometimes lose its focus, and he would also sometimes sigh. No one knew what he was thinking, but there was something obvious towards what was going on. This young man was depressed. That was what he looked like to the outside world. But Calvin was actually waiting. More accurately, he was waiting for someone. Democrat, Minnesota. How long is she going to take before she comes here? Calvin impatiently glanced at his wristwatch. There was still about a few minutes before the expected time of her arrival. Yet Calvin couldn't wait already. The few minutes passed, yet the person he was waiting for still hasn't arrived. What the hell is going on? Why is she late? I made sure to come here in time so that history wouldn't change. Or did I already inadvertently change the course of history? That's impossible. I followed the script perfectly according to my memory. Calvin inwardly whispered. When he became an apex predator author of fate in the writer profession, that he understood that he managed to turn back time to the point before he became a predator, according to his memories. The person that would introduce him to the world behind the crack would arrive at exactly 4 in the afternoon here in Wagga Lake Park. But what was going on? Where is she? Is she not coming? If so, then that's bad. Without her, I can't possibly go to the world behind the crack. Calvin's mind madly spun. And then he was struck with a realization. I haven't followed the script perfectly. I'm quite sure that my acting is perfect without any trace of deceit, but I still haven't done what I did back then. Calvin instantly calmed down the moment he realized the crux of the problem. Afterwards, he then stood up and walked towards the shores of the lake. Taking off his shoes, he stepped foot into the lake and started walking. He continued walking until the waters of the lake reached his chest, and when that happened, he hesitated, seemingly displaying the innate hesitation of every human in the world towards dying. But his hesitation only lasted for a few seconds. He swiftly hardened his resolve and continued on walking deeper into the lake. You'll die if you take another step forward. But before he could even submerge his head into the lake, a feminine voice rang out from behind. So, she's finally here. Calvin inwardly screamed. But on the outside, he maintained a fearful appearance as he turned around and shouted in return. Who's there? Soon, a figure appeared from the darkness. That it was a woman who looked to be in her early 20s. There was a cold look on her face. But Calvin, who knew everything that would definitely happen in the future, also knew that this woman's coldness was just nothing but a mere facade. She may be cold to outsiders, but she was scarier and more overprotective than a black mama bear to its cubs. The woman didn't answer. But she also didn't walk closer to the shores of the lake, for she was afraid that her H-line skirt would get wet. Clad in a white blouse and a black jacket, she thoroughly looked like a typical businesswoman. Are you not cold? How about you come out there and talk to me for a while? The woman's voice was cold, yet Calvin could feel a hint of playfulness from her voice. Rhea, it seems like you're still the same as ever. Who are you? Were you the one that's stalking me earlier? The woman raised an eyebrow, apparently surprised by Calvin's questions. Oh, you felt me staring at you earlier? As expected of the person that I chose. But mind your words, stalking is quite crude. Let's call it investigating, shall we? The woman's eyes radiated amusement, yet there was no trace of any smile on her lips. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. He walked out of the lake and sat on the bench beside the woman. There was a gap of about a meter between the two. Calvin felt quite weird about this fact, considering that the two of them were quite close to each other in the past. Of course, their relationship was kept as top secret. But they were too close to each other to the extent that Calvin even knew how many moles Rhea had on her chest. Inwardly chuckling, Calvin decided to keep these silly thoughts away from his mind. He knew that the past was different from the future. What happened back then may not happen in this timeline. But that didn't mean that Calvin wasn't willing to get close with Rhea anymore. He just wanted to let nature run its course. And besides, knowing that humanity's time was quite limited before the invasion of those bastards from the crack. Does he even have enough time to fool around? Maybe, but Calvin didn't plan on doing so. As soon as he returned to the world behind the crack, he would immediately begin his plans. You're Calvin Villanueva, right? The woman asked. Calvin scrunched his eyebrows and replied, Aren't you stalking me? Why are you asking me questions that you already know the answer? The woman was taken aback by Calvin's response, but she thought of it as normal. After all, from her investigations, he was an addicted piece of trash that was abandoned by his family. Who wouldn't be irritable after something like that happened to them? Of course, everyone would get riled up. She didn't take offense to his reply. This is who I am. She casually took out a business card from her pocket and handed it over to him. Calvin took the business card. 5 Cent Holdings Limited, leader of the development team. Rhea Nalanon. When Calvin took the business card, she withdrew her hand and took a towel out of her shoulder bag. Then, she gave it to Calvin. Dry yourself first, and I'll tell you why I've been investigating you. You mean stalking me? Oh, so you want to die? Sorry. Calvin inadvertently made a joke, as if he was familiar with Rhea, of course. He was familiar with her, but the same couldn't be said to her. For Rhea, this was her first conversation with him. I wonder how she'll react if I told her the exact number of moles she has on her chest. Calvin inwardly snickered. He swiftly buried these thoughts away from his mind as he took the towel and wiped himself dry. Then, when he was done, Rhea spoke once more. Do you want to keep on living? What do you mean? Calvin raised an eyebrow. Rhea stared at him and revealed an ambiguous smile. If you want to keep on living and turn your life around for the better, then I have an offer for you. An offer that you cannot possibly refuse once you've heard of it. She paused for a moment before continuing. What about it? Are you interested yet? What are you talking about? Although excited, Calvin knew the consequences if anyone realized that he was from the future, that he acted oblivious to the fact that he knew what Rhea was talking about, that as someone who served as a spy for humanity in the territory of those bastards from the depths of the crack, that Calvin's acting skills were better than Oscar-nominated actors, or even the winners. Don't be in such a hurry that I'll explain everything to you, but that is on the grounds that you sign a non-disclosure contract, and after you agree to listen to what I am about to say. Calvin's lips repeatedly twitched. The non-disclosure contract that Rhea was talking about actually didn't exist. The only reason why she talked about something non-existent was to make everything sound formal and professional. In other words, it would make the person she was recruiting think that the thing that they were about to talk about was completely legal due to the safety protocols surrounding it. However, the reason why the non-disclosure contract was non-existent in the first place was that anyone who heard her offer would never refuse. It was an offer that could never be refused. Once the offer was declined, the only path available to that person would be death. The organization behind Rhea would never let someone go after they had refused their offer. Staring right at Rhea, Calvin replied, I'm not going to get into trouble if I just listen to you, right? A non-disclosure contract? That sounds dangerous. Rhea smiled. Well, if you're not so comfortable about signing one, then let's forget about that. She placed her shoulder bag on the space between the two of them and opened it up. The contents of the bag were exposed, and neatly arranged stacks of thousands of dollars could be seen inside. Surprised? Calvin had a look of astonishment on his face, which gave Rhea a sense of satisfaction. Just, who are you? A person carrying this much money. You must be something out of the ordinary. Calvin commented. Rhea's smile deepened. At least you're that smart. Not really, it's just common sense. Calvin rolled his eyes at her. Rhea was taken aback that her praise was refused, but she didn't say anything anymore. She had already finished her investigations regarding Calvin's background. All that was left to do was to hurl the bait and drag the fish into the boat. Addicts were the easiest to reel in using money, but Rhea was someone who never moved without any proper plan, despite the huge possibility of success. She never moved, nor did anything until today. Until today when she saw that the young man was about to take his life. He was someone whom she observed for more than a year now. How could she let him die? Noticing that Calvin was still staring at her shoulder bag with clear desires in his eyes, Rhea was convinced that her plan wouldn't fail. I will give you all of this money, and probably even more, for as long as you cooperate with us in a little experiment. How about it? An experiment? Calvin raised an eyebrow. What is it all about? Let me tell you this. I'm not going to do anything illegal. If what I needed to do to earn that much money is against the law, then count me out. Calm down. Calm down. You will not be doing anything illegal. Calvin Villanueva. Rhea stared right at his eyes. A good-for-nothing piece of asset that has been continuously deceiving his family for about 2 decades, that you've stolen your sister's tuition money for 3 times already within the past year. You've also deceived your family that you're going to turn over into a new leaf for about 22 times already within the past 6 months. You've also lied to your mother for 108 times about needing money to pay for school projects, but you used them to play video games instead. You also hid the fact that you were expelled from your school due to excessive absences. Your lie has been discovered recently, but instead of feeling remorse, you opted to steal your sister's tuition money again. And today, earlier this morning, you were finally kicked out from your family. You asked for a ban from that internet cafe you frequented since you became a video game addict, but unfortunately that IT was just a facade. You were actually feeling suicidal and have decided to end your life today, dying as a nameless piece of garbage, video game addict that no one would ever remember. Is this what you had in mind when you were just a child? Is this what you wanted? Calvin stared right at Rhea's eyes. He seemed to be convinced of Rhea's speech. Noticing this, Rhea took a deep breath and continued. I am giving you an offer to turn everything around and change your life for the better. We are not going to let you do something illegal. We are a compassionate, kind-hearted, legal gaming company. We have the best interest of our customers in mind, and as our future employee, that we will treat you right. Becoming our employee has a lot of benefits. We will clear all your debts. I know you have a lot of debt, and I will clear them all for you. Furthermore, your salary would be at the upper middle class range. You will be earning $200,000 per year, excluding bonuses based on your performance. How about it? Are you interested yet? Ria ended her speech with a light smile on her face. Calvin stared at her, and he couldn't help but bitterly smile upon seeing her performance. Yeah, what she said just now really makes her sound as if she's legitimately inviting me for a job. But she really needs to be careful, though, that there's something that she missed out. She's offering me a job for a gaming company. Yet do I even have the skills that a gaming company usually requires? How could I have those skills when all I did within the past 2 decades is eat, sit, sleep, and play? Calvin inwardly shook his head out of displeasure from Ria's performance. But of course, he didn't show any emotions from the outside, and he had this look of amazement and excitement on his face as if he couldn't wait to start working for the company, so he could turn his life around. You still haven't answered me yet, Mr. Villanueva. What about it? Are you interested? Calvin immediately replied, Of course I am interested. How could I not be interested? I'd be stupid if I wasn't. He almost jumped from his seat out of excitement. Good, that makes everything easier. Now I hope you can sign this contract. Ria pulled a thick contract out of her shoulder bag and handed it over to Calvin. Democrat, Minnesota, that's a lot of papers. It would take me quite a long time to read them. As Ria expected, Calvin complained when he saw the bunch of papers. From what she knew, addicts like Calvin were impatient people who couldn't wait, and their impatience would definitely be exacerbated when standing in front of a prospect that could change their life for the better. To Ria's smile deepened furthermore. Do you want me to give you a nutshell on what the contract is about? Sure, that makes everything easier. Calvin immediately nodded his head. Ria then gave a short explanation regarding the contract, and upon hearing what she had to say, Calvin had a look of satisfaction on his face, but after he signed the contract, he seemed to have been struck by a sudden realization as he stared at Ria with a frown. Wait, there's something strange. What is it? Ria also frowned. I'm going to be an employee of a game company, right? As far as I know, game companies need employees that are skillful, particularly when it comes to coding and programming that I don't really have any experience nor skills regarding those two. Yet why did you come here to purposely recruit me? Calvin stared at Ria in doubt. Ria's smile crumbled. You don't have to know about that. Her tantalizing brown eyes turned black, and a burst of darkness exploded from her body, instantly droning out Calvin and making him lose his consciousness. Everything happened so fast that Calvin had no time to scream before he lost consciousness. Ria then carried him over her shoulder as if she was carrying a sack of potatoes. But little did she know that on Calvin's face, there was no trace of fear at all. Instead, there was this look of excitement on his face as if he couldn't wait to wake up. Once again, an unknown amount of time passed, and Calvin finally woke up. The first thing that his eyes saw upon waking up was an unfamiliar ceiling. However, the ceiling had decorations that one could consider as luxurious. This didn't seem to be the underground laboratory of 5 Cent. This looks more like a hotel. Calvin inwardly uttered. He raised his upper body and then confirmed that, yep, he was inside a hotel. Waterback Hotel, a 5-star hotel within the city of DeBeo. Judging from the size of the room he was in and the lavish decorations that involved real gold and silver, his room must be the most expensive suite in this Waterback Hotel. They sure don't hold back towards making sure that their future slaves will be loyal to them in the future. Calvin shook his head and lightly chuckled. Right now, the nationwide search for the thousands of children that had disappeared in the span of a few weeks is still continuing. Helpless parents are crying for justice, and the police, as well as the NBI, are now fully mobilized to rescue those children. Stay updated at GMA News for further developments. The television, which was strangely turned on, had the news channel displayed on its screen. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows for a moment, since he couldn't remember child trafficking cases back then on the previous timeline. However, he dismissed his thoughts and theories for a while and turned to look at the nearby table. There was a golden envelope along with a blindfold lying on top of the table. Calvin lifted a small smile as he approached the table and carefully opened the letter. Mabuhay, we would like to offer our gratitude to you for accepting our contract invitation to Las Filipinas, an unknown and foreign world connected to ours. Las Filipinas is a world only available for the chosen few. This is a world full of adventures, magic, dragons, elves, everything that you can think of as fantasy exists within the world of Las Filipinas. Attached within this letter are the complete instructions on how the contracted can enter the world of Las Filipinas. Instructions: please search for an apartment building with 13 floors in the city of Davao. After finding the appropriate building, Please enter the staircase at exactly 3 a.m. The moment you step a single foot onto the stairs, you must close both of your eyes, climb from the first floor to the top floor with your eyes closed, and when you've done everything according to these instructions, the moment you open your eyes, you'll find yourself in the world of Las Filipinas. Warning. Only the contracted can attempt this. You must never open your eyes before you reach the top floor, and no matter what happens, and no matter what you feel, touch, hear, or smell, you must not open your eyes, or you'll be immediately killed by the abyss. Hint. One can fight back against the abyss of the crack, but one must never open their eyes before reaching the top. Good luck, contracted. See you at the land where dreams come true and die out. Peace. Calvin almost busted his guts upon seeing the comical ending of the letter. However, he wasn't the least surprised about the instructions. He had undergone this test of courage back then. The participants were not allowed to open their eyes for the demons behind the crack. Possibly tamed by 5 Cent would stalk the participants and test their nerves and grit. Although these actions of 5 Cent seemed counterintuitive, what they were doing was not a problem. If you ask Calvin about it, if one wanted to enter the world of Las Filipinas, they must not be weak. Even a mere cannon fodder had their own standards that, in short, if one couldn't even pass this test of courage, then they don't even deserve to be cannon fodders. Calvin suddenly gave a bitter smile. Back then, he pissed his pants from the fear of being surrounded by those demons, and as a result, he was thoroughly mocked by his fellow cannon fodders. But today, everything would be different. Now that he knew what was to happen, Calvin was prepared. Calvin's eyes shone in excitement. He almost couldn't wait until 3 a.m. arrived out of course. Having prior knowledge of the world, Calvin knew where that appropriate apartment building was located. In other words, he now had nothing to do apart from lay down and wait until the right time arrived. Man, I'm feeling bored. I can't execute any of my plans until I get to Las Filipinas. Calvin sat upright and swept his gaze across the surroundings. His eyes came to a sudden halt, for he saw a complimentary pen and small notebook lying on another desk in his presidential suite. Paper and pen. He almost leaped out of his bed from excitement. He took the small notebook and pen, and then he started writing. He scribbled some words. It didn't matter if they made sense or not, as long as he could satisfy the craving, the itching that he had for writing. Then he planned on going to any lengths. He wrote about everything that he could, the challenge that he faced back then while fighting against the invaders, to mundane things such as how to change a light bulb. Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to where the retard lives. Knock, knock. Who's there? The chicken. Buffed. Did I just call myself a retard? Calvin almost busted his guts once again as he hurriedly scribbled over the chicken joke that he wrote. Staring at the small notebook that was almost full of gibberish at this moment, Calvin felt inexplicably peaceful. Ever since he became the great traitor of humanity, he never had any friends. The invaders only looked at him like he was a tool, and every fellow human that he met treated him with utmost disgust. Part of the reason why Calvin managed to stay sane was because of his writings. It didn't matter what he wrote, as long as he was writing. Calvin felt that it was cathartic. Back then, he greatly hated the fact that he acquired the so-called useless writer profession out of all the professions out there. But when he became alone and abandoned by the world itself, Calvin finally realized why he acquired the writer profession in the first place. Writing was in his blood that he would enjoy, no matter how mundane the words he wrote, for as long as he was the one who scribbled it. Down, he'd find a strange sense of enjoyment and satisfaction from writing it. Sigh. Calvin let out a sigh. Back then, he became the greatest traitor of humanity. Now that he was back, he'll become the hero that will save humanity from destruction once more. Calvin steeled his resolve once again as he stood up and glanced at his wristwatch. 1:57 a.m. It's time. I'm coming back. Las Filipinas. Boss, I'll be going to Rio Apartments in Eastern Bayo. Calvin sat at the back of the taxi, and a look of excitement could be seen on his face. If he had the ability, then he would have already teleported directly at Rio Apartments. Sadly, he didn't have such an ability, so he had no other choice but to hail a taxi. That place is quite secluded, and why are you going there this late in the night? The driver studied Calvin through the rearview mirror. Calvin had this silly smile on his face, yet the light of his eyes seemed indifferent. These contrasting traits made the driver inexplicably nervous, but since Calvin was still his passenger and customer, he felt that he had to advise him. I'm going for a late-night LAN party with my friend. Huh, I bet that guy misses me already. Calvin knew his answers beforehand, so he managed to maintain his polite smile as he answered. A LAN party? The driver was quite old, but of course, he knew about LAN parties. Upon hearing what Calvin said, the driver seemed to have relaxed a bit as he continued. I hope that you don't mind me being a busybody, but it's not that safe within the vicinity of Rio Apartments. Mind if you elaborate? What happened there? This was news for Calvin. His curiosity was piqued. Since he still had time before his arrival at Rio Apartments, he decided to kill time by talking with the driver. The driver audibly gulped. The hint of fear could be seen on his face as he replied. There was a tenant from Rio Apartments who died after accidentally falling from the rooftop. What's scarier is the fact that I was the one who drove that tenant home back to his apartment at that residential area. In any case, I hope you won't stay in that place for too long. It's strange, but that place just gives me the creeps. The driver twisted the key and started the car. I don't really believe in ghosts or in the supernatural. Calvin shrugged. My parents told me that a thieving neighbor is far scarier than ghosts. They would rather have a ghost as their neighbor than a thief. The driver was dumbstruck by Calvin's statement, but what he said made sense, so he didn't know how to refute. In the end, he stopped persuading Calvin. Calvin used the downtime to scribble some plans on another small notebook that he got from his presidential suite. About an hour later, the driver dropped Calvin off near the vicinity of Rio Apartments, and when Calvin paid the fare, he swiftly rushed towards the apartments, astonishing the driver, who immediately drove off from the area. The instructions told me that I must step foot onto the staircase of the first floor at exactly 3 a.m. Calvin crossed the road, and he soon arrived in front of the huge double gates of Rio Apartments. The surroundings were dark, and he felt quite isolated standing in the middle of nowhere, but he took a glance beside the gates and found that there was no one guarding the gates. This is such a big residential area, but they couldn't even afford a guard. Calvin walked forward and found the gate locked. Democrat, Minnesota. Those people from 5 Cent should really make sure that everything is prepared and ready beforehand, that if I wasn't this resourceful to even know how to pick a lock, that I would be stuck here outside and unable to go back to Las Filipinas. Calvin inwardly criticized that a click soon followed, and Calvin went past the gates. Walking in further, Calvin discovered that the place was quite filthy. The path was littered with all sorts of refuse, and only 2 streetlights were turned on near the ground floors. He looked up and discovered that there were some clothes hanging on the clotheslines outside the building. So in other words, there are people still living in Rio Apartments. But why is it that there are no lights above the 3rd floor? Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. He entered the stairwell and started counting. From what I can see here, each floor should have 26 steps, and every 13 steps, there's a landing for a turn. The height of each of them is about. Calvin raised his leg up and down, so his legs could get used to the height of the steps. He glanced at his wristwatch and took out the blindfolds that 5 Cent gave to him. The black cloth would render him unable to see the outside world, but that didn't mean that he couldn't sneakily peek through the gap between the bridge of his nose and the blindfold. However, even though he could do that, Calvin didn't dare to do so. Back then, he heard that the demons could detect the gazes of humans, that he reckoned that even if he tried his best to stare away from the scary things outside, he would still be discovered that he opened his eyes and succumbed to his curiosity. If that happened, then he would probably be killed. Despite Calvin's rich experience in battle, he was no match for the demons of Las Filipinas, since he was still immortal at this moment. Until he could get his own aspect, it was impossible for him to fight against them. With little time left, Calvin took a deep breath and glanced at his wristwatch once again. There was still about 20 seconds before 3 a.m., yet he already looked like he wanted to leap from the 1st floor directly to the top floor. Though he knew that the demons of Las Filipinas, tamed by 5 Cent, would be stalking him from the darkness to try and scare him, he seemed unconcerned about their presence. He only cared about returning to Las Filipinas. Seeing that only 10 seconds remained until 3 a.m., Calvin positioned himself and silently counted down to himself. 3, 2, 1. Step. He took a step forward, and the world around Calvin seemed to have undergone a change. After Calvin closed his eyes, there was nothing that he could see apart from darkness. The darkness didn't seem to have any emotions. It was indifferent. It looked upon everything impartially, like a giant spiderweb that could thoroughly envelop all of one's imaginations. The border between reality and illusions blurred. He moved step by step up the stairs. The cold breeze of the night repeatedly struck him on the chest. Shivers ran down Calvin's spine as he finally realized that he now truly hated this part of going to Las Filipinas for the first time, that he was walking into another world. He was going to continue walking until he reached the top and opened that door to Las Filipinas, the land whom he already considered as his hometown. Calvin religiously counted the number of steps he took in his mind. With the removal of the important sense of sight, his other senses seemed to have been heightened. Despite still being immortal, his fingers could feel the coarseness of the dust on the wall, and his nose could sniff out the faint smell of mold. The sound of his footsteps rang ever so loudly in his ears. Calvin audibly gulped. Fkin hell, now I understand why I shat and pissed my pants back then. It seems like no matter how strong you are or how vast your experience is, that one's fear of the unknown would never disappear. But this is strange that I already know what's causing this strange sensation, But why is it that my heart is still gripped by this fear? Calvin's rich experience made him swiftly adapt to the situation. Even though he was blindfolded, he could picture everything that he needed in his brain. His body had also gotten used to the height of the steps, and so long as he didn't get distracted by other things, that he shouldn't have any problems. Step. I should be on the second floor now. Okay, there's nothing happening yet. I'll get past here as fast as I can without running. Calvin's walking speed hastened, and he soon arrived near the staircase to the third floor. But as soon as he stepped a foot onto the staircase, he suddenly heard the sound of a heated argument from one of the rooms behind him. Calvin didn't hesitate anymore. He walked upwards, and when he reached the landing, he stopped. "Mom, get the FCK out of my room. I'm playing Fortnite." The scream seemed to have come from a juvenile. Calvin stopped from his tracks for the voice sounded incomparably familiar. "Yeah, play. All you do is play. You piece of shat. Do you even care about your family and your education? Since I gave you that computer, I've never seen you study for your school anymore. I paid for every single school project that you told me that is necessary for you to pass the grade, yet I haven't even received any grade slip from you. What is going on? Come out there and explain everything to me. Mom, if you think that I'm such a useless son, then why do you still care about me? Just leave me already. Leave me to die." "What? What are you saying, my boy? How could I possibly leave you? Leave me alone, Mom. All right. If you really won't go out from that room, then I'll be forced to cut the internet connection." "No. You can do everything that you want to do to me. Just don't cut the internet off." "Then come out there already. Your mom just wants to talk with you, my boy." The walls were thick, so the soundproofing shouldn't be that bad. But the argument was so heated, and some physical altercation happened. Calvin could hear the faint crashing sounds of furniture and glassware, and then, after a few seconds of silence, Calvin heard the door open. Someone walked out, and from the slick and wet sound of that person's footsteps, it was clear that he was barefooted. The person slammed the door shut. The slick footsteps echoed down the corridor, going closer to Calvin, but when it reached the stairwell, it came to an abrupt halt. Yes, if the person who came out was surprised by Calvin's presence. However, after only a few seconds, the footsteps resumed once again, but the direction where it was heading for was the complete opposite of where Calvin was going. Calvin let out a sigh. Dang, why can't I remember that something like this happened back then? Wait, now that I think about it, that I can remember the fact that I passed this test of courage. But why can't I remember the details? Calvin clicked his tongue out of frustration. He really hated any situation that wasn't under his control as of now. He had no idea about what would happen to him in this test of courage. But was he afraid of what was about to happen? Of course not. Calvin went through a lot in the past. A measly test of courage couldn't possibly hold him down. Calvin took a step forward. He silently counted the steps that he took as he went up, and when he reached the landing before the third floor, he noticed that something was off. What was that sound? Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. He took a step forwards to test what was going on, and as soon as he did, his ears picked up the sound of slick footsteps coming directly from behind him. How come that I can still hear the footsteps of that kid behind me? Didn't he go in the opposite direction? If he did that, then I shouldn't be able to hear his footsteps here. That is, unless he is following me. Calvin pictured an image in his mind. He was walking blindfolded while a child who looked to be around 9 to 10 years old silently followed him from behind with a silly smile on his lips. The driver told me earlier that a passenger has died here, but since the person following behind me is definitely that kid earlier, then it is impossible for this kid to be that person that the taxi driver brought here. After all, how could a mere kid have the courage to enter a taxi by himself? Fkin. Hell, I'm still on the second floor. There's still a long way before I can reach the rooftop, yet I've already run into trouble. Should I speed run my way up to the top? No, that is too dangerous. Calvin shook his head and discarded the ridiculous idea that popped up in his mind. Stealing his resolve, he took another step forward, and as soon as he did, the kid behind him spoke. Hey, mister, why do you look like me? Calvin's movements came to a sudden halt as he stood there. Frozen, he was thoroughly shocked, for he finally realized why the voice of the kid sounded so familiar to him. It was because he was the kid. The kid was Calvin, and Calvin was the kid. Gulp. Calvin gulped a mouthful of saliva. He had the urge to turn around and open his eyes out of curiosity, but he didn't dare to do so. He wasn't a fighter, and if his gaze really did meet the demon masquerading as him, his life would end right there and then. Calvin suppressed the fear of the unknown bubbling in his heart. As he turned around and squatted, he stretched his hand out and touched the kid's cheek. It was cold and ice cold. Calvin felt another shiver down his spine, yet his lips gave a sweet smile. Young man, you are probably just confused out of anger. We don't look similar at all. Look at me. I'm already this old, yet you are still so young. How about you go back to your parents right now and apologize? Calvin proposed an idea. He wanted this demon to stop following him, so he had to divert this demon's attention away. No, the kid spoke in that incredibly familiar voice once again. I can't go back. If I go back, Mama will beat my ass. Calvin almost busted a gut. Even the crude wordings were similar to him back then, when he was still a child. His memories of his childhood were vague, but he could clearly remember that he was a rebellious child. He thought that it was cool to talk in slangs. So he proceeded to practice using such crude wordings. But when he reached middle school, he abandoned that habit, for he realized that it made him look an attention-seeker, as a young man who wanted to be popular with girls back then. He wanted to give off the vibe that he was a cool and indifferent young man. Unfortunately, his habit of talking in slangs already gave a lot of damage to his reputation, and even after he abandoned that habit, he remained unpopular until he graduated high school. Don't worry. I can feel that your mother loves you so much. She won't beat you up. Just go back there and comfort her. Else if you go home too late, she'll probably become too angry to listen to you. Do you want that to happen? Calvin repeatedly ruffled the cold, damp, and sticky hair of the kid. He maintained a kind smile on his face. But he didn't dare to imagine what the kid looked like. For what his fingers could feel, this kid must have died from drowning, and his body must have been submerged for a long time in the water. Okay, I'll go back. I don't want Mama to beat my ass again. The kid seemed to have realized the gravity of the situation. Slick footsteps rang out once again, but this time, those footsteps were going in the opposite direction. Calvin heaved a sigh of relief. He continued his journey and finally reached the 5th floor. However, as soon as he stepped his foot onto the landing, a hand suddenly pulled him backwards. Calvin almost fell downstairs, but his swift reflexes rescued him in time. That he held the railings and stabilized himself, but his pupils constricted when he found out that the hand that yanked him backwards seemed to have come from the kid earlier in the 3rd floor. You didn't go home? Calvin turned around and said as if he was scolding the child. The child didn't reply. Calvin held his breath and heightened his already sharp senses to detect if there was any incoming enemy. When he discovered that the surroundings were incredibly quiet and devoid of any noise or movement, he heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the kid once again. I understand. Even if you know that your mother loves you a lot, that she won't probably beat your ass as long as you sincerely apologize, you're still quite scared, right? I know that. I know that feeling. Actually, my childhood isn't all rainbows and flowers either. When I was a child, my father and mother always fought due to some issues. I always envied the other children, for they had such a happy family. Yet my family is really cold and unforgiving to me. Furthermore, the outside world is too dangerous. Scary demons are out there to kidnap me, so I can't go out. But I didn't want to stay inside either, since all that I would hear is their argument. Even if the 3 of us occasionally got together, that peace wouldn't last for too long, since our gathering would always end up in another argument. I would sometimes be implicated in their argument. Whenever they throw things around the house, I would get hit, and my father, who is a drunkard, would always loudly complain that I'm a worthless son, and he would beat me up every time he sees me. Their constant fights made me live my life carefully, and whenever they are arguing in the house, I would hide under my bed, not even daring to breathe. Even though I'm much older right now, I would never forget that experience. Others are complaining that living is too painful for them, but for me, I was molded by pain, that I learned to coexist with pain after that harrowing experience. But do I hate my parents for what they have done to me? Of course not. If not for my parents, I won't be born in this world. Filial piety makes up the whole world. So even though my childhood was painful and I would never forgive them for what they have done to me when I was a child, I would never hate them. Even now, nor in the future. Calvin squatted down and ruffled the hair of the child. That is why you have to be strong to be strong. Endure everything. If you really can't endure it anymore, then I am willing to be your friend, and child deserves to experience what you have experienced. Now go back, tightly hug your mother, and tell her how much she means to you, and she will definitely forgive you. The child's hold on Calvin's shirt loosened, making him heave a sigh of relief. The coldness behind him also disappeared, an indication that the child was truly gone. However, he created so much commotion that Calvin could now feel the presence of a demon waiting for him on the 5th floor, that he reckoned that as soon as he stepped a single foot into the 5th floor, he would immediately be attacked by that monster. Damn it, I wasted too much time with that child. Calvin inwardly cursed, but he knew that he must reach the top floor as much as possible. Why? It was because the story that he told the kid earlier was all bullshit. He really didn't have such a sad childhood, but Calvin was quite talented in story-telling. That IT wasn't that much of a problem for him to spew some bullshit and convince the child that both of them were kindred spirits. However, he knew that it was just a matter of time until the kid realized that Calvin lied to him. When that happened, Calvin would be attacked from both sides, and he would undoubtedly die. Fkin. Hell. If I had an aspect, I could have annihilated these bastards. Sadly, I'm not a fighter yet, and the physical martial arts that I know will definitely not work against these intangible monsters. However, I still have a trump card. I need to reach the top floor as fast as possible from the 5th floor. In other words, I must speed run this stairwell and reach the top as fast as I can. I don't have any weapons, nor I can fight these demons. I only have my legs as my trump card. Calvin's mind madly spun out. He pictured the stairwell in his brain and calculated the number of steps that he needed to take to reach the top. Once he was done, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Okay, my body should be used by the height of the steps by now. Even if I can't see anything, my senses are heightened due to the absence of my sense of sight. In other words, it shouldn't be a problem for me to dodge the attacks of these demons, so long as I'm moving fast and careful at the same time. Okay, I'll go ahead and use my trump card. Calvin slightly bent his knee in preparation for the speed run. Taking a deep breath, he inwardly screamed, "I'll use these legs of mine to get the FCK away from here." A loud stomping sound ensued, and Calvin shot upwards like an arrow. 5th floor. Calvin shot up like a rocket. As soon as he stepped onto the 5th floor, a menacing aura swept aim for his neck. He quickly buckled his knees to dodge the incoming attack, and after evading, he used the latent force of his bent knees to propel himself forward for the next landing. 6th floor. You shall not pass. Who are you? Are you a resident here? Show me your key card. Several haunting voices that seemed to border between being female and male rang beside Calvin's ears as soon as his foot landed on the 6th floor. The coldness thickened, as well as his courage. An arm held him in place, but his hand moved and landed a slap on the manifested arm of the demon. But a smack rang out, and the demon flew backward. It became intangible again like a wisp. But before it could even approach Calvin, it suddenly came to a halt. It realized that Calvin was now standing in the staircase leading to the 7th floor. The demon hesitated, and in the end, it didn't follow Calvin. It was as if it was afraid of something on the 10th floor. 7th floor. Hey, young man, would you like to have some fun with sis here? A coquettish voice pierced through Calvin's heart. But Calvin was no soy boy. Back then, he had a phase of debauchery, and he played a lot with girls. These coquettish voices had no effect in his heart as he ran like a madman through the corridor, while narrowly avoiding the attacks of the angry succubus demon that he ignored. He was squeezing out every ounce of potential that he had at this moment. His speed greatly increased, and before he knew it, he finally stepped into the 10th floor. 10th floor. When Calvin placed his foot on the landing of the 10th floor, he felt something under his feet. It was wet, but the slick sound coming from it didn't make it seem as if it came from water. Why is there water here? A broken pipe? Wait, why did everything suddenly go silent? Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. He remained standing in the landing between the 9th floor and the 10th floor, but he didn't dare to go to the corridor yet, because as far as he could remember, the 10th floor was where he pissed and shat himself back then. As for the reason why he had such a violent reaction. For some reason, Calvin couldn't remember. It should be 5Vsin's countermeasure against information leaks and the possibility that the contracted was able to pass this test of courage, yet fail at the final phase. Calvin inwardly nodded. He had no idea what would happen to the people that failed the test. All he knew was that he never saw them once more. I can't fail here. I managed to return to the past and finally have the chance to turn everything into my favor before the invasion of those bastards. How can I fail at the first step? Calvin gnashed his teeth. He kneeled and touched the puddle with his finger. He placed that finger near his nose. Yet he couldn't smell anything. Frowning, he opened his mouth and licked his finger. Yeah, it's water, but what is this strange astringent taste? I don't think this flavor comes from rust. When that thought crossed his mind, he felt a water droplet landing on his cheek. Right as he reached out to touch whatever it was that landed on his cheek, he froze, for he felt a shiver down his spine. The chill that caused a shiver ran through his entire body up until his ankles. He felt as if a snake had slithered its way inside his clothes. What the FCK? Calvin inwardly cursed. The air turned damp, and the moisture it brought stuck to his skin, bringing with it an astringent aroma that assaulted his nose. When Calvin started pondering about these changes, a woman's voice suddenly floated over to him from above. I'm drowning. The voice was clear, yet filled with fear. It didn't seem to come from someone who was currently drowning. Saudi my scallops. Is this the reason why I shat and pissed myself back then? Calvin immediately froze, but his mind madly spun. The air around him was filled with water vapors, yet each and every vapor seemed to have a strange, astringent smell on them. She said that she's drowning. Could it be that he died from drowning? Or was she killed beforehand and placed into a body of water? but a body of water in Ria apartments that could drown a person. A bathtub. Did she drown her bathtub? No, that's unlikely. How could someone possibly drown in their own bathtub? I'm drowning. I'm drowning. The voice disappeared from above, and it now echoed behind Calvin. Calvin gulped a mouthful of saliva. He could feel someone standing behind him. He took a step forward, and the person behind him also took a step forward. The cold breeze that seemed to be rotating in the corridor didn't dissipate. Instead, with every step that Calvin took through the corridor, the coldness seemed to grow colder and colder. Calvin didn't do anything. He had no idea what kind of a demon was following behind him, for he couldn't see the demon. All he knew was this demon caused him to S-it and piss his pants back then. In other words, this demon must be traumatizingly powerful. Calvin continued on walking, but when he was about to place his foot on the stairwell leading to the 11th floor, his movements came to a sudden halt. He felt an immense sense of danger from behind him, and he was sure that as soon as he took that step, his head would roll from his shoulders. But Calvin didn't panic as soon as he realized that there was no way for him to scale the next floors without dealing against this monster. He gave a deep sigh and leaned on the walls beside the stairwell. "Miss, you must be in pain." "I know the feeling of drowning. Back then, when I was still a child, I was an adventurous and rebellious one. Whenever we went to the beach, I wouldn't stay with my peers near the shallow waters. Instead, I would bravely go deeper. Of course, with the supervision of adults, I wouldn't be in danger, and I grew even bolder. However, when that fateful day came, I realized that I really was powerless against the power of nature." Calvin heaved another sigh and squatted down. Since he was blindfolded, he couldn't see anything, so he used his hands to feel the cold steps leading to the 11th floor. Then, instead of taking a step forward, he sat on the steps and asked, "Can you sit beside me for a chat? You must be quite lonely seeing that this place is so deserted. You must be in pain, since until now you are still drowning. If you don't mind, I will listen to your troubles, and I am also willing to help you as much as I can." After a few seconds, Calvin could feel that something sat beside him. His arm brushed against something lukewarm. The drowning woman who was following him sat down next to him on the step. "Thank you for staying with me. I'm not really quite good at socializing with others, but if you mind, can you tell me your story?" Calvin's tone was completely sincere that it could bring battle-hardened men into tears. "I'm floating. I raise my head, but I find no surface. That I turn around, but I find no land. That I'm drowning. Where are you? Where can I find you?" Calvin quickly struck while the iron was hot. "I'm at the top floor's water tank. My arms and legs are folded together, wrapped around a rope that keeps me from moving around. I can't go to the surface, for there is no surface. I can't swim back to land, for there's no land, and I'm stuck. I'm cold, and I'm drowning." Calvin's pupils constricted. The water tank? Then, that astringent taste earlier was... Calvin had the urge to puke right there, and now Calvin's face paled, but he swiftly suppressed the urge to vomit. Assuming a facade, he asked, "Who did such a horrible thing to you? Is that person even human?" The woman went silent for a second. "He has already moved away from this place. It's been so long since I saw him." "I see," Calvin asked. "Then, what do you want me to do?" "I will do my best to help you with whatever request you have." "My request?" The woman paused for a moment, clearly confused. "Nothing, it's cold. I'm drowning." Her voice suddenly became erratic at the end of her sentence. Calvin deeply sighed that he understood what the woman was trying to say. "All right, I will inform the authorities to open the water tank on the top floor of Ria Apartments. You can finally feel the warmth that is robbed from you by that horrible person who sealed you up there." The woman didn't answer. Calvin waited for a few seconds before he stood up. "Now, I must really come back alive after all of these." He glanced at the woman as if he could see her through the blindfolds as he said, "Don't worry about me, that I'll definitely come back, that I promise that to you. After I'm done with what I need to do on the top floor, that I'll be back." No words were exchanged. Calvin couldn't feel the woman's presence anymore. The turbid air vanished as if it never existed in the first place, and the breeze that could bring shivers down anyone's spine also disappeared along with it. Calvin took a deep breath and stepped on the stairwell. 11th floor. Calvin sped through the dark corridor of the 11th floor. 12th floor. Suspiciously, there was also nothing on the 12th floor. But Calvin didn't dare to delay anymore. He ran through the corridor like a madman, and when he stepped into the landing for the 13th floor, a change occurred, and Calvin himself, standing in an unknown place. Of course, he still hasn't opened his eyes. But he knew that he was not in Ria Apartments anymore, for the air around him was lukewarm and refreshing, completely the opposite of the turbid air surrounding Ria Apartments. What the FCK is going on? Why do I not remember encountering something like this back then? Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. He reached out for the nearest wall, and his pupils constricted, for he could feel the texture of wood instead of concrete. "I'm in a different place? Calvin had an idea about what was going on, that he must be inside an illusion, that if he opened his eyes and examined the illusion, he could easily find its weakness and shatter it. However, he didn't dare to open his eyes. The letter warned the participants to never open their eyes no matter what happened. Calvin was intent on following that rule until he reached the top floor. Dang it. How am I going to get out of this place? Calvin's nose twitched. He could smell the aroma of a tasty dish. Furthermore, there was also the sound of something being stir-fried. The smell of the meat and rice formed a harmony with the oil while it was being fried in the wok. Fried rice. That's my favorite dish. Calvin exclaimed. How was your first day at school? Did you get bullied? Let me tell you this. When you're facing a bully, you must never cower. Fight back. Make them realize that you are not someone to be trifled with. Hey, dear. Calm down, calm down. Our boy is so young. How could you let him fight against bullies? Just have him report them to the teacher, and they will be taught a valuable lesson for sure. Dear, why are you so gentle with this brat? A man must be strong at all times. If we raise him as you said, then he'll become a cowardly man. Brother, you finally came back from school. How is it? Fun, right? Wait for there, all right. Mama is teaching me how to cook your favorite fried rice. Why do you have your eyes closed? Is that some kind of play? Don't disturb him. Let him play for how long he wants, and I'm sure he's tired from school. Words drifted into Calvin's ears. He instantly saw through the identity of the people who were speaking. They were his mother, father, and sister. Memories flashed across his mind. Years ago, there was a time when a family lived in harmony. Calvin was a kind-hearted average schoolboy back then, but ever since he discovered video games, everything went into ruins. Even Calvin himself knew that he was indeed a video game addict, but could anyone really blame him? Whenever his mother and father were arguing, video games comforted him. Whenever his sister criticized him for having low grades, video games comforted him. Whenever he was mocked and bullied by his fellow schoolmates, video games comforted him. In a way, video games became Calvin's emotional support. But he still wasn't blaming his family. If only he was more obedient back then, things wouldn't have gotten to this. Calvin turned to face the source of the voices. His hands grabbed his blindfold, and then he proceeded to remove it with a yank. However, his eyes were still closed. I really wish to open my eyes and indulge myself in this dream, but I know that once I do so, that will be the end of me. I'm sorry, Father, Mother, and Emily, but I have a job to do. I have a job that's far important than my self-indulgence. Calvin kneeled on the ground and kowtowed towards the direction of the source of the voice. He kowtowed 3 times, and once he stood up, the voices vanished. Everything returned to normal. He still didn't dare to open his eyes, but Calvin understood that he had effectively succeeded in this test of courage. Lifting a bitter smile, Calvin walked through the dark corridor. He looked somewhat different from usual as he silently counted the number of steps that he took. He was now on the 13th floor, yet he still wasn't on the top floor. In other words, a 14th floor existed. And that should be the top floor. 1, 2, 3. Calvin counted his steps like this, starting from when he first placed his foot on the staircase leading to the 14th floor. When he reached the end of the steps, he inexplicably bumped on something solid. It was unexpectedly a door. Reaching out to the doorknob, he turned and opened the doors with his eyes still closed. As soon as he went past the doors, a familiar voice told him, "Open your eyes, and congratulations. You are the first one to pass this small test." Calvin opened his eyes, and Rhea was standing there, staring at him with a smile on her face. "You did well." Rhea's smile deepened. "Welcome to Las Filipinas." Calvin swept his gaze around him as he took a deep breath and savored the earthy and disgusting air of Las Filipinas. The smile appeared on his lips as he inwardly exclaimed, "Finally, I'm back. Las Filipinas. What are you doing standing there? Come here and take a seat already." Rhea chuckled upon seeing Calvin's strange antics. Calvin absent-mindedly stared at her. This was supposed to be his first time in Las Filipinas. As an average young man of Earth, he must act appropriately according to what everyone expects of him as an Earthling. What? How did I come here? Shouldn't I be at the top floor of Rhea Apartments? Rhea covered her mouth and said, "You must be confused. All right, let me explain. You are now in Las Filipinas, that a world connected to Earth for some reason." For some reason? Calvin frowned at such a vague explanation. Rhea shrugged. "If I knew the reason, I would have told you already. The reasons behind why Las Filipinas is attached to Earth is still being researched. It has been a decade since we found out about the existence of Las Filipinas, yet we still haven't explored the entirety of it. All we know is that there are humans in Las Filipinas, as well as members of other races such as elves, half-elves, dragonkin." Wait, does that mean that this place is like a game? Before Rhea could finish her sentence, Calvin exclaimed in shock. Ria was obviously unclear about video games, but when she saw that Calvin seemed to be confident with what he was talking about, she nodded her head and said, "Yeah, it may be similar to games." "What do you mean maybe? You're not very clear about it too." Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. He knew a lot about Las Filipinas, probably even more than Ria, but when he remembered his previous relationship with Ria, he couldn't help but tease her. "However, what do you mean I'm not very clear? Are you trying to insult me?" Don't get too excited yet. I'm just trying to explain some things to you beforehand since you're the very first person to arrive at Las Filipinas. But since it looks like you don't need my explanation, then forget it. Let's just talk once you've survived through the final phase. Ria coldly harumphed. She then turned around and didn't bother with Calvin anymore. When Ria was gone, Calvin finally had the time to properly observe his surroundings. From what he could see, he seemed to be inside a school gym. There were markers on the floor indicative of a basketball court. There were seats surrounding the wide space in the center. Calvin lightly smiled. "I'm finally here. The final phase. I can see that nothing has changed." He was a bit excited upon seeing that there were no discrepancies of what he was seeing right now compared to his memory of this place from the past. The only difference perhaps was his placement. Back then, he was the second to the last person who arrived at Las Filipinas, but now, he was the first. "I expect this event to continue until daylight. Dang, why did I come here so fast? Now I have to kill time." Calvin found a random seat, and he immediately felt bored. "If only I had a pen and paper here, I could have revised some of my plans before we enter the final phase. Sadly, beggars can't be choosers. It seems that I just have to do all of these plans in my mind while I wait." Well, it's also a good mind exercise, though. Calvin sighed. He closed his eyes, but he didn't know whether it was the effects of the adrenaline coursing through his veins wearing off, or he was just tired. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep in a blink of an eye. When he woke up, he was stunned to see the gym filled with dozens of people. I fell asleep." Calvin bitterly smiled. He wanted to revise some of his plans, but it was unfortunate that he fell asleep. Now, seeing that most of the newbies had already gathered, Calvin could only shake his head. "There's no time left. I'll just revise and review those plans as I go." Calvin stood up and walked towards where most of the newbies were gathered. Ria found him, and she approached him with a frown. "Did you seriously just fall asleep?" Calvin paid her a glance. "Yeah, I was just thinking of something, but I accidentally fell asleep. If I only had some pen and paper, then this would be easier." "Pen and paper?" Ria frowned. "The rules say that custodians like us cannot give any tangible benefits to the contracted participants. Unfortunately, but I cannot honor that request." Calvin smiled at her. "Come on, really. Do you think that a simple pen and paper is enough to be considered as tangible benefits? For it to become a benefit, it must give me an unfair advantage in the upcoming final phase, but I don't think that a pen and paper that I will use to jot down my thoughts would give me something like that." Ria pondered. "That makes sense. All right, I'll give it to you. If you manage to pass the final phase, then you won't need to worry about getting more paper and pen." Although puzzled as to why Calvin needed a pen and paper to organize his thoughts, Ria recognized that people were different from one another. One's method of organizing their own thoughts may not work for the others. She handed over the items to Calvin, and Calvin happily received it. He then found a seat and started revising some of his plans. Another batch of newbies came in droves, and some of them sat beside Calvin, for the other seats were occupied. Calvin raised his head and found a young woman sitting beside him. Their eyes met. Her flawless skin and indicative of her young age, as Calvin predicted that she should be at about the same age as him. However, there was a look of indifference on her face, similar to Ria's face when he first met her back at Wagga Lake Park. Calvin was never a person who judged a book by its cover. Although he could see that the young lady had this air of uncaring disinterest on her face, he would never think that she was an ice block. After all, no matter what, as long as the person was still human, then it was impossible for them to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Calvin predicted that it would still take about an hour before 5 Cent could prepare the final phase. Since he was done revising some of his plans and confirming the route that he would take upon arriving at the site where the final phase would be held, he didn't mind spending some time talking with his fellow newbies. "Hello there, since it looks like we're going to be together for quite a long time. How about we introduce ourselves?" Before he could even say a sentence, a voice already interrupted him. His loud and manly voice attracted the attention of everyone in front of him. A light smile spread on his lips as he parted his blonde hair that hid his sapphire-like eyes. Satisfaction was painted on his face. He seemed to enjoy being at the center of attention. However, what is this guy doing? "Introduce ourselves," he said. What a dumbass. Does he really think that we have the time to be chummy and friendly?" Instead of a lukewarm reception, he was shut down by his peers instead. The blonde-haired man froze right there. Calvin didn't pay him any attention, for the start of the final phase was getting close. Half an hour later, Rhea and the other custodians called for the attention of the newbies and made them stand in front of a white door. The final phase is about to start. I won't say anything much, but I will give everyone a mandatory, crucial hint. You must never fight. Remember that all of you in here aren't fighters yet. Remember that all of you are still average people. And no matter what you find beyond a white door, never, ever fight. Your primary mission for this final phase is to escape. You can do whatever you want as long as you can escape, and do not ever try to fight against anything beyond that white door. Believe me, but you're not a match for them. Escape and survive. This final phase will test your survivability skills. Now, go forth, test your limits, and become successful. I await you all at the end of this challenge. The custodian, who was obviously a verbose man, made a dramatic pose as if he was sending over heroes into a battlefield. If he had a handkerchief in his hands, he would have probably faked some crying. The newbies were quite annoyed by that particular custodian, but Calvin didn't pay him any heed. He made a sidelong glance at Rhea before he walked forwards, moving along with the other newbies as all of them entered the world beyond the white doors. As soon as Calvin stepped beyond the white doors, he found himself standing in front of the huge gates of a mansion. Well, what is that? The air was thick with danger, and the night made everything scarier. One could even hear the murmurs of the unknown. The breeze was cold, and its vapors filled with moisture. Some of the girls shivered in fear and cried out when they saw the massive mansion standing beyond the huge gates. The eye-catching plaque hanging next to the huge gates of the mansion said, "Mount Spirit Sword Asylum." As I expected, nothing has really changed. I'm back again in this terrible place. I'm back in this godforsaken asylum. Calvin inwardly screamed in excitement. Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. Calvin served as a custodian like Rhea's job back then, so he knew a lot about Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. Mountain Spirit Sword was based on a real mountain located in the Sawatch Range of Colorado in the U.S. For the asylum mansion itself. It was molded after the Richardson Olmsted complex, which was also a real asylum located in Buffalo, New York. Really, 5 Cent always has this habit of making real-life Earth references. Calvin inwardly mused. What is that? Are we going to go there and escape from that place at the same time? No, I won't do it. The place seriously gives me the creeps. The newbies started whispering towards one another, with some even screaming that they wouldn't enter Mount Spirit Sword Asylum, even if their lives were threatened. Are you sure that you guys are not going in? Remember that if you back out from the final phase, then you will owe 5 Cent a great deal of money. That is what's written in the contract. A man spoke up. It was the blonde-haired attention seeker earlier. Calvin swept his gaze across the 11 newbies, and he discovered the indifferent young lady earlier. As always, she still didn't have anyone around her. The cold look on her face seemed to have become an invisible force field which made everyone steer away from her subconsciously. Calvin was intrigued. He approached her with a smile. Hey, that blonde-haired young man, there's telling us to introduce ourselves. The young lady raised an eyebrow. Blonde-haired young man. Aren't you a young man yourself too? Calvin was speechless. He got carried away and forgot that he was back to his young self. Think that he would make such a blunder. Calvin scolded himself. Well, you're right. But how about it? Will you introduce yourself? I mean, we're all going to be a team once we get inside the mansion, and I hope that we can work together to survive and pass this final phase. Calvin revealed a smile that he planned on saving humanity from its impending doom. Calvin wasn't so arrogant to think that he could save the entire world by himself. That, of course, he needed allies. He needed comrades that he could trust his back to. And even if they won't become his allies, since they were fellow humans, they would still surely help humanity fight against the upcoming invaders. If he could save valuable talents like them from dying so early without even having the opportunity to exert their potential, Calvin was willing to save them. Mount Spirit Sword Asylum was a dangerous place. Even though he had already prepared a relatively safe route that he could use, the spawn locations of those madmen were unknown. Calvin reckoned that he could only rely on his past experience and rich experience in battles to guide these newbies to safety. Even though it was difficult, at least it wasn't impossible. As so long as these newbies were willing to listen to him, he would do his best to guide them all. Okay, now that we have everyone gathered here, let's introduce ourselves. The blonde-haired young man from earlier spoke. I'll go first at him. My name's Ray, and I'm a university student and a member of the Going Straight to Home Club. Ray had this amused smile on his face when he completed his sentence, but when he realized that everyone remained indifferent, he frowned. That's strange. Wasn't that a good joke? Why is no one laughing? Calvin inwardly cringed. Dang, so the reason why he's trying to seek attention is to flaunt his Chuyuni? The other newbies revealed bitter smiles on their faces as if they were in pain. It was obvious from their expression alone that they didn't find Ray's joke as funny. Ray awkwardly scratched his head and stepped backwards. Next, everyone turned their attention to Calvin. Hello. My name is Calvin. I play video games as a habit that I hope we can work together. Calvin rubbed his nose. He didn't know why, but he felt somewhat embarrassed introducing himself. IT reminded him of his embarrassment every time he introduced himself to his classmates on the first day of school. I'm Medea. The young lady stepped forward and said a single sentence before stepping back once again. That's it. One of the newbies uttered in disbelief. Medea didn't reply. She maintained her stone-faced expression and seemed to have no intention to reply. What is wrong with this girl? A middle-aged lady frowned upon seeing Medea's indifference. Her displeasure was clear for everyone to see, but none of them spoke up. My name's Rose. I'm an accountant. She then stepped back and returned to her original position. The other newbies introduced themselves. You can call me Roy. My name is Jeanette. My line of work is a secret. Another woman whose presence was negligible stepped forward and introduced herself. I'm Philip. Hugo here. Nice to meet you. I'm Nicholas. No cage at the end, though. The men finished their introductions, while the remaining three ladies seemed to have some hesitation. But due to peer pressure, they soon caved in as one of them stepped forward and introduced herself. I'm Scarlett. She's Jane. And she's Zara. We're the best of friends. Jane and Zara were pleased as they revealed smiles on their faces. The other newbies quickly became lukewarm to them, probably because they seemed to be the final bastion of light amidst the darkness and eeriness of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. When the introductions were over, they finally entered the gates of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. You've entered Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. Great danger is everywhere in this damn place. Please exercise caution. Calvin saw 3 system notifications floating in front of him. The other newbies were somewhat astonished by the system notifications, but after a simple explanation from the blonde-haired Ray, they soon understood what the transparent windows were about, and they gradually calmed down of course. Their calm didn't last for so long. Yes, soon as they made a single step forward beyond the gates of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum, the gates behind them abruptly closed. The girls, except Medea and Rose, simultaneously cried out. Ray swiftly turned around, astonishing Calvin, who realized that Ray was in a fighting stance. Oh, so this guy knows how to fight? Calvin was amused. But it's useless. Fighting against the monsters in this place is basically the same as courting death. No matter how powerful you are, the most that you can do while you're in this godforsaken place is to run. Calvin's face turned serious. Mount Spirit Sword Asylum was indeed incredibly dangerous, but hidden behind these dangers were treasures waiting to be found. Back then, when 5 Cent suddenly collapsed at IT, was revealed that Mount Spirit Sword Asylum was a treasure trove. When the predators around the world of Las Filipinas realized that the rumors were true, they rushed at Mount Spirit Sword Asylum to claim the treasures for themselves. Of course, a slaughter ensued, and, in the end, none of the greedy men claimed anything. All of them died within the depths of this black hole known as Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. Calvin felt his heart pound harder against his chest. The more dangerous it was, the more he felt that his effort would be worth it. He wasn't even planning on claiming the most guarded treasure of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. The only treasure that he wanted from this asylum was a notebook that everyone deemed useless, but incredibly useful to him. The notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. Calvin's eyes flashed with determination. Soon, his group approached the front doors of this asylum mansion. Courage and bravery could be seen on the faces of his comrades. Little did they know that this little courage of theirs would swiftly be snuffed out as soon as they stepped their feet into the mansion itself. I'm planning on helping them in critical situations. But before that happens, that I should be able to use this place as a grindstone to squeeze out their potential, there even a better way of squeezing one's potential apart from a near-death experience. To learn what is necessary to live, one must first face death. Without facing death, these newbies will definitely undermine the value of their life, especially once they get their aspects after they pass this final phase. 5 Cent does not want any naive, contracted individuals. That is the reason why they devised such a cruel and cold 2-phase test. Calvin lightly shook his head as he emerged from the depths of his thoughts. The IT was because, in front of him, one of the newbies was actually trying to kick the doors of the mansion. Stop! Don't kick the doors. What the FCK are you doing? Do you want to die that much? Calvin hurriedly cried out that he really was angry this time. The reason why he didn't say anything while they were approaching the front doors of the mansion was that he thought that these newbies would only try and twist the doorknob to see if the doors were locked. Little did he know that these noobs would actually try to kick the door open when they discovered that it was locked. If they did that, then they would immediately awaken those monsters inside the mansion. That was tantamount to instantly killing everyone here. How could they be this stupid and dense? The newbie who was about to kick the doors was Philip. Philip was the tallest of the man in the group, and he had the intention of sticking out like a glorious peacock. Unfortunately, he didn't expect to be scolded by Calvin. Calvin's appearance was completely plain: black hair, brown eyes, and an unremarkable height. He couldn't compare to Philip. The intervention of such a puny man angered Philip. What the FCK is wrong with you? We're still not inside the asylum. Why are you so antsy already? We just want to test if the front doors are locked. Calvin glared at him and pointed at one of the windows on the second floor of the mansion. Look, they already know that we are here. Oh no, what the? The newbies gasped for when they followed Calvin's finger. They saw that he was pointing at an open window. Visible behind the window was the silhouette of a man with red, glaring eyes staring at their direction. But when a man noticed that the newbies were staring at him, he seemed to have felt embarrassed, for he staggered backward, hurriedly closed the windows, and ran away as fast as he could. What? What was that? Seriously, this place gives me the creeps. Rose, the middle-aged accountant lady, commented with an ashen face. Thankfully, we are still outside the mansion, and they do not dare to come out. If not, then we would have already died here. Calvin heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, these newbies did something stupid early in their journey. If one of them caused a commotion while they were already in the mansion, that would spell everyone's doom. Calvin's eyes flashed with a light of determination. He was now determined to teach these noobs everything that they need to survive. From now on, I will take command. Follow me if you want to live, Calvin declared. What? What did you say? You were going to take command? Who are you? What kind of a person are you? You may not be as young as us, but I don't think that you are qualified to lead us all. Philip immediately interrupted, but he couldn't let this man steal the limelight. So what? Who do you want to lead you? Calvin sneered. If you became our leader, then I bet that we'll die before even taking a glimpse at the exit. You bastard. Philip leaped forwards with his clenched fist. Calvin's eyes dangerously narrowed. He just wanted to help, yet why was he suffering this grievance? He prepared to dodge the attack by leaping backward, but before he could do so, a crisp sound rang out. Philip's punch paused in midair. You. He raised his head and discovered that the person who blocked his punch was a middle-aged man built so wide that he looked similar to The Rock. A serious look could be seen on his face as he said, "Stop the fighting. We will die here if we fight. We have a common goal. Why not we cooperate with each other?" Hugo swept his gaze at everyone. The light emanating from his eyes made these newbies feel shivers down their spines. Thank you. Calvin knew that the man's name was Hugo, but this was the first time that he heard of him, since the selection for teammates was done randomly. Calvin wasn't so lucky that he would get the same teammates as he had back then at the previous timeline. However, since this was the first time he heard of the name Hugo, it was obvious that this sturdy-built man didn't manage to pass through 5V's final phase. What a waste. If a man like him managed to pass through the final phase back then, humanity would have had an additional hero. Yet he was defeated and his life got wasted in this godforsaken place. Calvin shook his head and made a decision. No matter what, he would do his best to save Hugo. A logical, clear-headed, and powerful man such as Hugo would definitely benefit humanity in the long run. Philip was quite intimidated by Hugo's look. However, he was still unresigned. Okay, I won't fight anymore, but I won't tolerate it if that bastard becomes our leader. Hugo's eyes narrowed. He glanced at Calvin and found that Calvin seemed to be undisturbed. Okay, we won't have any leaders for now. But don't cause a commotion anymore. I can feel an extreme and terrifying danger from this place. What's more, from what we saw behind that open window earlier, it seems like they already knew where we are. Hugo solemnly declared. The custodian said earlier that we must try our best to go back alive, since they said that we will pass as long as we can return. How about we go back to the gate, open it, and go down a mountain? Jane, a young lady who seemed to have been scared shitless from what was going on as well as that window scene earlier, expressed her opinion. Rose mockingly laughed. Haha, all of you are just exaggerating. 5 Cent recruited us because they needed our help. I don't think that they would go so far as to actually kill us. If they do, then that is the opposite of their goals. Since they need manpower, why would they deliberately reduce the number of people that can help them? Why, you're right, Jane replied in a stutter. The other newbies nodded their heads, for what she said actually made sense. Only Calvin had a frown on his face. Rose noticed his doubts. Why are you looking like that? Could it be that you are doubting me? What a joke. You are just scared shitless by the eeriness of this place. Let me tell you this. I'm quite certain that this place is just a bluff similar to the staircase test earlier. Rose's sound argument quickly rallied the opinion of the newbies towards her. Calvin's eyebrows were still furrowed. He felt conflicted. He wanted to save these newbies from death, for he understood that they would end up benefiting humanity in the future. But at this moment, he could see that spoon-feeding these newbies would do them harm instead. Why? It was because they had no sense of danger at all. Can't they feel the menacing auras of the madmen lurking within the confines of this asylum mansion? Calvin lifted a bitter smile. It seemed that he overestimated these newbies. They won't cry until they see their coffins. Calvin shook his head and turned his attention to Hugo and Medea. Hugo spoke up for him earlier. Calvin could see that Hugo had immense physical strength. From his movements earlier that had no wasted moves, it was clear that he has some experience in battles. As for Medea, she hadn't talked even once. But Calvin could feel that there was something special about her. In the end, he decided to pay her some extra attention when they finally entered the asylum. It seems like no one has any objections. Rose wore a triumphant smile on her face. She felt incredibly satisfied that everyone was now staring at her as if she was the leader of the team. We should now continue our journey. First, obviously, the front doors are locked. Rose pointed out a fact. What? How did you know that the front doors are locked? Philip furrowed his eyebrows. Rose made a sidelong glance at him. It's because if these doors were unlocked, the person who noticed us from above would have already come here to slaughter us, considering that we stayed here for far too long already. He should have already been here if these doors weren't locked. I see. That actually makes sense. Ray, the blonde-haired attention seeker from earlier, nodded his head as if he thoroughly understood what Rose was talking about. He then raised a crucial point. In that case, how do we get in the mansion? If the front doors can't be used, how do we get inside? The newbies pondered out, of course. Calvin knew the answer. He was just quite amused to see Rose acting like she knew everything about the Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. Rose fell into deep contemplation. After a few seconds, she finally spoke up. The entrance should not be far from here. I suggest we go and explore this place that I think we'll be able to find a hole where we can crawl into, so we can go and infiltrate this mansion. The newbies agreed to her proposal. Philip looked unconvinced, but since it was clear that everyone planned on following Rose, he had no other choice but to suppress his grievance as he walked along with the others. Soon, they found a hole in a nearby fence, as well as a scaffolding that they could climb, leading to an open window. The group moved quickly, for they were too afraid of the dangers possibly lurking within the darkness of the courtyard. Hurry up! This room has some lights. It seems that electricity is available here in this goddamn place. Rose was the first one who arrived at the peak of the scaffolding. She climbed up the final ladder, and when she peeked her head out of the wall, she saw that the room inside was quite neat. The walls of the room were painted all white. A strange sight indeed. But the room actually had some furniture, such as a table and several couches. It even had a television, although only static was being displayed. Well, finally, a break from the creepiness. One of the newbies commented. "Don't climb yet," Rose suddenly exclaimed. The newbie below her stopped on his tracks. "What's going on?" Nicholas, a slender-framed man wearing a pair of glasses, subconsciously raised his head and glanced upward. As soon as he did all of these, he instantly understood why Rose didn't want him to climb. It was because Rose was wearing a pleated mini-skirt. "I'm sorry," Nicholas quickly apologized. Rose immediately realized why he was apologizing, and she quickly became angry. Get down! Get down!" She kicked him down the ladder, and Hugo had to catch him in midair. Scarlet, Jane, and Zara furrowed their eyebrows. It wasn't Nicholas's fault at all that he saw her panties. If she didn't want to be seen, then she could have climbed last. Instead, she was in a hurry to save herself from what's out here lurking within the darkness. They disapproved of Rose's crude actions. Even Calvin had a frown on his face. He was about to warn Rose not to step inside the room first. But after seeing her kick Nicholas down the ladder like that, he formed a naughty idea in his mind, but a smile lifted on his lips. How shameless!" Rose scolded Nicholas once more as she finally climbed up the ladder. But as soon as she stepped inside the brightly lit room, a cold breeze blew and the lights suddenly went out. Rose's scream followed suit. "What's wrong?" Ray cried out. He noticed that the lights of the room where she was in were abruptly extinguished. "Drag her down here before she falls by herself." Calvin gestured towards Hugo. Hugo's expression turned stern. He leaped upwards, and like a fisherman reeling in his prey, he swiftly took Rose into his embrace and dragged her back down the ladder. This took quite some time to describe, but it actually happened in just a blink of an eye. Rose's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. When she felt Hugo's thick body sticking close to her own, she struggled a lot, which made Hugo frown. "Let go of me! Let go of me! What are you doing? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. What an ungrateful woman! If Hugo didn't secure her in time, she would have fallen backwards into the ground below. Calvin inwardly criticized. But Hugo didn't say anything. He gently placed Rose back onto the ground. Democrat Minnesota, what was that? Rose irritatingly said. She had won the admiration of everyone. But because of that blunder, she felt as if she lost her face. Arranging her clothes that were now in a mess, she glared at Hugo and said, "You go first, since it seems like you're quite brave and powerful. You should lead the way for us." Hugo was speechless. Calvin was dumbstruck. Even he couldn't tolerate the shameless attitude of this woman anymore as he spoke up. "You're such a shameless woman. You took the liberty to lead us and even stood at the front, but now that you met with an accident, you're suddenly relegating your job to someone else. Have some dignity." Rose went red from the sudden scolding. She gnashed her teeth and stared at Calvin with hatred. "If you're that brave, then fine. You go and lead the team." "You took the words out of my mouth." Calvin shook his head and didn't bother about her anymore. He stepped forward, and amidst the nervous eyes of the newbies, he scaled the ladder and landed in the room. The cold breeze that blew from the outside whirled to the inside Calvin's frail body shiver. Yet the light in his eyes remained as placid and as determined as ever. It was because he knew that at the very start of the final phase, one wouldn't encounter any enemies, that it would be stupid for 5 cent to give a newbies no time to explore the area and just send some enemies down their way to IT. Just didn't make sense. As for what Rose said earlier regarding the final phase, she was wrong. 5 cent didn't actually care that much for the lives of the newbies who didn't manage to pass the final phase. In other words, for 5 cent, they were even worse than cannon fodders. At least, 5 cent would give some attention and basic care for their cannon fodders. But for them who were still taking the final phase of the trials, 5 cent could care less if they died. In fact, they wanted them to die. They wanted to prune the newbies and search for the true diamonds among the rocks. Sending the newbies to an incredibly dangerous place did sound counterintuitive to 5 Cent's goal of having more subordinates or employees, but 5 Cent had no use towards people who weren't even qualified to be cannon fodders. Furthermore, resources exclusive to the world of Las Filipinas was too scarce that 5 Cent couldn't possibly afford any freeloaders. In other words, the 2 trials weren't just a test of one's bravery and courage, but also a test for all sorts of traits that one would find incredibly valuable in the world of Las Filipinas. Point one of them was the trait of knowing where danger lurked. In this asylum, where danger was everywhere, this particular trait would be tested to the limits. "There's nothing in here. There's only me. You can come up now." Calvin peeked out of the ledge. Upon seeing the smile on Calvin's lips, the newbies felt reassured, and they soon climbed up the ladder one by one. Rose was the last one to climb due to her skirt. And as soon as her feet landed into the room, a transparent window appeared in front of the newbies. Current objective: survive and escape the asylum. The transparent window hung there for a while before disappearing. Survive and escape the asylum, Rose uttered in astonishment. "We just came here, and they want us to escape from this place already." Ray furrowed his eyebrows. In that case, I think we can go down the ladder to Eska-boom." Before Jane could even finish her sentence, a booming sound rang out. Roy, Scarlet, Zara, and Rose rushed towards the ledge, and what they saw made their eyes constrict in fear. The scaffolding. It collapsed. Jane cried out. Calvin's expression turned serious. He approached them and said, "That should be the signal to start. From now on, we are not completely safe anymore. We must tread carefully, and whenever we go into another room, we must stay silent at all costs." Calvin spoke, and the room suddenly shook. Jane, who was quite close to Calvin, subconsciously leaped into his chest. Medea frowned. "An earthquake?" But before the others could even process what was going on, electricity returned, and the room wasn't pitch black anymore. "What is going on? We still haven't met our enemies yet, but I'm already trembling. It's as if my instincts itself is screaming, telling me to get away from this place." Nicholas commented with a bitter smile on his face. Calvin swept his gaze across the newbies and found that apart from Medea, Rose, Hugo, and Scarlet, most of them were pale from fear. Their knees were trembling, and they looked as if they would collapse at any moment. "DMN, this is not good. If I want to reach that place and acquire that notebook, then I need to deliver these newbies into safety as fast as possible." Calvin inwardly pondered. "I can't possibly have them come with me to that place. I have my own route prepared and memorized already, but I don't think that these guys can endure the fear like me. What's more, since the spawn locations of the mad bastards are randomized every time, I'm not entirely sure if I'm lucky enough to get the same route arrangement as I got back then. After all, the teammates that I have right now is different from the teammates that I had when I previously came here. In other words, my plans aren't foolproof. I can't expose these guys to that kind of danger. It would be too much for them to endure." He shook his head and approached the others. "Guys, I think that before we get out of this room, we better plan our next moves." Calvin spoke once more. This time, no one opposed to what he had said. But not because what he said made sense, but it was because they could feel that Calvin was far braver than them. The fact that he volunteered to climb up by himself into an unfamiliar room was enough evidence for his bravery. None of them could mock him anymore, even if he was somewhat younger than them. What do you want to say? Rose was still quite annoyed. Calvin proceeded to ignore her rude tone of voice as he said, "From now on, we must be careful not to make any noises. So, in order to communicate, we must devise a signaling scheme with our hands instead. No worries. I've been a scuba diving instructor before, so I will teach you some hand signals that we can use instead of talking and making noise." "Really? You're a scuba diving instructor? Demon, that's awesome, man." Nicholas approached Calvin and patted his shoulder as if he was a father that looked to be incredibly proud of his son's achievements. Calvin could only shake his head towards Nicholas's actions. A scuba diving instructor at such a young age? It's probably some bullshit. Rose remarked. Calvin raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" He could normally tolerate rudeness, but since they were in a crucial time and place where they must communicate with each other efficiently and properly, he couldn't tolerate her resistant and uncooperative attitude. "I'm saying that you are bullshitting. Didn't you say earlier that you play video games as your hobby? It's probably more like a drug for you. I'm sure that you're a video game addict than a scuba diving instructor. Oomph." Rose coldly snorted and proceeded to ignore Calvin. She had a triumphant look on her face. She expected Calvin to beg her to listen. And when he did just that, she would reluctantly listen. This way, she could earn the face that she lost earlier. It was a win-win situation for Rose. "Oh, I see. It seems that you're not interested to cooperate. In that case, then I'll just teach the others without you," Calvin casually said before he turned to teach the other newbies. "What? Why are you teaching them already?" Rose turned to look at him and frowned. "Huh? Didn't you say that I was bullshitting? Since you clearly knew more than me, then I don't have to teach you. Get out of my sight." Calvin fiercely scolded. He had no time to deal with the antics of this childish middle-aged lady. Rose's cheeks furiously blushed out of shame and fury. "Fine, if you don't want to teach me, then I will clear this final phase on my own." Despite the scare that she received earlier, she still believed that 5 Cent wouldn't possibly do something as counterintuitive as killing their own employees. She harshly stood up and walked to the door. Before Calvin could even react, she reached for the doorknob, twisted it, and H. Rose's shrill scream followed suit. Hanging upside down in front of her was a mutilated body, missing its head with its organs spilling from its stomach. "Wow, what is that?" Rose cried out loud, and she directly keeled backward and lost her consciousness from shock. Jane also collapsed from fear into Scarlett's embrace. "Esset, stay back." Calvin instantly shot up from his couch and ran towards the door. He slammed the door shut, dragged Rose by her arm, and leaped towards the furthest corner of the room. "Hide in the corners, stay crouched, don't move, and don't make a sound." Calvin gave his orders, but everything happened so fast, and the others were still blankly staring at the closed door. Bang! A heavy set of footsteps rang just outside the doors. "Hurry up! Hide now!" Calvin rushed towards the light switch and slapped the lights off. The light was abruptly extinguished, and Jane let out a scared yelp. Sweat poured down Calvin's forehead as he leaped in the corner where the unconscious Rose laid. He covered her mouth and remained crouching. Bang! A booming sound rang out. But this time, the sound didn't come from footsteps. Instead, the crashing sound came from the door that was abruptly destroyed by someone. Jane was rudely awakened by the crash, and she let out a yelp. Thankfully, Scarlett swiftly covered her mouth, and not a sound came out. "Don't make a sound." Scarlett softly whispered into Jane's ears. Jane gulped a mouthful of saliva. Tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to cry, but in order to survive, she knew that she must endure the fear in her heart. Thud! A dull footstep rang out. The footstep didn't sound as heavy as it did before. But Calvin's pupils constricted when he heard that sound that he could never forget in his life. It was because that distinct footstep came from special shoes that only belonged to a single person in the entire asylum. It was that butcher. Calvin's mind madly spun. The butcher was an absolute monster in the Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. He was supposed to appear in the later stages of the final phase when the participants had just used the security access keycard that they had just collected from the administration block to access the elevator and get down to the ground floor. From what Calvin could remember back then, the butcher would stick his hand into the elevator and try to stop it with his bare hands. However, he would end up dying and split in half due to the immense strength of the elevator as it goes down to the ground floor. That was the end of the butcher. His appearance was brief, yet he annihilated more than half of Calvin's teammates back then. Not only he was faster than any of them, but he also possessed superhuman strength and durability. He could easily pick up a full-grown adult and pluck their head off their shoulders. Why is the butcher here? But if it's really him, despite the dangerousness of the situation, Calvin never panicked, as far as he could remember. Even though the butcher was undetectable, he had one fatal flaw. He was useless in the dark. He couldn't see anything while in the dark, of course. The place has to be incredibly dark. Thankfully, Calvin ordered his teammates to hide in the furthest corners of this room as he turned off the lights. Thud! Another dull footstep rang out. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the clouds, so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. FCK. This big Fkin guy is singing. This means that he knows of our presence, but can't exactly pinpoint where we are. Sweat poured down Calvin's forehead like a waterfall as his mind went into overdrive. He tightly held Rose's mouth, so she wouldn't make any sound. Calvin stared right at the butcher. His appearance didn't change at all. He seemed to be overweight, yet muscular at the same time. The overweight part of him was his bloated stomach littered with stretch marks, and his muscular part was displayed by his massively powerful arms and legs. He hated the smell of filth, so he tore off his nose, and there was this eerie, permanent sneer on his face. But despite his terrifying ugliness, his angelic voice was a vast contrast. His voice had a magnetic charm that not anyone could easily resist. Calvin was aware of that, so he gnashed his teeth and thought, I can't let this bastard continue his singing. He took off Rose's shoes and extinguished his breath. Aiming for the slight opening of the door, he exerted his strength and hurled both of Rose's shoes into the distance. Crash! A loud crashing sound rang out. The butcher's movements grind to a halt. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally turned around and left the room. He even politely closed the door as if he was afraid to disturb somebody else. "You." Calvin let out an audible sigh, but he still didn't let his guard down. After noticing that none of his comrades dared to move even after the butcher left, Calvin gently placed Rose down on the floor as he walked towards the door and took a peek outside. Upon seeing that there was no one in the corridors anymore, he closed the door again and locked it. Afterwards, he opened the lights. Ah! Jane audibly gasped, but when she saw that Calvin was the one standing there instead of that humongous monster, she heaved a sigh of relief as tears dripped down her eyes. Calvin approached Jane and consoled her. "Are you okay?" It's fine, it's fine. Everything is fine. That monster's gone already. You'll be fine, we'll be fine." His words seemed to have some effect as Jane's breathing stabilized. Calvin then let out a sigh and glanced at Medea. Medea still had that indifferent look on her face, yet the fear and anxiety remaining on her eyes were evident. It seems like this woman's not a complete ice block. Calvin inwardly commented. What the FCK was that? One of the men spoke. Calvin turned around and found that the one who spoke was Philip. Philip still had this look of terror on his face as he asked Calvin once again. "Tell us, what was that? What's with that monster? Did those bastards from 5 Cent really send us here to die?" Philip didn't dare to increase the volume of his voice, but his reddened eyes expressed everything that he wanted to say. 5 Cent promised to pay all of their debts and even take care of their families while they were gone. But little did they know that such a good thing really had a huge sacrifice. To think that they could potentially lose their lives. They really were too naive and too stupid. Calvin had no criticism for Philip this time, that he really couldn't blame him. Philip was just an ordinary man before all of these, after all. An ordinary man facing a monster of unknown origin. T would be strange if he didn't react like this. Calvin shook his head and was about to answer when, "Just who are you?" Medea suddenly spoke. "What do you mean?" Calvin's eyes narrowed. All eyes turned to Medea. "Rose's blunder should have got us all killed. Yet your quick intervention saved us all." Calvin lifted a smile. "What? Why am I under suspicion when I save your lives?" The other newbies nodded. Medea was being ungrateful. "That's right, you did save us." Medea blinked her eyes. "But how did you do it?" "We were stuck frozen from fear, but you recovered almost immediately and even took several actions in just a few seconds to save our lives. Now, you're telling us not to be suspicious of you. Really, just who are you?" Medea's cold eyes seemed to pierce through Calvin's soul. The eyes of the other newbies also landed at him. Yes, this was indeed strange. The average Joe couldn't possibly stay sane in front of such a shocking scene, and while under the presence of that terrifying monster. Yet not only Calvin managed to react on time, he even made some actions that led to the survival of the group. Just what was going on? What was he? She's right. In the first place, how did you even know that there was a monster coming to get us? Yes, we all heard those footsteps, but what if the owner of those footsteps only wanted to pass by the room? Ray spoke while staring at Calvin with his eyes that couldn't believe what just happened. Everyone also stared right at Calvin at this moment. Calvin shook his head and smiled. You guys are thinking too much. The owner of those footsteps shouldn't be just passing by. Remember where we are right now. When we climbed up that scaffolding before entering this room, didn't you guys see that there was only a dead end beside this room? In other words, this room should be the final room in a long corridor. Since the owner of those footsteps deliberately came here to inspect, there's a high chance that he'll enter the room. Calvin swept his gaze at the others. There was a confident light in his eyes that seemed to have convinced the others. But Philip was unconvinced. That's just a chance. There's no way for sure to know that it will definitely happen. For you to know that the owner of those footsteps would certainly enter this room, you must be an employee of 5 cents sent here to stir up some trouble. He pointed a finger at Calvin. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. I see, a misunderstanding brought by a lack of knowledge. I can't really complain. This is quite convenient for me. Calvin closed his eyes for a moment. Before Calvin became the great traitor of humanity, he was a spy sent by humanity to observe the movements of the invaders. A spy. He had experienced countless sticky situations where he had to bullshit his way out of survival. In other words, if Calvin claimed second in the way of bullshitting, no one would dare to claim that they were first. Calvin had long mastered the art of bullshitting. Opening his eyes once again, he calmly stared at Philip and said, "Didn't I tell you guys earlier? I play video games as a hobby." Video games? Philip was quite confused. He was also an avid gamer. Yet he couldn't understand how video games were connected to the incredulous situation they were in. Calvin softly snorted. If you think of this place as a scenario in a video game, and if we follow the warnings that the custodian said before the start of this nightmare, everything would be so easy to take. In other words, think that what you are seeing in this place isn't real. If you do that, then the traumatizing and gory things won't be so scary anymore. But that does not mean that I want you guys to treat this like a real video game. If I'm going to make an analogy, then let's just say that this is an augmented reality game. In short, what you're seeing here isn't real, but being captured by those madmen have real-world consequences. Calvin promptly explained. Philip fell into deep contemplation. But soon he frowned. What you said makes sense, but if we think of this as a game, the starting point shouldn't be that dangerous. Yet, what is going on? Why do we meet such a terrifying monster so early in this game? Calvin nodded his head. To be honest, I also want to hear the answer to that question, but I do have an idea as to why. Why? Philip turned to look at him. The others did the same, as well as Medea. Calvin momentarily glanced at Medea and said, "It should probably be because of the blunder that Rose made earlier." Her blunder? Could it be because of her scream? Scarlet, who was silent the whole time, spoke up. Yes. Calvin nodded his head. Now do you get it? Do all of you finally understand what I mean by not causing a commotion? Scarlet, Philip, and Medea nodded their heads. The others followed suit. However, Medea still had her doubts. But you told us not to cause a commotion even before we met that monster. Medea's voice may be soft, but in this incredibly silent environment, she might as well scream. That's right. You told us not to cause a commotion earlier before we even mean that big F-kin. Bastard. What is going on? Could it be that you really have any prior information regarding this place? Or could it be that you're really an employee sent by 5 cents to stir up some trouble? This time, the one who spoke was Ray. His sapphire-like eyes narrowed as he stared at Calvin. Calvin let out a sigh. It seems that you guys are similar to this, Rose. Completely underestimating this place is akin to a death sentence, you know? What do you mean? Hugo raised an eyebrow and spoke. Hugo was never a man who often used his brain, but even a dull person like him understood what was going on. Calvin went about it the roundabout way, but what he meant, in short, was that all of them were being naive. Nicholas, Roy, Ray, and Philip stared at him with hostility. It was as if they forgot that Calvin was their benefactor. Calvin sighed once again. It seems that there's still a long way before these guys can survive on the battlefield. But oh well, I will help them this time. But what happens after this is their responsibility. If they die or live, that is not my problem anymore. I did my best. And if they still manage to die out there in Las Filipinas, then I can only sigh. Calvin shook his head and placed all of these thoughts into the deep recesses of his mind. Afterwards, he then spoke up. The custodians repeatedly warned us earlier to not fight against the monsters in this place. That can only mean one thing. If those bastards saw us, we can only run. Hugo revealed a look of confusion. Apparently, Calvin's words were too deep for him to understand. Medea lifted her lips and revealed what seemed to be a smile as she said, "I understand. What you mean is that since the custodians did not want us to fight against those monsters, they wanted us to be sneaky. They want us to escape from this place without being noticed. But is something like that really possible?" With Medea's words, everyone finally understood what they were talking about. In short, the words of the custodians earlier might have sounded like a warning, but behind it was actually a hint. They gave him a warning to never ever fight against the monsters. But that was also a hint that they must be stealthy while trying to escape the confines of this asylum. Medea's words solved the conundrum in their minds, but also gave them another problem. That's impossible. Just how the hell can we escape from this place without being discovered by those monsters? Philip's eyes widened in shock. His visibly trembling figure made it evident that he was now panicking. Calvin could see the fear and uncertainty within the eyes of these newbies, and he couldn't help but smile. "We can escape," he said. His eyes radiated confidence that seemed to have become the final sanctuary for the weary hearts of these newbies. "Just follow my lead, and we will be able to escape." Before any of the newbies could ask further questions, Calvin proceeded to speak up. He thought that would be troublesome if these newbies asked more questions, for their time was of the essence. Danger is everywhere in this place. In order to navigate without accidentally meeting one of those madmen, that we must have some degree of reliable information that we can use, so we won't get lost in this massive and dark asylum. Scarlet nodded her head. "Are you saying that we're going to need a map? How do we find one? And where can we find something like that? A top-secret facility like this shouldn't leave any traces of its existence, and the employees of this place should be incredibly familiar with the asylum. There's no use for a map. How could it exist?" "That's right. How are we going to find a map? DM, this is impossible. Those bastards really sent us here to die." Roy visibly trembled as he cried out. Calvin glanced at him for a moment before he declared, "We are not going to look for a map. Like what Scarlet said, there is no map for this asylum. In other words, we are not going to look for a map, that we're going to make one." "What?" The newbies were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe what they just heard. "What? Is it really that unbelievable? I bet an asylum like this should have some pen and paper that we can use." Calvin lightly smiled. Actually, he already had a map of the entire asylum inside the small notebook that he received from Rhea. But if he wanted to use that map without arousing any suspicions, that he must make a map first so that these newbies could accept the existence of the map that he had. "Are you insane? Making a map? You want us to go out there without knowing what's out there in the first place?" Philip furrowed his eyebrows and immediately complained. Hugo raised his eyebrows. Even he did not dare to explore this asylum alone blind. Yet Calvin was actually proposing that they should explore the place first, then make a map according to what they saw and where they passed through. That was insane. It was the same as courting death. "Explain," Medea coldly said. Though she still had that cold look on her face, it was obvious from her eyes that she seemed to be angry at Calvin for proposing such an outrageous thing. Hey, don't just jump into conclusions. All right, I did say that we should make a map, but I didn't say that all of us should go outside and explore the area. That a single person is enough to make a map. If that person has some brain cells, then he should be able to draw a map of this place. How about it?" Calvin glanced at Medea. Medea stared right at him and frowned. What Calvin said actually made sense, but the problem was, who was going to go out there and explore the area? "I'll volunteer." While the newbies were hesitating, Hugo stood up and volunteered. "Oh, Hugo, you're going to volunteer. Thanks, man. You're saving us a lot of time." Philip turned to Hugo and revealed a smile that seemed to be more like a smile of relief. Hugo didn't even glance at him as he stared at Calvin. "I'm not good when it comes to using my brain, but I think I can draw a map at least." Calvin revealed a smile. To be honest, he was actually the one that planned on going outside to explore the place and make that map that they needed. The only reason why he said those words to Medea was that he wanted to know the cowards from the strong. He wanted to know who among these newbies could be relied upon amidst a tragedy. So far, Hugo was definitely reliable, but he wasn't suitable to explore the area. "Hugo, as much as I want to thank you, that you're not really suitable for exploring the area. With your height alone, you could be easily spotted from a mile. Not only that, but your footsteps are also quite heavy. I'd rather have you practice on silencing your footsteps as much as possible as you wait for the return of the one who will volunteer to make a map." Hugo scrunched his eyebrows. "Then, who do you think should go?" Hugo asked in confusion. The moment his words rang out, Calvin's gaze landed on the others. His eyes first landed on Philip. "No, not me. I won't go there. No matter what you say, I won't go there and get myself killed." Philip immediately cowered under Calvin's urging eyes. Calvin's gaze then landed on Roy. Roy gulped a mouthful of saliva and avoided Calvin's eyes out of shame. Even though he didn't say anything, his stance was clear. "So, Philip and Roy won't go. How about you, Nicholas?" Nicholas staggered backward upon suddenly being called out. Beaded sweat formed on his forehead. Under the burning gazes of the others, he gnashed his teeth and apologized. "Sorry, I can't do it." "So Nicholas is out," Calvin casually said. "How about you, Shoereg?" Show Ray. Ray gasped upon hearing Calvin calling him out. Yeah, Showy Ray, don't you want to be in the spotlight? This is a good chance. If you go out there and make the map, when you return, I bet the girls will fall for you. Calvin winked at him, yet Ray was terrified out of his wits. No, I won't go out there. I won't. I'd rather kill myself than face those monsters. Ray covered his head with both of his hands and stuck his head in between his knees. He cowered there, on the couch, face looking as pale as a sheet of paper. It seems like the boys are out. How about the girls? Calvin swept his gaze towards Scarlet, Zura, Jane, and Medea, as well as Jeanette. Rose is still out, so obviously she won't be able to do anything. Calvin made a sidelong glance at Rose. Rose fell unconscious earlier, but Calvin detected that she was long awake since the butcher left the room. She was only pretending to be asleep, for she didn't want to be chosen as the martyr who would go out there and make the necessary map for the team. This woman, she's really quite shameless. But that's not too bad. Shamelessness is necessary to survive out there in Las Filipinas. Scarlet, Jeanette, Zara, Jane, and Medea. How about it? Will one of you volunteer? Calvin calmly said. Scarlet gnashed her teeth. Zara had a pale look on her face as she cowered behind Medea. Jane also hid behind Scarlet, her figure visibly trembling. Only Scarlet and Medea remained steadfast in the face of peer pressure and the prospect of dying out there. Calvin appreciated the strong nature of the two girls as he let out a sigh and chuckled. All right. I was just joking with you guys. Don't be so serious. What? What do you mean joking? Ray asked. Yeah, I was just joking. I really did not have the intention to have one of you guys go out there and volunteer to make a map. Oh, really? What a bad joke. Ray criticized, but he heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Calvin's words that, if possible, as much as he wanted to stand out, he really didn't want to risk his life. He'd rather have others risk his life than risk his own. Yeah, I was just kidding with you guys. I'm the one that's going to go outside and draw that map for us. Calvin took a small notebook and pen out of his pocket. He swept his gaze at the others, and before they could even say anything, he continued, wait here for my return. Remember, you should never open this door, no matter what you hear outside, even if it's me asking for help. Never open it. You understand? Calvin didn't bother about these newbies anymore, but he turned around, squeezed the doorknob, and opened the door. The corridor outside was incredibly dark, but it was temporarily illuminated by the light of the room where he was in. He looked down and saw the mutilated body of a person clad in the security outfit of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. A disgusting smell wafted out of the body. But since the blood was still wet, it was obvious that the person died recently, possibly in the last few hours. Calvin took one final glance at the newbies before he finally closed the door. The corridor became dark once again. The darkness, accompanied by the cold breeze that occasionally swept past Calvin from out of nowhere, could definitely send shivers down the spines of anyone. However, this was the second time that he entered Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. He had prior experience, and he also had a map of the asylum. Calvin started walking. Ding. You have entered the administration block. As I expected, I really am in the administration block. Calvin softly whispered. He stuck his body close to the wall and started moving his way towards the end of the corridor. Soon, his hand caught the presence of a doorknob. He squeezed the doorknob and found that the door wasn't locked. Turning around, he gently pushed the doors open and a gory scene revealed itself in front of him. Right before Calvin was the mutilated and naked corpses of the employees of this asylum. Mixed among the bodies of these men was the body of a nurse. Her mouth was wide open, and her pupils constricted in the same fear that she felt before dying. Furthermore, Calvin could see some evidence on her naked body that she suffered a lot of humiliation from the patients here before she was finally killed out of mercy. FK in hell. Calvin softly cursed. The floor was slick with the blood of these corpses. His eyebrows were furrowed from the disgusting smell, yet he didn't stop himself from exploring the place. The room had the lights on, so it wasn't a problem for Calvin to find what he needed. He collected the walkie-talkies of the officers. Fiddling with it, he discovered that they were still working. We could probably use this as our means for communication if worse comes to worst. Calvin pondered. He then took the flashlights of the guards strapped around their waist. In this incredibly dark environment of the asylum, one needed the help of flashlights if they wanted to explore the place without getting lost. But of course, since the patients of this asylum could detect the presence of flashlights, their usage must be limited, and they should only be used when there was absolutely no light and the person had no idea where they were. Calvin placed brand new batteries into the flashlights and made sure that they were working properly before venturing out of the room. Arriving at the dark corridor, Calvin used the flashlight and discovered that the end of the corridor was blocked by chairs. The blockage wasn't that difficult to remove, but if they did remove it, That butcher would probably detect their presence and rush here to kill them. Democrat, Minnesota. I didn't expect that the big F-kin bastard actually has some brain cells. To think that he could do something like this. These chairs served as an early warning system for the butcher, so they must not be removed at all costs. However, how should they go out of this corridor and reach the main halls? Back then, the butcher didn't appear till they were reaching the end of the final phase, so Calvin now had no idea how they would escape this corridor without alarming the butcher. Guess I can't do anything other than to actually explore. Calvin deeply sighed and closed his flashlight. He stuck his body close to the wall, and whenever he was right by a door, he would place his ears on the walls to try and listen for any signs of activity inside the room beyond the doors. Fortunately, every room in this dark corridor had no living people in them, only corpses. Soon, Calvin arrived in front of a door that had lights in it. He extinguished his breath and stuck his ear close to the door. There's no one here. He twisted the doorknob slightly, and upon discovering that it wasn't locked, Calvin opened the door, and he then found himself standing inside a break room. The break room had a huge air vent around it, and one could still smell the scent of tobacco lingering in the air. A vending machine could be seen beside the sink. Calvin surveyed the area, and he stared right at the air vent. I could probably crawl through that vent. But the problem is, I don't know where it leads to. As for the others, Hugo might have some trouble, but it's not impossible for him to squeeze through. Calvin repeatedly nodded his head. He dragged the wooden benches inside the break room underneath the air vent. He climbed up the benches and removed the grills of the vent. Cough. Calvin repeatedly coughed upon being showered by the thick tar that had accumulated on the grills of the vent. DMN, that smells horrible. Calvin inwardly criticized. He inspected the insides of the air vent and discovered that Hugo could really fit and crawl through the vent. He also removed the grill at the end of the vent to create an illusion that he went through the air vent and explored the surrounding area. Afterwards, he went back inside the vent and returned to the break room. Upon arriving, he slapped the sides of the vending machine. Drinks rolled down the machine like a waterfall, and Calvin collected enough beverage for the newbies that he placed the drinks near the sink before opening a can of coffee and a bottle of water for himself. He leaned on the walls and started stalling for time. He couldn't possibly return there this early, for they would definitely be suspicious of him if he presented a complete map of the administration block when he only spent a few minutes outside. Back in the room where the newbies hid, a commotion was already unfolding. You were pretending to be asleep? How shameless. How could you do something like that? To think that you're already so old, yet you're still so shameless. Rose woke up a few moments after Calvin closed the doors. Upon seeing this, Roy stood up and gave her a fierce scolding. What? What are you saying? I'm pretending to be asleep. Why would I do such a thing? Yeah. Go ahead, play dumb. Do you really think that I won't notice you reacting when Calvin turned to look at the girls? I could see it. I could see it as clear as daylight. You were awake, but you continued to pretend as if you're sleeping to avoid being criticized, you shameless coward. Roy pointed a finger at her. Ha! Rose lightly chuckled. A coward, you say? Who was the one who cowered so fast earlier and almost pissed? And to think that you would actually dare to accuse me of being a coward. Are you even a man? Rose revealed a mocking expression on her face. You. If I wasn't a feminist, I would have slapped you across your face, you presumptuous BTCH. Roy reddened in anger and shame that he really didn't expect that Rose was observing him earlier. He wanted to use Rose as an emotional scapegoat. But he had the tables turned against him, and now he had no idea how to respond. Thankfully, Scarlett stepped up and stopped the argument. Can you guys talk even louder? The monsters won't be able to hear us if you don't increase the volume of your voice. SC Scarlett. You. Roy and Rose turned to look at Scarlett. But remembering the existence of that terrifying monster earlier, the two didn't say anything anymore. They just kept their silence and waited. Minutes after minutes, until one of them couldn't hold it in anymore and said, What is he doing there for so long? It's been half an hour already, yet he's still not here. Could it be that he was already captured by those monsters? Why else would he take so long on making that stupid map? Yeah, that's it. He should have been captured by those bastards already. Then, what should we do? Are we just going to wait for our day? Dash, shut up. Hugo cried out. His voice sounded as if it was a peal of thunder. Nicholas, who was already at the brink of collapse, stopped whatever he was doing due to shock and started crying instead. What a pathetic beansprout. Rose audibly mocked. She wasn't polite at all. You two, stop, don't cause any trouble. Hugo's eyes were as cold as ice. Rose's expression paled. W? What are you going to do about it? Hugo raised an eyebrow. Even if he wasn't that smart, he could see that Rose was a thorn in their group. If you continue to cause trouble, then I will personally end that puny life of yours. Hugo said in a guttural voice akin to that of an ancient, bloodthirsty beast. The air thickened. Hugo seemed to have transformed into a monster at this moment. Why you? Rose was taken aback, and she started shivering like a sieve. Everyone was dumbstruck and stuck frozen from the sight of Hugo's bloodthirsty eyes, but before any one of them could say anything, a loud bang rang out as someone kicked the door and shouted, "I'm back. Oh, what is going on?" Calvin returned only to find everyone shivering in fear as he stared at him. I'm sorry, did I scare you off on that kick? What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Is it that shocking that I managed to return alive? Calvin furrowed his eyebrows and revealed a wronged look on his face. You're back, Scarlet cried out. Yeah, I am. I also brought some drink from a nearby vending machine that I thought you guys must be thirsty. Sadly, I didn't find any vending machine that has some food, so I only managed to bring these. Calvin entered the room, closed the door, turned on the lights, and placed the bulky plastic bag on the table amidst the shocked gazes of everyone. Holy it! You really managed to return. What the hell, man? I thought for sure you were dead. Nicholas approached him and sat on the opposite couch. How did you come back here alive? Isn't that monster earlier still roaming the area? Rose said in an incredulous voice. Calvin nodded his head. This is a good opportunity to teach them the weakness of the butcher. He thought before replying, yeah, that big fat bastard is still in the area, but it was actually quite easy to avoid him. You just need to make sure that your footsteps are silent. Also, his footsteps make that distinct slick cracking sound, and it's also quite loud. So, you're saying that you managed to avoid him by positioning. Ray believed that Calvin really did think of this asylum as a video game. This was the reason why he used the word positioning. It was so that Calvin could understand what he was talking about. Yeah, as long as your positioning is good and you're not breathing too loud and rough. That big F-kin guy won't hear you, Calvin casually said. He then turned to look at the girls huddled over at the corner. Taking a few bottles of beverage, he walked over to them and said, Scarlet, Jane, Zara, Medea, and Jeanette, right? Come with us to the couch. I could see it must be painful sitting on the ground like that. The couch is wide anyway, so it will fit all of us. Furthermore, since I already have a map, that we can make some plans while quenching our thirsts. Calvin gave a gentle smile. Jane slightly blushed upon seeing his smile. Scarlet was taken aback. While Zara turned her gaze away from his eyes, it was also unknown what Jeanette was thinking at this time. Only Medea remained indifferent as she stood up without saying anything and walked to the couch at the center of the room. Look, Medea's already moving. Stand up and come with us already. Calvin urged the four. Scarlet's pale skin became filled with redness as she blushed and said, thank you. And I'm really sorry. I'm sorry that you had to go out alone and make the map for us. Ha ha. Calvin lightly chuckled. It's fine. You don't have to apologize that we're a team, so we should work together. That includes giving out individual responsibilities to each team member. In this case, let's just say that I'm serving as the scout of the team. Calvin winked at her, eliciting a deeper response from Scarlet. Oh, okay. She took his hand and stood up. Jane also glanced at Calvin and said in a soft voice, thank you. Calvin smiled at her and shook his head. Dang, to think that the girl with the most potential of everyone in here would be such a timid girl. However, I bet that after this baptism of blood, she won't be such a scaredy cat anymore. I can't really do anything. I have no other choice but to hope that she won't die in this godforsaken place. Hey bro, can I get that Coke instead? Take this Pepsi. No man, I had this Coke first, so it's mine. The group sat together on the couches. The women were silent, but the men were already laughing with each other, save for Hugo and Calvin. Calvin turned to look at Hugo, who was still sitting on the dark corner. He approached him and said, It looks like you're not that comfortable being with us. No, that's not it. Hugo shook his head. His hesitation appeared on his face, but it quickly disappeared as fast as it appeared. But Calvin, whose eyes were trained, caught on that display of emotion as he sat beside him and said, Do you mind if I ask, what caused you to distance yourself from the others? Hugo stared right at Calvin. It was obvious that he had a lot to say, but out of fear that he stopped himself from saying anything. Come on, man. Calvin slapped Hugo's shoulder. Just tell me already. We are teammates, and I won't judge you for it. No, you don't understand. Hugo shook his head once more. No, I do understand. You're hesitating because you are afraid that I will know of that bloodthirsty nature of yours and get disgusted by it, right? Calvin accurately pointed out and revealed Hugo's insecurities. Well, what are you talking about? Panic flashed across Hugo's eyes as he turned his gaze away from Calvin, staring at a tall and bulky man whose body was a spitting image of the Rock. Acting so embarrassed was quite amusing for Calvin. You don't really have to hide that nature from me. Let me tell you this. I came from a family of military veterans, and I am incredibly familiar with that nature of yours. Just because you have honed your killing intent to such an extent after killing dozens of villains doesn't mean that you will hurt innocent people. That's like saying that cars are bad because they can kill people. Calvin even made an analogy. Yet, it seemed that Hugo was even more confused. Lifting a bitter smile, Calvin thought, Hugo's definitely a musclehead, or could it be that my analogy was just too complicated to understand for an average person? Well, in other words, I am saying that it's not your fault. Your nature is not your fault, and it's not your problem to have everyone accept you. You need to know that you cannot please everyone. So instead of trying to do a futile job such as that, how about you just let nature run its course and practice the art of not giving FCK? In short, don't let it get into you, all right? Calvin said a lot of words, yet he summarized everything that he wanted to say in a single sentence. Patting Hugo's shoulders, the bulky man seemed to have been convinced as he stood up and walked with Calvin to the couches. You. Rose was startled upon seeing Hugo approaching them. Why are you here? Why can't he be here? Calvin's eyes dangerously narrowed. Hi. Rose immediately cowered upon seeing the scarlet light within his eyes. She hid behind the pale Jane and visibly trembled in fear. You. Hugo absent-mindedly uttered. How could he not understand what Calvin did to Rose? Calvin scared Rose so easily because he released a trace of his killing intent. As a retired member of that team, Hugo was extremely sensitive to killing intent. However, Calvin was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. How could he have any killing intent? Only those who danced across the battlefield and killed dozens or even hundreds of others could possibly have any killing intent. Why does he have it? Hugo was thoroughly astounded. Calvin blinked, and his killing intent disappeared. He then glanced at Hugo and said, "See, you're not the only one who has a bloodthirsty nature, so don't feel bad about it." Hugo stared wide-eyed at Calvin before he let out a silly smile. Words were unnecessary between the two men as Hugo sat on the couch beside Calvin. After making sure that everyone's attention was on him, Calvin slowly declared, "We will now start on making appropriate plans on how we could escape from this place based on the map that I made." The newbies started their discussion, and it was only until 2 hours later that they felt satisfied with the results of their plan. The outside corridor is safe, and there's only one way to go. The real horrors are outside this air vent that I discovered. What about it? Are you guys ready? Yes, the others promptly replied. With the sheer number of plans that they held in their hands, how could they not be ready? What's left for them to do at this moment was to go out there and face their fears. Calvin nodded his head. He reached for the doorknob, twisted it, and then opened the doors to the outside corridors. "You have entered the administration block." "Administration block?" Scarlet softly whispered. But since the place was not only dark but also quite silent, she was heard by everybody. "Oh, you saw that notification too? It seems like we're in a place called administration block," Nicholas said in a jesting manner. "No it, Sherlock. You didn't have to repeat it." A light slapping sound rang out. Ray seemed to have planted a slap on Nicholas's nape. "Ouch. I was just joking, man." I know. Can't the two of you shut the FCK up?" Rose glared at both Nicholas and Ray. "What's up? Calvin told us that there is no danger here. Why can't we make any noise before the real deal?" Ray raised an eyebrow and complained. Philip furrowed his eyebrows. Hugo made a sidelong glance at them, and they didn't dare to speak anymore. "Yes, that's right. I did say that there is no danger in this corridor. But did you guys already forget what the notification earlier said? There is danger everywhere in this place, and none of us should never let our guard down while we're still in here. Something that you expect, as the safe haven may not be completely safe." Calvin's warning made both Ray and Nicholas ashamed. But they didn't dare to say anything. Calvin was now the leader of this team, so he had the right to scold them whenever they did something wrong. "Democrat, Minnesota, just how dark is this place? Can we really not use our flashlights?" Rose criticized. Calvin glanced at her and was lazy to argue. "If you want to run out of batteries in crucial moments later, then go ahead. You can use that flashlight." Rose visibly trembled upon being scolded. Although resentful, she didn't complain anymore. Soon, the group arrived in the break room. They took a small break in there while they prepared themselves to scale the air vent above. "Who will go first?" Calvin casually asked. He felt that the atmosphere was quite awkward since no one was saying anything. Philip suddenly revealed a lecherous smile. "How about we let the girls go first? You know what they say, ladies first." He swept his gaze at Jane, Zara, Scarlet, Medea, and Jeanette. Jeanette immediately furrowed her eyebrows. Scarlet was greatly embarrassed after being stared upon. "You pervert. You just want us to go first so you can look at our behinds while we crawl. Hey. You're jumping into conclusions. Why would I do something such as..." Thud, 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 slick and heavy footsteps sounded out of nowhere. Calvin swiftly gestured to the others. He covered Jane's mouth, who was about to scream after being startled by the sudden change of the situation. Calvin stuck his ear close to the doors, and his pupils constricted. Locking the doors, he gestured, "Go into the air vent." "Hurry up." Hugo's face turned serious. He immediately carried the newbies into the air vent, with the girls going first. Soon afterwards, he entered the air vent by himself, and only Calvin remained outside. Thud! 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 The footsteps were fast approaching. Calvin deemed that the footsteps possibly came from the block's center corridor. Crash! A loud crashing sound reverberated, and that was Calvin's signal to get the FCK out of the break room. He made a break for the air vent, and with the help of the powerful Hugo, he managed to enter it just in time as the person broke through the doors with both of his hands. He dashed. Jane was about to scream when the man broke the doors, but her mouth was promptly covered by Medea. She stared teary-eyed at Medea. The look of uncertainty and fear on her face could melt the hearts of anyone. Who is that?" Rose softly uttered. "He's probably one of the patients of this asylum. Be careful. Don't make any sound now. We can't afford to have him notice us," Calvin seriously said. The man clad in a hospital gown seemed to have gone crazy as he repeatedly slammed his head into the walls. "He's coming! He's coming! He's coming!" He yelled at the top of his lungs before he turned around and ran back to where he came from. He slammed the door shut, and when his footsteps couldn't be heard anymore, everyone within the air vent heaved a sigh of relief. That was crazy," Nicholas whispered. "Yeah, you'll see something crazier once we get down here. Remember what I said, once we're out of this air vent. Everything will officially start, and everyone must cooperate seamlessly with each other. Particularly you, Jane. Remove that habit of screaming whenever you see something shocking. They'll get us killed." Calvin gave a stern warning. Jane gulped a mouthful of saliva. The tears welling up at her eyes made her look incredibly pitiful, but she suppressed her tears and nodded her head. I'll do my best. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. You have nothing to apologize for. You're just a frail young lady, and all your reactions so far are completely normal." Calvin comforted her with his words. "So, does that mean that we are not normal?" Scarlett raised an eyebrow, and even though Calvin couldn't see her, he could already imagine her red hair subtly trembling in anger with her cheeks puffed, as if she was pouting. A bitter smile emerged on his lips as he shook his head. He decided not to answer since there was no point to this conversation. "Can you guys flirt somewhere else? It's nauseating to hear," Nicholas jokingly said. "We're not flirting," Scarlett softly criticized. Calvin merely chuckled. "Scarlett, hurry up. Move already. What are you doing there? We're sitting ducks in here." "I know," Scarlett fiercely replied. While the group moved through the vent, Philip, Nicholas, and Roy glanced at Hugo as Nicholas said, "Hugo, you really did a good job letting the girls into this air vent first. You gave us such a good view." Hugo frowned. He could understand what they were talking about, but this wasn't Hugo's intentions at all. Calvin could hear the soft whispers of the men as they ogled the girls above them. Calvin lifted a cheeky smile and said, "Oh, really? The view from below is good? Dang, I can't see anything because Hugo is blocking me." "Why?" Calvin's voice was loud enough for Scarlett to hear. She hurriedly pushed her pants down and glared at the men underneath. Rose was directly above the three, so the moment she heard Calvin's words, she sent a kick with her naked foot directly towards Philip's head. Philip exclaimed in alarm. A fight ensued in the air vents, but it was quickly dispersed by Calvin. "Continue that scuffle, and this air vent will collapse. Peep at me once more, and I'll fight you to death. Don't you dare look up." Rose glared at Philip, Nicholas, and Roy. Even Hugo wasn't spared. The four men could only reveal bitter smiles on their faces. They directed their hatred to Calvin for being a snitch, but of course, they knew that they couldn't do anything about it. After all, Calvin was their leader. They couldn't possibly beat up their leader for such a small matter, right? The group continued crawling until Scarlett reached the end of the air vent. She came down, and the others soon followed. They found themselves on the second floor of the asylum mansion. "Don't look down," Calvin warned the others, but it was already too late. They got too curious as to what was down below. And before Calvin's warning reached their ears, they already saw the horrors down below. Gathered at the main hall were dozens of mutilated bodies. Organs were haphazardly strewn across the entire floor, while the heads of the bodies were neatly placed on the front desk. Blood pooled underneath the bodies, and one could even see some words written on the floor. "There is no escaping this nightmare. Death is the escape for the weary. Face one's fears, go with the flow, and down the metal tube." These cryptic words were written on the white tiles, painting a terrifying scene. Blur! Jane keeled over and vomited. Scarlett, Zara, and the others followed suit. Only Hugo, Calvin, and Medea remained steadfast in the face of such a slaughter. Now, do you understand? Now that we're out of the air vent, we can't back out anymore. The nightmare has begun. This is way worse than I expected. Calvin swept his gaze at the newbies. He knew beforehand that this would happen, but he didn't expect that their reactions would be this violent. Calm down now. Calm down. Suppress your fears. We can't stay here any longer. Calvin patiently advised. Apart from the butcher and that patient from earlier, they still haven't seen a single soul. However, Calvin knew from his experience that the patients of the asylum were always roaming the asylum in search of something that even Calvin didn't know. Fortunately, their routes were predetermined, and Calvin had already made his own plans on how he could avoid running into them. Of course, this didn't mean that he could avoid danger altogether. His plans just minimized the risk that he needed to take in order to achieve his goals and escape from this place. That butcher may be quite scary, but he's easy to avoid as long as we run the moment that he chases after us. He will not be able to capture us. Calvin's eyes flashed with seriousness. Come on, let's go now. Calvin urged the others. What are you? Scarlet turned to look at him and suddenly asked him this cryptic question with tears welling up in her eyes. How can you stay so calm in front of something like this? Scarlet continued. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows, and with the art of bullshitting, he promptly explained, I am not used to something like this. I just know how to suppress my emotions in order to survive. Now, if you want to live, then conquer your fears and remember that in the future, seeing a dead body would be a normal daily occurrence. Oh, what are you saying? Scarlet turned to look at him in shock. Scarlet still had no idea about the true colors of Las Filipinas. However, Calvin had no intention of spoon-feeding everything to her, so he only shrugged and said, what I'm trying to say is you must suppress your emotions for now, so we can continue and move on. I want to get out of this place as fast as possible, so we can't delay things any longer. Can't you at least wait for a while? You can clearly see what's going on with us. Don't you even have a heart? A pale-faced Philip complained. He wiped the vomit that remained on his lips as he shot Calvin a glare. I see, fine, I'll go ahead then, Calvin casually said, and he then walked towards the nearby corridor. The corridor ahead had a turn to the left, and another turn to the left for the stairs that anyone could use to go to the ground floor. But he walked without any hesitation, as if he wasn't afraid that there was an enemy waiting for him in the next corridor. Wait. Where are you going? Are you not going to wait for us? Roy cried out upon seeing Calvin walking away. The others turned to look at him, and Calvin finally felt irritated. Danger is everywhere in this place. We cannot stay in a single place for too long. Didn't we already discuss that in the meeting that we had earlier? If all of you are going to stay there, then count me out. I'll go and explore the area by myself. Calvin stared seriously at the others. Roy fell silent. The others fell silent. They had decided that Calvin should be their leader, yet they were actually defying his very first order. At that meeting, Calvin would help them in this asylum, and whenever there was something dangerous, he would be the first one to meet that danger head-on. But in exchange, they needed to obey all of his instructions without any hesitation. However, before their journey could even begin, they already forgot the promise that they made at that meeting, and they were even refusing to move right where they were standing. All of them were crestfallen, but Calvin had no time to waste, so before they could even say something, he started walking again. He turned left and disappeared in the corridor. Wow, what should we do? Jane asked in a soft voice. She wanted to go over and follow Calvin at this moment, but the fear of the unknown was gripping her heart, rendering her unable to move. How can he do something like this? Didn't he say earlier that we are a team and that we should stick together? Now, why is he leaving us alone, and why is he trying to explore this place by himself? Nicholas uttered in confusion. He keeled over, heaved and vomited once more when his eyes grazed past the mutilated bodies on the ground floor. Rose gnashed her teeth. She was a strong-willed woman that never yielded to anyone, yet at this moment, her pale face and her figure that trembled like a sieve made her look pitiful. Leave him. He's just a hypocrite, acting so arrogant just because he's mentally stronger than us, that he'll be the first one to die anyway with how conceited he is. Leave him alone. We can't let ourselves be dragged to hell by a person like him. Rose's words were violent and uncouth, but she only said these words in a whisper. It was evident that she was still quite afraid of that terrifying monster from earlier, for she didn't dare to make any substantial noises. We have to move. No matter what, we must follow him. Ray's eyes narrowed into slits, and one knew what he was thinking. I agree. We can't just stay in one place, as he said. Let's go and follow him. Hugo also spoke up. Medea nodded her head, while Zara softly whispered, I think he's still near. He told us to limit our movements and the sound of our footsteps as much as possible, so he should be doing that too. In other words, he must still be in that corridor. Zara looked ahead and stared at the corridor that turned left. The newbies nodded their heads, suppressing the fear in their hearts. They forced their trembling bodies into standing up as they walked towards the dark corridor ahead of them. Hugo voluntarily stood at the front line. His towering figure gave a certain amount of reassurance to the newbies who were still shivering in fear. Yes, as soon as they reached the turning point of the corridor, Calvin appeared right in front of him. It turned out that he was waiting for them all this while, for he was leaning on the door and he had a cheeky smile on his face. So, finally willing to move. You were waiting for us? Roy jumped and pointed a finger at him. The others also frowned. They felt as if they were played by Calvin. Even Medea, who normally had an indifferent look on her face, now had a disapproving look in her eyes. Of course I was waiting for you all. How can I possibly explore this place alone when all of us are a team? Besides, the map is in my hands, so if I explored alone and left you all out there, then I guarantee that all of you would die in just under half an hour. Calvin casually said, but when his words came out, the newbies simultaneously gasped and feared a first impression. These newbies thought that Calvin was exaggerating. But when they saw the mountain of bodies on the ground floor, they quickly changed their mind. This moment. They would rather believe in Calvin's inconceivable words than believe in nothing at all. Faith was a strange concept. Calvin never believed in such a concept. Yet at this moment, he couldn't help but feel grateful for its existence. After all, if not for faith, then this team wouldn't be this united in just a short amount of time. So, you were waiting for us. Jane softly whispered, "Thank you. I thought for sure that you abandoned us already." Calvin waved his hand and replied, "Hey Jane, do you really think that I can't be that heartless?" He only spent a short time with Jane at that safe room. Yet he already felt fond of this girl who, despite being a scaredy cat, actually still had her own ambitions and dreams. The newbies continued their journey through the dark corridor. Calvin and Jane chatted with each other as if they were strolling on their backyard instead of a mental asylum. The group then reached the stairs and descended, but as soon as they reached the ground floor, the newbies froze in fear that Calvin's movements grind to a halt as he stared ahead at the figure of a middle-aged man holding the hands of his child. The scene was actually innocent enough, clad in a blue waistcoat and a pitch-black blazer. The middle-aged man's chestnut-colored eyes shone with tenderness as he stared at his daughter. This was such a heartwarming scene if not for the fact that his daughter was a headless body of a child wearing a pink gown. What's more, while the man's left hand held the hand of the child's deceased body, his right hand was holding the detached head of that child. The newbies started trembling in fear. Even Calvin was no exception. The benevolent father. Calvin inwardly exclaimed the name of the middle-aged man standing in front of them. Why is the benevolent father here so early? We're not supposed to meet him until we got that security access keycard for the security room. Calvin's figure visibly trembled. He threw a glance at the newbies and found that all of them were frozen in fear. Jane held her mouth with both of her hands as she desperately suppressed the scream that threatened to burst out of her throat at any moment. Scarlett's knees trembled like a sieve. Even Hugo, a man whom Calvin considered as someone not bad, was shaking out of primal fear. When they first arrived at this mental asylum, Calvin judged that these newbies were akin to a newborn calf, unafraid of a tiger and ignorant of the dangers of this facility. However, right at this moment, their ignorance didn't become an obstacle for them to see how incredibly dangerous this middle-aged man was. That what's more, behind the middle-aged man was the mountain of corpses that they saw earlier from the second floor. It's over," Philip uttered in terror. His knees went weak, and Hugo hurriedly supported him, so that he wouldn't collapse and create a commotion. Medea bit her lips. This young maiden who managed to maintain that cool expression on her face couldn't maintain it anymore. Her pupils were constricted into needles as she stood there with her shoulders trembling with intensity. Even Calvin wasn't spared from the fear. But he immediately recovered as he gnashed his teeth and surreptitiously glanced at Rose, who stood beside her. Handing over the small notebook to Rose, he audibly whispered, "It's over for me. That person right there is the absolute monster in this asylum. There's no way for us to escape unless one of us volunteers to become the sacrifice. I can't expect you guys to do that, right? That is why I will go. Come down the stairs and go to the left corridor upon my signal. Once you're inside the left corridor, hide in the bathroom and open this small notebook. Not proceed further in the corridor without going into the bathroom and opening this small notebook. You understand?" Calvin had an unusual look of seriousness on his face. Rose's face went pale, but she didn't hesitate to take the small notebook with her trembling hands. What are you planning on doing?" The other newbies clearly heard what Calvin had said. Scarlett turned to look at him and asked with this incredulous tone of voice, "There's no time for me to explain. Just know that this person standing right there is an absolute monster that we can never escape from. The only way that some of us can survive is to sacrifice someone. Save the majority by sacrificing the minority. I will be the sacrifice. The small notebook contains all the instructions that I need you to follow. Understand? Calvin swept his gaze at the newbies. But how can we just let you? How can we just let you sacrifice yourself like that? Jane spoke up. It was clear from her trembling body that she was incredibly afraid, yet she still spoke up. Calvin felt warm in his heart. That's right. Didn't you say earlier that we are a team? We can't just give you to that monster and let you die. Even Rose, whom Calvin regarded as arrogant and hypocrite, spoke up for him, while biting her upper lip. Nicholas gnashed his teeth. See, Calvin, we won't allow you to sacrifice yourself. That's right. How can we just leave you alone? Philip even stood up for Calvin. Medea stared right at him with this urging look on her face. While Hugo furrowed his eyebrows, he could detect how dangerous the middle-aged man was, and he knew that there was no way for them to fight and win against him, even if there were hundreds of them swarming him at once. That Calvin's solution made sense, and it was the best solution available. However, I can't agree with that. Hugo expressed his opinion. If there is someone here that needs to sacrifice himself, then that should be me. In fact, I should have already died a long time ago, but it's only because I am lucky that I'm still alive. Who knows if that incredible luck of mine will show up once again and let me live through this ordeal. Hugo chuckled. Calvin stared right at Hugo. He couldn't see any trace of deceit in his eyes and from how he looked. With Hugo's strength and rich fighting experience, he may be able to hold back the benevolent father. But his suppression towards that monster would only last for a few seconds at most. In other words, it was a futile effort that not only would waste Hugo's life, but also acquire the benevolent father's ire. Calvin shook his head and smiled. Thank you, everyone, but I know about this. Monster more than you all. That what's more, I am not serving myself on a silver platter for that bastard. Believe me, I will survive through all of these, and I will meet you all in the main elevator, so we can escape together from this godforsaken place. Calvin then turned around, and without waiting for anyone's response, he walked towards the direction of the middle-aged man. There was a casual look on his face as the slick footsteps of his blood-soaked shoes became the background music of this tense first meeting. Oh, a visitor. It seems that I was right. You all are the invaders that the big fat guy mentioned earlier. The benevolent father turned his gaze towards the others. They immediately shivered in fear upon seeing the monster's gaze land on his body. Calvin maintained a smile on his face as he closely observed the benevolent father. Man, he's even more handsome than I expected. If not for the red blisters covering the entire left-hand side of his face, then I can consider him as a heartthrob. Calvin inwardly thought. He turned to look at the benevolent father and said, Invaders? That's so far-fetched. How could invaders appear in a place like this? What's more, it's obviously Andre who invited us here to attend the birthday party of your beautiful daughter. Calvin's mind madly spun. He made sure that he wouldn't stutter as he spoke while reminiscing about the facts that he could remember regarding the benevolent father and his daughter. Back then, when he first entered this asylum, his team found some files describing the benevolent father situation. His madness was the result of losing his daughter in a freak accident, and the doctors and scientists of this asylum took advantage of his deep-seated remorse to conduct their experiments on him. In the end, he became the embodiment of insanity. He exhumed the body of his daughter, took her skeleton, and using the body parts of other people, she repaired her daughter. Needless to say, the headless body he was holding in his hand didn't even belong to his daughter, but that didn't matter for the benevolent father. Even if it was an illusion, he was still grasping for his daughter, stuck in an endless loop of guilt and the terrifying memories of that tragic accident. The mad, benevolent father was born. Every brain cell within Calvin's mind focused on retrieving the relevant memories of the past regarding the benevolent father. Calvin clenched his fists until his nails dug deep into his palm, yet he never showed any trace of anxiety nor fear on his face. That he still had that casual smile as he waited for the benevolent father's reply. The middle-aged man mused. The permanent smile on his face opened up as he said, So, Andre, that careless guy invited you, but he didn't even open the front doors. Oh, darling, how careless of him. He then approached Calvin, dragging the limp body of his daughter behind him. He stood in front of Calvin and said, What do you think of my daughter? Can you appreciate her beauty? He placed the detached of the child atop the shoulders of the headless body before presenting it to Calvin. The headless body, attached with a severed head, looked disproportionate in comparison to the size of the body. The thick stench of blood assaulted Calvin's nose. Being so close to the daughter of the benevolent father, Calvin could see the reddish veins underneath the stitched-up skin of the headless body. Those veins seemed to be twitching as if they were alive. Calvin held back the fear from his heart as he tried his best on maintaining the facade that he had. Turning to look straight at the eyes of the benevolent father, he said, She's so beautiful. She's so beautiful that I want to gouge these dirty eyes of mine for the sin of possibly staining the divine beauty of your daughter. Oh, the benevolent father paused. He seemed to have found Calvin's answer as rather unexpected. Calvin gnashed his teeth. The benevolent father's questions cannot be taken for granted. If one thought that only yes and no were the possible answers, then that would be the last mistake that anyone could ever make in order to survive against the benevolent father. Calvin surmised that there was only one method, and that was to become the embodiment of madness similar to what the father had become. Amidst the stares of the terrified newbies and the curious look of the benevolent father, Calvin gouged out his right eye in a blink of an eye. He! Philip and Jane couldn't stop themselves from screaming. Hugo and Scarlett swiftly used their hands to cover both of their mouths. Calvin's figure continuously trembled from the pain. His face reddened as his muscles twitched like crazy, yet not a single scream came out of his mouth. Opening his palm, he presented his eyeball to the benevolent father. I've plucked the source of the sin. The benevolent father took the eyeball from Calvin's hand and crushed it underneath his palms. What madness! I see that you are a kindred spirit. Oh, you are a man of culture as well, the benevolent father whispered. The permanent smile on his lips seemed to have deepened. He was pleased by Calvin's decisiveness and sincerity on praising the beauty of his daughter. However, are you friends with those scums standing behind you? The benevolent father asked. Calvin pressed some acupoints on top of his head to stop the bleeding, but when he heard the benevolent father's question, he made a sidelong glance at the others and said, "How can that be possible? How can I possibly be friends with such people that have no eye for aesthetics?" Calvin viciously declared. "You." Nicholas trembled in fear. Everyone had the same fear painted on their faces upon seeing Calvin's bloodied look. Rose tightly gripped the small notebook in her hand until her palms whitened from the force that she was exerting. Hugo had a solemn look on his face and was ready to fight any time. "Oh," the benevolent father nodded in understanding. Calvin then turned his gaze to him and said, "Benevolent father, how about you let me handle these scums? I would rather do the dirty work than see you dirty your hands with the blood of these ingrates." The benevolent father was astonished, but his face violently twitched and the red blisters scattered across his face exploded as he barked out of anger. "How presumptuous! Are you saying that you want to handle them for my sake? That cannot be. How can I let the guests do the dirty work for me? I will handle them myself." The benevolent father rushed towards the staircase. Hugo gulped a mouthful of saliva. He embraced Jane and Zara with both of his hands, and he was about to directly jump into the second floor when Calvin's hand suddenly appeared in front of the benevolent father, interrupting him from continuing. "I suggest you don't dirty those pristine hands of yours. Benevolent father, do you really think that she will be happy smelling the disgusting blood of these ingrates when you hold her up to the sky later at her birthday party?" The benevolent father froze. Thud. He then collapsed onto the ground on his knees and screamed, Why? Why did I not think of that? I'm sorry, darling. Why did I not think of that? Are you angry at me?" "Yes, you should be angry. Why did I not think of that? Why would I dare to hold you in my arms when my hands are stained with the disgusting blood of these scums?" He rushed to his daughter's side and picked her off the ground. But when he realized that he was holding her with the same hand that he used to kill the security guards of the asylum, whom he considered as mad, he abruptly dropped his daughter on the ground and fiercely broke both of his hands before kneeling onto the ground. Forgive me, my darling. It wasn't my intention. I know I may have come up to you too strongly, but it wasn't my intention at all to stain you with the blood of these scums. Forgive me, all right?" The benevolent father shivered in remorse. He repeatedly slammed his head onto the blood-soaked floor as a display of his sincerity. Seeing the benevolent father's situation, Calvin knew that he couldn't possibly say anything at this moment. If he intervened on the benevolent father's display of sincerity, then he would be torn to pieces by the strongest monster of this mental asylum. Turning around, he directed his gaze at the newbies and signaled at them that it was now safe to move. Calvin followed them to the left corridor. Afterwards, they entered the bathroom, situated 3 rooms before the security room, which they must enter to access the main elevators necessary for them to escape from this place. Upon entering the bathroom, Calvin took the first aid kit situated in a wooden box attached to a nearby wall, and he started cleaning and wrapping his wound. Calvin seemed to be unaffected by pain as he casually doused the gauzes with alcohol before shoving them into his empty right eye socket. The newbies cringed upon seeing Calvin's actions, and when he was done, he turned to look at them and said, "Calm down, it's really good that he didn't kill us all in exchange for our survival is already good enough." Calvin casually said, but inwardly, he was seething with anger. What the FCK is going on? Did someone from 5e inside deliberately increase the difficulty of the final phase for us newbies? But why? I remember back then that the difficulty of this asylum mansion wasn't that high. Yet why does it seem like we're in a nightmarish difficulty right now? Not only the butcher appeared so early in the final phase, but the benevolent father was even waiting for us in the administration block, main hall. There must be some conspiracy going on here as to why the difficulty was suddenly increased. Once I get out of here, I will definitely make that bastard pay. An eye for an eye. I'll gouge his eye out in exchange for my eye. Calvin was never a saint. In fact, he was a vengeful person, particularly if he was attacked whenever he was doing nothing wrong. Calvin didn't mourn the loss of his eye too much, since in the world of Las Filipinas, he may not have thousands of methods that he could use to repair his eye, but he has at least 100 ways on how he could recover his right eye. But Calvin decided that he would not let the matter rest until he caught and punished the perpetrator on 5e side, though his eyesight could be recovered. Losing an eye was still a painful ordeal, if not for the fact that Calvin was used to the pain after the frequent tortures that he experienced from the hands of the invaders back. Then he would have directly collapsed from the pain earlier. Gnashing his teeth, he inwardly declared, "Whoever is the bastard that did all of these, I swear to make you pay." No one could refute Calvin's statement. He was right. But Scarlet approached him and asked, "Why are you doing this for us? You clearly knew more about this place than us, yet why are you being so altruistic? You could have run by yourself and left us alone, yet why did you have to sacrifice your eye for our lives? Who are you to us, and who are we to you? Are we really that worth it?" The newbies fell silent. She was right. Why was Calvin doing these to them? Was it because it was just his nature to be kind and altruistic? Impossible. No one believed such a train of thought. Even Hugo stared right at Calvin at this moment. His eyes seemed to be urging him to answer. Calvin turned to look at Scarlet and smiled. "Stupid. Do I need a reason to save a person? What's more, I just told you earlier that we are a team, and if I abandoned you all as the leader, then wouldn't I lose my credibility? Wouldn't that be the same as me slapping my own face?" But Calvin's reply thoroughly astonished everyone. That's right. Managing the team was the leader's responsibility, of course. The leader was also expected to sacrifice himself for the team. Wasn't this sacrifice too heavy? Jane spoke up. The others nodded their heads, and Calvin dismissed them with a wave of his hand. "As I said, an eye is nothing in exchange for our lives. If all of us can live, I can even sacrifice an arm or two." Calvin's tone of voice was calm when he said all of these, for he knew that if he could enter the world of Las Filipinas, he could restore all the damage that he suffered here in Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. However, these newbies didn't know that Calvin could do something like that, so when they heard what he said, they were moved. Both Zara and Jane were moved to tears, as well as Jeanette. Scarlet bit her lips and suppressed the tears that threatened to fall from her eyes. Nicholas, Philip, and Roy clenched their fists. They hated the fact that they were too scared to help their comrade. Hugo turned around and pretended to wipe something off his nose, but he was wiping the tears welling up in his eyelids. Rose bit her lips. She handed over the small notebook to Calvin and said, "Take this, and I'm sorry that I behaved badly earlier." She hung her head low out of shame, and a blush appeared on her cheeks out of embarrassment. Calvin revealed a bitter smile towards the reaction of the others. But when he saw how Rose deliberately apologized from the bottom of her heart, he was thoroughly astonished. He thought that people like Rose would rather die than apologize for their mistake. But at this moment, she actually hung her head low and was sincerely apologizing to him. What was going on? Could it be that I misjudged her attitude and personality? That should be it. This is the first time that we met, so it's understandable that I know nothing about who she really is and her true nature. Calvin revealed a smile. He took the small notebook out of Rose's hands and said, "Don't think about it anymore. I've already forgotten what happened." Rose slowly raised her head, slightly bowing towards Calvin's direction. She said, "Thank you, that I will be more obedient from now on." "Ha ha. I don't need someone that's more obedient." Calvin laughed. "I need someone that's absolutely obedient. That is why when we come out of this bathroom, that I want you to obey all of my instructions, no matter how strange it is. Can you do that? If not, I would rather have you stay in this bathroom until we return for the main elevator." "Okay." Although shocked, Rose still gave a positive answer. Calvin then swept his gaze at the others. "How about you all? Can you promise me the same?" The others nodded their heads, save for Medea, who still had a frown on her face. "What's wrong, Medea? Do you want to take a piss? It's all right, the stalls can be locked, and I promise you that we won't peek nor listen," Calvin jokingly said. Nicholas almost busted his guts and was about to laugh out loud when Medea's gaze landed on him. He instantly fell silent and didn't dare to say anything at all. Medea then turned her cold gaze at Calvin. "How did you know what to do against that monster earlier?" Calvin froze. The commotion grind to halt. Everyone's piercing eyes landed on Calvin, which made him awkwardly scratch his head. Hey, my darling Medea, am I really that suspicious? Can't I just say that I managed to survive earlier because of my survival instincts? No, you are lying. Medea instantly shut him down. If you really want to become our leader, then you must tell us the reason why you know so many things about this asylum, as well as the monsters in here. That a relationship is built on trust. You should know that at least. Calvin's mouth widened. What? Wow, she said a lot. He was shocked, for this was the first time that he saw Medea spoke after a long time. Furthermore, she said a lot, but setting that aside, everyone was now curious as to the reason why Calvin knew so much about the asylum. In the end, he had no other choice but to explain. It's because I bribed a custodian. You bribed a custodian? Ray was the first one to react. Yeah. Calvin nodded his head and smiled. He stared at Medea and found that there was still a frown on her face. But everyone seemed to have been convinced by his reasoning, so they didn't mention that issue anymore. All they had to know was that Calvin was a person that they could rely upon. Having a bastion of support in this godforsaken place was something that they had just realized that they needed. Coming out of the bathroom, the newbies followed Calvin a few steps behind him, in the dark corridor. The newbies stuck their bodies close to the wall, with the exception of Calvin, who only placed his hand on the wall for support. The others had their backs stuck to the wall, afraid that if they didn't touch the wall, they may disappear amidst the darkness, never to be found again. This moment, Calvin suddenly stopped. He stretched his hand out and tapped on Medea's head a few times. Medea nodded. She turned around and tapped Scarlet, who stood behind her, and Scarlet did the same for the person standing behind her. This continued until Hugo received the signal, and at this moment, everyone from the newbies stopped on their tracks. Calvin narrowed his eyes as far. He couldn't detect any movement from the doors that they passed by. But from his memories, once they reached the center of this dark corridor, that a figure should appear at the end of the corridor. The figure would stare at them for a moment before breaking into the door beside it. Back then, Calvin and his teammates were scared shitless by that figure, only for them to realize that the figure was actually just an illusion. That figure couldn't even harm them in the first place, for that person would immediately commit suicide. After breaking into the door, it took several hours before Calvin and his teammates realized back then that the security access keycard was in the hands of that figure. It took them a long time to notice that his appearance was similar to a clue. This was the reason why Calvin thought that the people from 5 Cent who created this place were geniuses. Hidden behind the nightmares were rewards, while hidden behind the mysteries and the subtleties were clues that, in fact, if Calvin didn't have any memories of this place, and if he didn't know what to do, then all of them would still be stuck in that break room on the second floor, unable to move an inch due to the fear in their hearts. But because Calvin knew what to do, he took a step forward and the door at the end of the corridor abruptly opened. What came out of the door was the emaciated figure of a man, screaming some nonsense before crashing into the door directly opposite for where he came from. He banged on the door so hard that the banging sound reverberated through the entire corridor. Jane abruptly covered her mouth with both of her hands. She almost screamed right there, but she managed to stop herself in time. The faces of the other newbies turned serious, but noticing that Calvin had no intention of moving nor retreating, they remained standing in their positions. Soon, the man broke through the door and went inside the room. His shouts and cries could still be heard, but as soon as the door was slammed shut, the noise abruptly stopped. The dark corridor descended in a sudden and utter silence. The newbies didn't know what to do. Gulp. Someone gulped a mouthful of saliva. Calvin slightly turned his head to the direction of his comrades as he commanded. After him! After him! Zara whispered in shock. But before any of the newbies could react, Calvin rushed towards the door. Zara, who was standing there dumbstruck, panicked when she realized that she was already left behind. Wait for me! She ran after them like mad. Calvin opened the doors, and a terrifying scene was revealed. Hanging from the ceiling was the emaciated man who had just entered the room. Let me in! Hugo rushed into the room, but he took the man hanging from the ceiling and placed him on the ground. He then proceeded to check for the man's pulse, and his pupils constricted. He's dead. He's dead. That can't be. Wasn't he just alive? How could he die of hanging for just a few seconds? Nicholas had an incredulous look on his face. The others felt the same. How could this man die from asphyxiation in just a few seconds? That was impossible. Unless, let me check. Zara suddenly spoke up. Calvin and the others stared at her as she sat down beside the emaciated man's corpse and felt for his neck. H's neck isn't broken. From the purple hue on his nails and the burn marks on his neck, I'm sure that he died a gruesome death out of asphyxiation. But asphyxiation should take at least a few minutes of hanging to set in. What's more, his limbs are already stiff, an indication of rigor mortis. His tongue, is also out and his saliva already dry. Zara abruptly stood up. She was staring at the corpse with her pupils constricted and her shoulder shaking from fear. Impossible. Something like this is impossible. Calm down, Zara. Tell us what you discovered. Scarlet immediately went to the rescue. She patted her shoulder and urged her to calm down. Soon enough, Zara recovered from her initial shock. Gulping a mouthful of saliva, she swept her gaze at everyone and said, I'm a medical student, so I know a lot when it comes to cadavers. This man, he must have been dead for a few hours already. What? Rose staggered in shock. How could that be? Didn't we just see him barge into this door? Why, yes, that's right. We just saw him barge into this door, so he must have been alive. Yet, there's no mistaking it. From the injuries that I can see on his bodies and the signs, he's been dead for a few hours already. Zara held Scarlet's arm for support. Although she was a medical student, she was only forced by her parents since her parents wanted to have that prestige of having a child who was a doctor. Needless to say, she could be considered as a scaredy cat, second only to Jane, who was an absolute scaredy cat to the extent that she could even be scared of her own shadow for as long as the circumstances were right. Speaking of Jane, she was already holding Calvin's sleeves for support. She was trembling. From fear once again. Rose bit her lips to stop herself from trembling. Nicholas, Roy, and Philip had bitter smiles on their faces. They knew that all the terrifying things that they saw and would see tonight would definitely turn them numb against violence, slaughter, and horror in the future. But what's more, they didn't know if this was a good thing or not. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. Hugo, check his body. See if he has the security access keycard. Hugo nodded his head. He made a thorough check on the crevices and the pockets of the corpse. He looked undisturbed, which made him seem as if he was used to doing something like this. Seeing such a scene, Nicholas, Philip, Roy, and Ray had a single thought in their minds. They must never offend him in the future. Someone who could casually search a corpse without batting an eyelid must be someone who had gone through a lot. The four glanced at each other and nodded with tacit understanding. Jeanette, what are you doing? Rose's voice suddenly rang out. There are some interesting files scattered here. I'm planning on gathering them all to see if there's something that we can learn from them about this place. Jeanette replied with a smile. But judging from her trembling hands, it was clear that despite her casual tone of voice, she was quite afraid. I'll help you. Rose felt that not doing anything was scarier than doing something. She stood up and walked over to Jeanette. Then, the two of them crawled on the ground with their flashlights, gathering the documents scattered on the ground so they could read them together with the team. Calvin didn't disapprove of what they were doing. But there was something far more important than what they were doing. It was to find that security access key card to access the security room. Without that card, it was impossible for them to escape this asylum. Nicholas, Philip, Roy, and Ray glanced at each other. Nodding their heads in tacit understanding, they started doing something else just so they could temporarily forget the fear creeping up in their hearts. Oh, there's a computer here. Really? DM jackpot. Maybe we can use that computer to hack into the security room. Calvin could hear the voices of Roy and Nicholas. He turned to look at them and said, trying to hack into the security room of this asylum is like trying to crack a stone using an egg. It's incredibly difficult, although possible. But I think you're just wasting your time. Calvin then turned to look at Hugo and said, Did you find it? Hugo's expression turned grim. No, there's nothing here. I've searched everywhere already, including his rectal orifice, yet I don't see anything stuffed in there, nor there's a card hidden on his clothes and body. Calvin's eyes widened in shock. The security access key card is missing. Does that mean that it's impossible for us to get out of this place? No, that should not be it. It's not logical for 5 Cent to let us undergo a trial with no escape nor way to survive. But if that card isn't here, where is it? Could it be that it's in the hands of the person who killed this man? But who did him in? The butcher? No, that's impossible. That big F-kin bastard wouldn't possibly spare the life of a person just to kill him later. It's just not in his nature to let his victims unnecessarily suffer. Then who? Just who killed this man and took the card? Calvin stood there rooted and frozen in place. This moment. Roy's voice suddenly floated over to Calvin. What the heck? There's not even any electricity here. A blackout. Calvin's figure shivered upon hearing Roy's voice, but he rushed towards them and asked, What did you say? There's no electricity in here. The room they were in wasn't that dark since the moonlight served as their light bulb. The only reason why they didn't turn on the lights was that Calvin wasn't so sure of the consequences of turning on the lights. But now, it turned out that it was actually impossible for him to even do that in the first place, since there was no running electricity. But the electricity should only disappear when we were about to unlock the front doors of the asylum. Why did the blackout come so early? What the F? CK is going on? What is about to happen? What difficulty did 5 cents set this final phase of ours? This is a difficulty that I have never seen before, even when I was still working as an employee of 5 cent. Just what does this mean? Could it be that the reason why we were unable to find the keycard in here is that we will not even be able to use it anyway, since there is no running electricity? But to restart the electricity, that involves going into the flooded basement of the administration block and turn on the generators there. The flooded basement of the administration block was far dangerous than the administration block itself. The reason was that there was a madman rotating through the entire basement. That madman had a cleaver on his hand and would rush and attack anyone that dared to enter his territory. That Calvin's memory of the flooded basement should be accurate to a certain degree. But now that he realized that the difficulty of this final phase was several folds higher than the difficulty of the final phase that he had experienced back then, that he was now unsure whether the patient roaming the flooded basement was still that madman or another patient such as the butcher, or maybe even the benevolent father saying that her daughter wants to swim or something. Efkin, hell, 5 cent, just what did you do? Do you really want us to die that much? But why? Calvin gnashed his teeth in fury. His anger at the 5 cent custodian who made them experience a nightmare with a never-seen-before difficulty rose even higher. Calvin's mind madly spun, as far as he could remember, after taking the keycard from this room. The benevolent father would appear in the corridor just outside the door. He would roam through the corridor while carrying his daughter and singing a children's song, and the only way to escape him was to wait for him to pass by or use the darkness of the corridor to one's advantage. But this only happened after one acquired the keycard for the security room. They were now in the room, but the keycard was nowhere to be found. Will that monster appear in the corridor outside, even though we still don't have the keycard? Calvin thought to himself. What do we do next, Calvin? Hugo asked. Calvin gestured for them to close their mouths with his hand as he walked towards the door of the room. Sticking his ear close to the wooden door, he scanned for any movements outside the door. There was none. Calvin heaved a sigh of relief, to say the least. Despite the huge increase in difficulty, it seemed that 5 cent wasn't entirely heartless. If the benevolent father was indeed roaming in the corridor, then they might as well just commit suicide dash. After all, after turning on the electricity, they still needed to find where that keycard went. Calvin turned to look at Hugo and was about to answer his question when Jeanette suddenly cried out loud. I found something. What is it? Calvin looked at her and discovered that she was standing in front of an open closet. Within the closet were cleanly folded hospital gowns. They must be the gowns worn by the patients in this asylum. What is that? Nicholas, Roy Ray, and Philip turned to look at Jeanette's direction. Nicholas lightly chuckled and said, Oh, hospital gowns? I wonder what will happen if we wore those gowns and pretended that we were mad like the patients here. A silly smile could be seen on his lips, but Calvin, who was wondering about what was the purpose of the clean hospital gowns inside the closet, suddenly exclaimed, that's it. So, that's the reason why there are hospital gowns in this room. Wow. Come on, man. Don't just shout like that. You almost gave me a heart attack, Nicholas complained. Hugo and the others looked at him and urged him to speak with their eyes. Calvin cleared his throat and explained 5 cent would never place useless items in a room. That includes the files and the computers in this asylum. They must be useful, one way or another. I haven't heard of any hospital gowns in this place. But since we can clearly see that there are hospital gowns, there is only one explanation for their existence. Is it because they can be used? Medea interjected at this moment. Yes, 5 cent may be thinking the same as Nicholas. They place these gowns here because they want us to wear it. They want us to become the embodiment of insanity itself to escape the madness of this place. Calvin replied. Rose stared right at him and said, That should not be the case, right? Why would they turn their potential employees into madmen like the patients here? Calvin shook his head. I don't know, if I do, then I would have already told you all. But since there is no harm to testing out this theory, then how about we try it? Just wear the hospital gowns over our ordinary clothes so we can rip them off as soon as we feel the need to do so. Ray nodded his head. That makes sense. All right, let's wear them. Can I choose first? Choose what? They look the same. Just take one randomly. Jeanette lightly chuckled hearing Ray's words. Ray stared right at her, and the gazes of the two paused in midair. Cough. Scarlet broke their small world with a cough. This is no time for games and romance. I hope that both of you can understand. Well, what romance are you talking about? Jeanette covered her face in a panic. Ray also scratched his head awkwardly. Calvin stared at this scene with a bitter smile on his face. These bastards, do they really have any sense of danger at all? We're in an unknown situation here, yet they're still taking the time to flirt. Calvin could only shake his head. He then took a hospital gown for his own and wore it above his clothes. Then he had everyone take a sit on a long table situated near the cabinets. Jeanette, Bring the files that you've gathered here. Jeanette stood up and handed over the files to Calvin. Mount Spirit Sword Asylum, Psychiatric Report. Case number 69, patient initials, age, consultation date, July 14th, 2020, patient age, 32, gender, male, observing physician, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanovsky. Mental therapy status, hormone changes beyond acceptable stage, 2 changes detected, IT is recommended to lower the next dosage. Diagnostics, tests revealed fluid accumulation in the lungs. MRI scans consistent with the previous and expected reports. Notes, the team interviewed Andre in restraints. Following his self-mutilations, the restraints had to be modified to accommodate his unusually huge biceps and legs. Excessive dermal eruptions all over his body are noted consistent with the previous diagnosis. He often breaks both of his feet whenever he has a chance. He is now wearing specially modified shoes for his broken feet. He complained that the place was filthy even when he's in a sterile chamber, so he ripped off his nose to clean the air. He now has a habit of singing. His voice is charming, and he can seem to capture the hearts of the listeners. This is quite interesting. It is recommended to look more into these changes. The mental trauma that he sustained after his serial murders seemed to be slowing down his progress in stage 2. His predominant fixation on keeping the place clean seems to be consistent with his habit of thoroughly cleaning the crime scene of his murders. He possesses superhuman strength and durability as a side effect of the therapy. A combination of chemical suppressants and physical restraints is highly recommended. This is the patient report for that monster earlier. It says here that the patient likes to sing. Jeanette, who now had the leeway to read through the documents, was astonished when she saw the contents. It's a good thing that you gathered this, Jeanette. Now, I think we'll be able to elude the eyes of that big bastard. Calvin lightly smiled. This was the first time that he had encountered a document with a patient report. Back then, the contents of the documents that they managed to gather were mostly of the asylum and its facilities. Has a fixation on keeping the place cleaned. In other words, if we're clean, then the butcher won't bother us. But what does being clean mean? Is this some kind of slang or a code? Or what does it literally mean, what it says? Calvin's eyes landed on the hospital gowns that he and the others were wearing. The white hospital gowns had no blemish whatsoever on its surface. In fact, it had a pleasant smell to it, and it was also comfortable to wear. I can see why that bastard appeared so early in the final phase, and why there are clean hospital gowns as well as patient reports. It's to show the challengers that despite the presence of a seemingly impossible-to-conquer mountain, known as the Butcher, they must not despair, for there was a solution to every problem. All that's needed to be done was to actively search for that solution. 5 cents. It seems that you're not really that bad at all. Calvin inwardly cried out in excitement. Afterwards, he then gave his plans to the others. He also gave them a stern warning to never stain any part of the hospital gown and to keep it as clean as possible. Then, after a few minutes of preparing their hearts for the horrors that were yet to unfold, Calvin and the others finally came out of the room into the terrifying dark corridors of the asylum. Their destination? Onwards to the flooded basement. Hey, if we're going to the flooded basement, then doesn't that mean that we are going to use the stairs beside the main elevator at the main hall? Rose softly whispered. Calvin didn't even glance at her as he said, "That's right, there is no way around it than to go to the main hall." But what if that monster is still there? Rose asked in genuine concern. Calvin could feel her worries. He stopped whatever he was doing and stared at the others. He could see that even though they were acting courageously at this moment, they were still quite afraid. None of them wanted to die after all. Calvin sighed. "How about I go there first and check? I have a hunch that he's already gone, but if he's still there, then I will deal with him by myself." "You don't have to risk yourself." "What did you say?" Scarlet absent-mindedly whispered. "Are you going to sacrifice yourself for our sake again? Just who the hell are you thinking that you can do such a thing? What if that monster demands for your left eye? Won't you be blind? When that happens, how can you continue to lead us when you've lost your sight? We can't let you go there alone and sacrifice yourself again. When worst comes to worst, I'll go and sacrifice myself." "He wants an eye, right?" "An eye? Then I'll give it to him," Scarlet fiercely declared. Calvin glanced at her knees and found that they were furiously shaking. "Scarlet, that's right. I won't let you sacrifice yourself anymore. Calvin, if you're going to go there, then I'm going with you. See, count me in. I'll do it too. I'll follow you to the end of the world." After Ray's declaration, the others followed suit. Nicholas even declared that he'd follow Calvin to the end of the world, which made the latter laugh. "I don't need a man to follow me to the end of the world. Maybe I'll consider it if it's Scarlet or Jane." He teasingly glanced at Scarlet and Jane. Scarlet let out a muffled yelp of surprise, while Jane abruptly blushed and hurriedly hid her expression from the others. "Ha ha ha! The newbies collectively laughed. For a moment, the atmosphere changed for the first time. IT wasn't suffocating anymore. But as the team approached the main hall of the administration block, the thick and suffocating atmosphere returned. Everyone held their breaths, and when they took that turn for the main hall, there they found, standing in front of the mountain of corpses, the benevolent father. Whenever one stared at the abyss stares back. IT was the same for the newbies. When their eyes landed on the benevolent father, the latter's eyes also landed on them. Oh, you're finally back. The benevolent father's gaze only grazed past the newbies as he locked onto Calvin's figure. Yes, Calvin respectfully replied. Have you found what you're trying to find? What? Oh, am I mistaken? Aren't you looking for the access key card for the security room? You don't have to hide it. I've seen how Andre chased you and those scums standing beside you earlier. How uncouth. He invited you all to participate in my lovely daughter's birthday party. Yet he has such a killing intent against my guests. The benevolent father shook his head in disappointment. If you're looking for the key card, then Arthur Chase possibly took it. He's been drunk with filth and has been playing with those dangerous, intangible toys of his. He took that card, possibly because he wants to access everything in this madhouse for his experiments. Personally, I don't care about him. Unless he intrudes on my happy time with my daughter, I won't bother about such a guy with an abysmally absent sense of taste. But how about you? Are you going to find him and snatch that card away from him? He raised his head and stared right at Calvin. You want these scums to escape from this madhouse, right? There's no way around it. You have to take that card to escape from this madness. The benevolent father spread his arms wide and exclaimed, I really can't understand. Why do you want to escape this madhouse? Why do you want to escape this paradise and enter the world of those scums? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. My darling, do you understand? Can you understand them? Can you tell me what's going on? The benevolent father went mad. He laughed wickedly before furiously shaking the body of his daughter. He was so powerful that he tore off the sewed limbs of his daughter, and in the end, only her torso remained. Oh no, you broke. This cannot be. The birthday party will start in 3 hours. Why did you have to break? You're really such a rebellious child. Breaking right now, when your father's about to be done with his preparations for your party. Sigh. It seems like I have to fix you up. He knelt down and picked up the pieces of body parts for his daughter. He then turned to look at Calvin and said, I apologize for such a crude display of manners. I shouldn't have acted like that in front of the guests. I hope that you will still attend the birthday party at the vocational block in 3 hours. You won't stand me up, right? Unlike those sluts. The benevolent father fiercely declared. Calvin smiled. Of course, my heart will break if I miss the birthday party of such a gorgeous child. He even stared at the torso of the child clad in that signature pink gown and whispered, Be obedient now. All right, your father will fix you up in a jiffy, and you'll be even more beautiful than before. The benevolent father's permanent smile seemed to deepen. The blisters on his face burst with pus as his face muscles trembled in excitement. That's right, I will fix you up. Yes, I will. You'll be even more gorgeous than before. He then hoisted the child's torso on his right shoulder, while on his embrace were the limbs and the child's detached head, still dripping with blood. Without saying anything anymore, he rushed past the newbies and ran through the main hall towards the vocational block. H.A. Scarlet and the other women collapsed onto the ground. The men knelt on their knees, while Hugo had a pale look on his face. The killing intent that the benevolent father accumulated after killing hundreds upon hundreds of people was almost so thick for him to endure. In fact, for Calvin at IT, was even a miracle that Hugo could still stand there like a mountain. Calvin swept his gaze at the newbies. He waited until they calmed themselves down before announcing. The western side of this asylum still has running electricity. Fortunately, the computer lab is on the western side, so we should be able to use the computers there. Calvin declared. He then led everyone to the computer lab. Nicholas sat down in front of a computer. He had just told everyone that he had a lot of knowledge regarding computers, for he was a white hat hacker for a part-time job. In no time, he managed to access some patient files. Remarkably, the files that he managed to access were for Arthur Chase and the benevolent father. Mount Spirit Sword Asylum Psychiatric Report. Case number 42, patient initials. APC, consultation date, July 14th, 2020. Patient age, 28, gender, male. Observing physician, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanovsky. Mental therapy status, hormonal changes within acceptable range after stage 2 therapy status. Diagnostics, test revealed a remarkable increase in blood flow in his nether regions. Further test results consistent with the previous diagnosis. The patient is in a state of persistent sexual arousal. That IT is recommended to increase the dosage to the limit and observe if the persistent sexual arousal persists or disappears. Further observation is recommended. Notes: the team interviews Arthur in restraints. followed his lewd acts against the female staff. IT has been recommended to change the staff managing him to all males. But hormonal activity in his body plateaus whenever he hasn't met a member of the opposite sex for a few hours. He is strangely obedient in front of females. But footage from closed-circuit television shows that whenever a member of the opposite sex has her back turned towards him, he would whip it out and secretly masturbate behind her back. He's thrilled with doing the forbidden and the possibility of his lascivious acts being discovered. He now has a habit of spraying people's faces with his essence by surprise. Multiple female staff members lodged complaints against him, but it is not recommended to punish him for he is showing remarkable progress in his therapy, and no further actions nor sanctions is recommended. The mental trauma that he sustained in his childhood seems to have an effect on his therapy as so long as he's being treated by a member of the opposite sex. His hormonal activity is always above average. However, this is the opposite if the one treating him is a member of the same sex. Being treated by a male staff plateaus his progress. It is highly recommended to let him do whatever he wants to do, so long as his progress continues. Otherwise, a combination of hallucinogenic drugs must be administered consistent with the previous dosage in the last diagnostics to keep his status from plateauing. These are patient files. Rose reeled in shock upon seeing the title of the document, Persistent Sexual Arousal. What a pervert. Roy whispered. No, it, Sherlock. But Arthur Chase, isn't that what that handsome monster told us earlier? Nicholas jeered at Roy before jokingly commenting. Calvin raised his head and stared at him. Handsome monster, you sure know how to jest. Yes, the benevolent father mentioned that Arthur Chase has the security access key card for the security room. But the problem is, where are we going to find that Arthur Chase? What do you want to do, Calvin? Should we go and look for this Arthur Chase first? Or do we go to the basement and turn on the electricity for the eastern side of the asylum? Hugo asked with curiosity. Medea also turned to look at Calvin. Calvin could feel that Medea's gaze was somewhat strange, but since he had no time to understand the underlying meaning of her gaze, Calvin merely shrugged it before replying. Let's see if Nicholas can find more information about this place. The information that I bribed out of the custodians may not even be that accurate. Hugo nodded. Speaking of the devil, Nicholas exclaimed in shock. I found a map. I found a map of the asylum. A loading screen appeared on the monitor, and a map was revealed in front of everyone. Administration block, vocational block, recreation area, watchtower grounds, medical ward, a hospital, and a prison. There are also some areas that I can't access due to this annoying state-of-the-art firewall. Nicholas uttered a complaint. That's fine. That's good enough. Can someone draw better than me here? I want someone to draw the map and the routes, so we can use it as our reference. But since this place is too big, it's better if we just draw the map of the vocational block and the medical ward. Calvin proposed. How about the administration block? Rose asked. Calvin shook his head. It doesn't matter. We are about to leave the administration block anyway after going through the flooded basement. Leave? Where are we going? Calvin's answer confused her instead. We are going for the medical ward and take the key card from the hands of that Arthur Chase. Calvin solemnly declared he was once an employee of 5 Cent. Earlier, he had no idea where Arthur Chase was, but after seeing the map from Nicholas and realizing that the medical ward was available for exploration, the answer became obvious. Arthur Chase must be in the medical ward. The others felt a shiver down their spines. They were already convinced of the horrors of this place. None of them dared to downplay nor underestimate the patients in this place anymore. Just the benevolent father alone was probably enough to annihilate them in a few seconds. Even if they say that the other patients were weaker than the benevolent father, none of them was willing to gamble. After all, a person only had a single life, and it was everyone's responsibility to take care of their own lives. If possible, they weren't willing to risk their lives at all. But how can you be so sure that Arthur Chase will be in the medical ward? Hugo asked in curiosity. He turned to look at him and was about to reply when Jeanette suddenly spoke. It's probably because the female staff of this asylum lived within the medical ward in close proximity with their patients, so they can respond as fast as possible in emergencies. Am I right, Zara? She looked at Zara for confirmation. Zara was a bit nervous after being called out, but as a diligent child who studied a lot every day, she knew that Jeanette's answer was correct. She slightly nodded their heads, and everyone was convinced, and one within this group doubted Zara's capabilities and knowledge when it came to hospitals and the morbid reality. Calvin also supported her with a smile. That's right. But to go to the medical ward, which is situated on the 2nd floor, directly above the vocational block, that we need to turn on the electricity first for the eastern side of the asylum, that we probably can't access that place without any running electricity. Why? Roy asked in confusion. Zara answered him with a smile. It's because places like this often have decontamination chambers in their entrances. So, if we want to go to the medical ward, we will definitely have to go through a decontamination chamber. What? Roy was still confused. Zara was taken aback and confused if her explanation was correct or not. Then Nicholas interjected. Don't worry about it. Zara, there's nothing wrong with your explanation. Roy is just too stupid to understand what you were talking about. In fact, I don't even think that we need to listen to his opinions. What the FCK did you just say to me, Nicholas? What? You want to take this outside? Nicholas wasn't backing down. Shut up. Calvin coldly interrupted. He looked at Roy and explained, decontamination chambers need electricity to work despite it being mainly hydraulic. Without electricity, the gates of the decontamination chambers won't open and we will not be able to access the medical ward. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Roy awkwardly nodded his head. Actually, the only reason why he was asking questions wasn't that he genuinely wanted to know more about what was going on, it's only because he didn't want to feel useless. He wanted to be somewhat useful to the team. Unfortunately for him, he knew nothing about the jargon that they were talking about, so he could only ask questions in order to pretend that he knew a thing or two. What Nicholas did was basically the same as revealing one of his deepest secrets. Roy was angry, and he even threatened to pounce at Nicholas and pummel him down the ground. Sadly, Hugo's gaze was entirely focused on him, and he knew that once he attacked Nicholas, Hugo would almost immediately suppress him. Calvin made a sidelong glance at Roy. How could he not notice his emotional turmoil? Sighing, Calvin swept his gaze to the others and said, Rose, you may have been complacent and arrogant, but I saw how you tried to protect Scarlet, who was standing behind you earlier in the staircase when we first met the benevolent father. Scarlet, you've always protected Zara and Jane. I saw you braving your fears earlier despite your trembling knees. Jeanette, you may have been quiet the whole time, but I'm pretty sure that I saw you trying to make space for Hugo in order for him to rescue both Zara and Jane as fast as possible. You know that you're not as strong as Scarlet nor as ingenious as Rose, but you were still trying to help the team in your own way. Nicholas, earlier when we were still back at the break room, despite being extremely afraid of what was going on, you were still trying to crack some jokes in order to lighten up the mood. Others may not notice your efforts on stabilizing the mental condition of the others, but I greatly appreciate your help. Ray, I thought you were just a pompous attention seeker when we first arrived in this place. But ever since I saw how you were trying to place yourself in between me and the girls, that I realized that you were not trying to get my attention. You were doing your best to protect the girls from any sudden changes. Philip, you were the loudest complainant at that time in the break room, but after our encounter with the benevolent father, you've become brave. Despite your fear of traversing through the darkness, you still stood up and defended our flanks from the enemies that may suddenly arrive. Zara, you helped us diagnose the death of that man earlier. Jane, you might think that you're not doing much, but your presence alone is reassuring. The fact that someone like you can still be so ordinary and easily scared in a place like this reminds us that you are still human, and that we should be human too and never fall into the same madness as this place. Hugo, your stature is like a mountain. Your presence alone is enough help. And as for you, Roy, you're not useless at all. Even though you ask a lot of questions, your questions are actually helpful for us to notice some of the easily missed details that we would have missed if not for your questions making us think twice regarding what was going on and the information that we gathered. And as for Medea, Calvin's eyes landed on Medea. Ahem. In other words, no one is useless in this team. Hey, why did you not announce my contributions? Medea coldly spat. Are you implying that I'm useless? And no, that's not it. You've been really helpful that you're so beautiful. So your presence is like a light bulb in the middle of the dark. Calvin's mind madly spun as he made some excuses. When he saw that Medea was stunned speechless by what he had said, he quickly took advantage of that opportunity to change the topic. All right, let's go. Onwards to the flooded basement. He straightened his back and marched out of the computer lab, descending the stairs. The group soon arrived at the administration block flooded basement. The flood within the basement of the administration block wasn't really that deep. At most, it was only about waist high. Entering a small crevice at the bottom of the stairs, the group found themselves standing in a room with 6 lockers big enough to fit 2 people. Opening the lockers, they conveniently found some coat hangers for their hospital gowns. They needed to keep these hospital gowns clean. Calvin explicitly told them to do just that, and none of them dared to shrug any words that he was saying at this point. When they were done keeping their things in order, they were finally ready to descend into the flooded basement. But before that happened, Calvin gathered the newbies for another meeting. The depth of the water in the flooded basement can reach up to waist height. I want you all to be aware of this so that you won't unnecessarily panic when the water suddenly gets too deep. Also, if you feel something strange touching your skin, don't be too surprised. Just ignore it. Don't even look at it. Just ignore and focus on the task at hand. Calvin sternly warned. What do you mean something strange touching our skin? Jeanette, who had always been a clean freak due to the nature of her work, shivered. The basement is connected to the sewers. The floodwater is stinky and dirty. What's more, since we're in a mental asylum with monsters roaming through the entire facility, who knows if what will drift in front of you in the water is mere fecal matter? What if it's a severed head? I want you to expect that something like that would happen at the least. I can't let you panic while in the flooded basement. Jeanette gasped in fear. But she didn't say anything. She knew that they needed running electricity before they could explore the eastern part of the asylum. Gnashing her teeth, she swore to endure all of these and have a great meal and beer once she was out of this place. Calvin could see the determination on Jeanette's face, so he didn't say anything anymore. Turning to look at the others, he explained even further. The waters in the flooded basement will slow us down, but it's not generally a problem as long as we can take our time. Unfortunately, we will be in a race against time once we descended into the basement. Why? Hugo asked with a frown. There may be a patient, or even patients roaming through this flooded basement the size of school gym. A patient? Hugo's eyebrows scrunched even deeper. Calvin could see that Hugo misunderstood. So Calvin further explained, no, they're not as strong as the benevolent father and that big fat bastard, but they are still dangerous. I think you can handle them with your experience, Hugo. But the problem is if you fight against them, who will defend the others? Furthermore, I expect them to have weapons such as cleavers, steel bats. Calvin let out a sigh. Hopefully, there's only a single patient roaming through the flooded basement. If there are a lot of them, then that would be a problem. A problem? Medea raised an eyebrow. So, you are not saying that it's impossible? Of course not. We can still do what we need to do, even if there are a dozen patients roaming through the flooded basement. Calvin was quite confident of his claim. The patients of this mental asylum may be madmen and relentless on their pursuit against their enemies, but since their mental faculties were affected, they were only moving according to their instincts. In other words, they could be read like a book. Given enough time, Calvin could plot their routes in his small notebook and create a plan according to the routes of those patients. How confident are you with that claim of yours? Hugo asked. 90%, minus 10% because of Murphy's Law. Calvin casually replied. Murphy's Law? Hugo seemed to be astounded upon hearing a new term. Rose explained to him, Murphy's Law states that what can go wrong will go wrong. In other words, one must always have contingency plans for all sorts of situations. Calvin nodded his head in agreement. Isn't that the same as saying that we will absolutely fail this mission? Philip furrowed his eyebrows and complained. Calvin turned to look at him and bitterly smiled. Don't be so pessimistic like that, man. All right, how about this, that I will go and descend there first to check the situation. For now, I want you all to study this map that I made. Upon descending into the flooded basement, we must turn these cranks to fire up the generator for the eastern side of the asylum. The order doesn't matter, but we must absolutely turn on the generator at the center of the flooded basement before electricity can return. Otherwise, just turning those cranks are useless. Yeah, all right. Nicholas received the small notebook from Calvin. Calvin took one final glance before he descended into the flooded basement. A splash rang out, but as soon as Calvin took the next step, no sounds could be heard anymore. What happened to him? Why can't we hear him anymore? Rose said in a panic. She even peeked out of the room to take a look at the direction where Calvin disappeared, but she couldn't find any traces of Calvin. Hugo stared at her and said, It's fine. You don't have to worry. He'll be fine. Just believe in him. Rose nodded. She was still worried, but since she knew that there was nothing that she could do anymore other than wait, she closed her mouth and stood still. The others started studying the map that Calvin gave to them. Calvin drew a small map on a page of his small notebook. To the center of the map was the word generator, enclosed in a circle. Situated on the four corners of the map were 4 doors. However, only 2 of them were marked with an X mark. In other words, from these 4 doors, they only needed to go through 2 doors and turn the cranks in those rooms before they would go to the generator at the center. The map was simple enough to understand that Calvin's minimalistic writing showed its prowess at this moment for even the so-called muscle head. Hugo understood what he was trying to imply. Calvin also placed some important warning notes at the bottom of the map. Point 1. They must never move in haste. Moving in haste would create splashes that were basically the same as announcing your location to the patients roaming through the flooded basement. Point 2. They must move in a certain formation. Those that must be protected must stand at the center of the formation. Calvin specifically mentioned Zura, Jane, and Scarlet so that the newbies wouldn't quarrel against each other in case their ugly natures were revealed. Philip had the urge to announce that he also wanted to be protected, but upon seeing Calvin's declaration, he couldn't do anything other than close his mouth in shame. BRRR. While the newbies were studying and memorizing the map that Calvin had made, a loud booming sound akin to that of a chainsaw being started suddenly rang out. Splash! Splash, splash, splashing sounds rang out from the flooded basement. Jane gasped in shock. Hugo hurriedly stood in front of the doors. He assumed a fighting stance with both of his legs spread wide and his arms prepared in front of him. But when the doors were opened, the person that appeared in front of him was a bedraggled Calvin running as fast as he could while shouting, "Run! Run to the bathroom in the left corridor! Run!" His panic-stricken voice shook everyone to the core. In the very next moment, everyone fumbled and ran like mad to where they came from. Curses! Eat the flesh, season it well with salt and pepper. Burn the bones like firewood. You can never escape. Oh, no one can escape. God help me. Be still. Take your penance. Let the flesh rot and the bones be burned. As soon as the newbies reached the stairwell, the door leading to the flooded basement was torn open by a kick from one of the patients. Then, after him, came several more patients as they made a mad dash towards the stairwell, running after the newbies. The group fumbled around with Calvin at the lead. Scarlet, who was catching up to him, suddenly collapsed on the stairs. Hugo scooped her up in one fell swoop. "It, they're catching up." Philip's panicked voice rang from behind. "Jane, Zara!" Scarlet cried out in horror. The stairwell of the asylum mansion wasn't that wide. With a dozen people simultaneously crammed in one space, it was inevitable that someone would fall down. Scarlet saw that while Jane was trying her best to catch up to the others, Philip suddenly shoved her to the side so he could get a head start. "Jane!" Zara cried out in alarm, and she stretched her hand out to help Jane stand up. "Let the bones be burned." A grating masculine voice rang from behind Jane and Zara. Both simultaneously trembled in fear. They were here already, too fast. "Hugo!" Calvin gestured for Hugo, and before he could even complete his shout, Hugo was already in the air. He planted a kick on the face of the patient. The force of his kick was too immense that the patient was knocked backward and even fell down the stairs. Curses! God, oh God! Help me! Eat the flesh, season it well with salt and pepper. Burn the bones like firewood. The patient that Hugo kicked rolled downwards like a bowling pin. He struck the other patients, and all of them rolled down the stairs back to the flooded basement. "Strike!" Philip screamed in excitement. "Why did you stop moving?" Go to the bathroom in the left corridor." Calvin fiercely scolded. "Why, yes." Philip hurriedly straightened his back before dashing towards the bathroom in the left corridor like mad. The others followed suit. They didn't dare to breathe loudly until Hugo, who was the last one to arrive, closed the door shut. We're saved." That was intense. Nicholas collapsed on the bathroom floor. Thankfully, for some reason, this particular bathroom was kept quite clean and neat, so he had no reservations on sitting directly on the floor. Roy let out a sigh of relief, while Ray commented with gusto and a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Calvin had a serious look on his face as he stared at Philip. He saw how Philip shoved Jane backward in order to escape. Philip could reason out that he was just in a panic at that time and that he didn't understand nor realize what he was doing. But for Calvin, a person like him was walking time bombed. He had no need for such a person who could quickly forget camaraderie whenever there was danger. The solemn look on his face was noticed by Hugo. He quickly saw through what Calvin was thinking, but he didn't say anything. "Jane, Zara, are you okay?" Scarlet rushed to the two. Jane and Zara's faces were still pale from that close encounter with death. They stared at Scarlet with dazed eyes, and upon realizing that they were now safe, tears dripped down their eyes as the two of them tightly hugged Scarlet. "I was so scared. I thought for sure that I was going to die." Calvin maintained his silence. It wasn't appropriate to speak when someone was crying. But then, Jane suddenly raised her head and glared at Philip. "Why did you push me? Why did you push me down earlier? You tried to kill me. What? What are you talking about? You're slandering me." Philip's trembling voice came out of his throat. He pointed a finger at Jane and even shouted as if he was mustering his courage. "There's no need to lie. Philip, I saw what you did earlier." Scarlet fiercely replied. "What? I didn't push her. I was just trying to escape." "Yes, you did." Scarlet wasn't having it at all. Everyone's narrowed eyes landed at Philip. Under the immense pressure, Philip's mental faculties collapsed. "Yeah, I did push her, so what? What are you going to do about it, huh? Will you go ahead and blame me for trying to save myself from death? Does that even make sense?" Tears threatened to fall down Philip's eyes as he started his rant. "Don't act like you're such a kind person. I'm pretty sure that if you were in my situation, you would also push her down to save your own life." Slap. Zara sent a fierce slap across Philip's face. Silence descended. "Scarlet isn't like that. Don't you dare bring her down to your level. You a-shoal dash." Philip's eyes were wide with shock upon realizing that he was slapped across his face. Seeing the condemning look on everyone's faces, he gnashed his teeth, entered a bathroom stall, and slammed the door shut. The people whom he believed as his friends, such as Nicholas, Roy, and Ray didn't even dare to stand up to him. It was clear that they found his actions quite despicable. But to be honest, they would probably do the same thing as Philip if they were in the same shoes. After all, they had just met each other, and they had no obligation to save each other's lives at all, that a person only had a single life. They were willing to do anything as long as they could preserve their own lives. Calvin shook his head. Complicated emotions flashed across his face. Sigh. Human nature. Even now, I'm still baffled by you. He inwardly thought. Calvin made a sidelong glance at the three women. Scarlett was embracing both Jane and Zara, but the look on her face was remarkably different. Although none of the others saw that look on her face, Calvin's sharp and trained eyes noticed it. This girl, I hope she's not a walking time bomb just like them. Calvin could only shake his head. To be honest, he would have been happier if he didn't have any comrades and was alone in this madhouse. With his instincts, prior knowledge of the asylum, and the techniques that he knew and could utilize even though he wasn't a fighter. Even though it would take him quite a long time, he would still be able to pass through this final phase and maybe even acquire what he needed if he was lucky enough. Sadly, Calvin's wishes didn't come true, and he had teammates that he needed to protect. Calvin instantly saw the potential of these newbies. They had the potential of being the future heroes of humanity. However, if they were indeed people that could easily betray their comrades for the sake of their own survival, he would instantly cut them off like the plague. Calvin greatly hated traitors, and that included himself. He hated himself for being so weak back then that he wasn't even able to defend his own sanity. Of course, now that he was back, he would never let the same tragedy happen again. Calvin swept his gaze on the faces of the other newbies. He decided to take a long break with them. In the middle of the break, Philip never came out from the bathroom stall at all and didn't even join the discussion. When it was finally time for them to go to the medical ward, he came out of the stall with this scary-looking, indifferent look on his face. The eyes were the windows to one's soul, and a single look on Philip's eyes was enough for one to see that Philip didn't care about anything anymore. He wasn't the Philip that everyone knew before that incident. He was now a different Philip, a dangerous and unpredictable Philip. Hurt by the betrayal of his so-called friends and the frustration of his actions being misunderstood, Philip had decided to not care about anything anymore. If he managed to come out of this place alive, then it was good. But if not, he'll drag everyone with him to hell. Seeing Philip's expression, Calvin glanced at Hugo, and the two men nodded, in tacit understanding. Although it was such a waste of talent, Calvin couldn't possibly sacrifice everyone for the sake of a single life. If Philip dared to betray them in the middle of a chase, then Calvin was ready to sacrifice him to the wolves. The group continued on their journey. Since running electricity was now available throughout the entire asylum, it wasn't that hard for them to traverse through the corridors anymore. They also made a short trip to that room where they acquired the hospital gowns. After wearing the gowns, they continued on their journey. But they were still moving rather slowly. It was because now that there were lights, they could finally see the extent of damage that the mad patients of this asylum did to the place. All sorts of graffiti and letters were scribbled on the concrete walls of the corridor. Most of them didn't make sense, but that wasn't the shocking part at all. The shocking part was that the words and drawings were all made with blood. Furthermore, they would also randomly stumble upon body parts on the floor. There was even an instance where Jane kicked something soft with her shoes only for her to discover that it was a severed head. Hugo even stepped on something mushy only for him to discover that it was someone's brain matter. The entire scene was so morbid and gory that the newbies wished that there were no lights at all. Such a horrifying scene, combined with the faint smell of antiseptic and rust lingering in the air, made the newbies feel as if they would vomit out the contents of their stomach at any moment. Fortunately, it didn't take too long for them to arrive at the decontamination chamber that they needed to go through in order to enter the medical ward. Pressing on some buttons beside the door, the hissing sound of hydraulics could be heard as the door creaked open. The decontamination chamber somehow managed to accommodate all of them at once. That a few seconds later, after decontaminating everyone inside the chamber, the doors opened once again, and the soon that appeared in front of the newbies could only be described with a single word: terrifying. The hospital was massive. Although no lights were turned on in the hospital, the moonlight cascading through the windows served as enough illumination for the others to see that the hospital was indeed quite massive and terrifying. But it wasn't terrifying in a sense that there were mutilated bodies strewn across the floor similar to the main hall of the administration block. Instead, it was terrifying, for you would always have that feeling of being stared upon by the unknown upon entering this place. We are now at the hospital of this asylum. The medical ward, according to the map that I got from that custodian, is still a few corridors away from the decontamination chamber. He also gave me a certain tip that he said that if we somehow entered this place, that we must never bother about what we hear nor see. We must continue without any care for what is happening around us. We should only stop once we've arrived at the medical ward. Yeah, all right. A pale-faced Jane struggled to answer. The others nodded their head, but it was clear from their soft whispers and slightly trembling bodies that they would rather stay in the gory and morbid administration block than stay in this place. Unlike the administration block where the danger has a physical form, yet could be avoided with a steadfast mind and quick wit, the terrifying part of this hospital seemed to be omnipresent. Before moving, I suggest that we should whisper a calming mantra to ourselves. Calvin proposed. A calming mantra, what is that? Anything. You can even chant song lyrics, so long as it can give you that sense of security. You are free to chant anything, just don't be too loud. Calvin explained. The others didn't say anything anymore. Once they started moving, they also started chanting. Pi is 3.14159265535. The Nipa hut may be small. The vegetables there are assorted: turnip, eggplants, and some winged beans. When you're happy, and you know it, shake that ass. What the FCK is that weird chanting, Nicholas? Ray complained upon hearing Nicholas's chanting. Oh, shut up, man. Calvin told us that we can use anything as long as it calms us down. That makes sense. Ray was speechless. He didn't say anything anymore and just started his own chant. Come, dear fellow stewards of the earth, planting rice is never a joke. To become the perfect predator, one must never become the prey. That I cannot make the same mistake that I did in that battlefield a few years ago. Hugo walked forward along with the others. Since he could be considered as the main source of physical strength and security for the newbies, he took the responsibility of protecting the others from behind. As someone who slaughtered his way through that battlefield a few years ago. Hugo was never afraid of bloodshed, but behind this strong man was a fear that he had never managed to get rid of. In fact, contrary to the expectations of everyone, Hugo was never a cold-blooded killer. Whenever he killed a person, he would always, without fail, dream about that person. Haunted by his nightmares, Hugo almost went crazy in the end. He resorted to drinking himself to sleep, as well as gambling just a few years after that gruesome battle. Hugo lost everything that he had of his addictions. To fast forward in today's time, he had no other choice but to accept that tantalizing offer, that a chance to clear all of his debt and start anew. But Hugo knew that no matter how many times he prayed for forgiveness, and no matter how many times he started anew, the nightmares would never stop. He would forever dream about the people that he mercilessly killed, and they would forever haunt his dreams. Hugo may not be afraid of a life and death battle, but there was something that he was absolutely scared of, and that was ghosts. In the administration block, he showed no substantial fear on his face, and his movements never lagged, no matter how scary nor terrifying their position was. But inside this hospital, everything changed. That Hugo's entire body was now shivering in fear. I can't panic. If I panic and lost my mind here, what will happen to them? I can't lose it here. They're relying on me to support them. How can I let the situation be reversed at this moment? I must never be a deadweight for them, Hugo told himself, but he found it difficult to even move his feet. His body was instinctively protesting against him. Don't be afraid. Ghosts are ghosts. There's a popular idiom in my hometown that one must be more afraid of a neighboring thief than a neighboring ghost. What's more, they can detect your fear, so if you are afraid of them, the more they will try to come and haunt you. You can do this, Hugo. You've endured through countless life and death battles, and even killed 100 terrorists back in that war country. Yet how can you falter here in the face of intangible ghosts? Hugo tightly clenched his fists. He raised his head up and discovered that everyone had disappeared. Wait, where did they go? Did they already reach that turn at the end of the corridor? Does that mean that they left me here alone? Hugo's eyes widened in shock. Fear was now visible on his face. His body urged him to run, yet he didn't dare to do so. Slowly, he took a step forward. After taking the step, two kinds of footsteps echoed in the darkness. One was his own footstep, while the other was the sound of wet shoes submerged in something sticky and slick. No, that was just my imagination. All right, I can do it. There's no one behind me. No one behind me. Hugo squeezed these words out of his throat. He repeated these words again and again, as if he was hypnotizing himself. He took several steps forward, and those slick footsteps rang out once again. It seemed to be following him, which made Hugo even more scared. No, there's no one behind me. Once I make that turn on the end of that corridor there, then that sound will disappear. It's just my imagination, and oh, one is behind me. No one is behind you, Hugo. Hugo repeatedly whispered, and after taking a few more steps, he seemed to have gotten used to the sound of those slick footsteps, but his movements suddenly came to a halt as he slapped himself across the face. What is wrong with you, Hugo? You promised yourself that you would definitely protect your comrades. Why are you being such a scaredy cat at this moment? Are you trying to imitate Jane? Speaking of Jane, that kind-hearted, yet easily scared young lady. Hugo's heart suddenly warmed up. He didn't feel so scared anymore. Taking several steps forward, he ignored the echoing footsteps behind him and walked down the single corridor where his comrades had disappeared into, according to Calvin's words. The hospital itself wasn't that big. That what's massive was the medical ward dedicated to treating the patients of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. From Calvin's words earlier, the medical ward was only a few corridors away from the decontamination chamber that they used to go inside the hospital. In other words, Hugo wasn't that far from the others. He just needed to pick up his pace, and he'd soon catch up to them. Hugo picked up his speed, but after walking for a few seconds, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from his right. He subconsciously turned to the source of the noise, and he discovered that it seemed to be coming from another corridor with a bright red exit word written above it. That noise, did it come from the emergency exit? There are also some lights there. But why is it that only the corridor leading to the emergency exit is illuminated? Hugo pondered for a while. He could seem to vaguely remember some of Calvin's words earlier, but due to the fear creeping up in his heart, he seemed to have transformed into a moth attracted to a flame. He approached the corridor leading to the emergency exit. There was a cold draft coming from the corridor, and a few doors of the sick rooms beside the emergency exit was left half opened, since there was no light. Hugo didn't dare to sneak a peek into the sick rooms, for who knows what would appear in his vision the moment that he did such a thing. Hugo finally realized at this moment that he had strayed from his original path. Democrat, Minnesota, I should go back. He softly uttered a curse. Not daring to stay any longer, he turned around, and the moment that he did so, he found a pair of bloodied footsteps on the floor directly in front of him. Written beside the bloody footsteps were the words, "Big brother, please don't leave me alone." Jane chanted each and every word that Calvin told them earlier to herself. Continue, without any care. Don't pay attention to the weird things happening. Jane softly uttered. She was scared, but with her friend standing in front of her, she felt a strange sense of security. They had been walking through this dark corridor for a few minutes now, yet they still couldn't see the end. Jane felt somewhat bored. Scarlet was protecting Zara at the center of their formation, while Jane was being protected by Hugo behind her. Like a T first, she wanted to talk with Hugo, but since Hugo looked quite scary, she didn't say anything, but not saying anything was basically the same as forcing her not to breathe. Speaking was Jane's forte, though that talent ever didn't show itself inside this madhouse. Staring at the others who were whispering with each other, Jane puffed her cheeks. She found this silence quite unbearable as she turned around and said, "Sir Hugo, thank you for your service, and I'm really sorry that you have to." Jane abruptly stopped her speech. Her flashlight dropped onto the ground, and it created a loud sound that startled everyone. "What goes there?" Nicholas, who was the closest to her, swiftly turned around, and so did the others. "What's going on, Jane?" Calvin saw that the commotion came from Jane. He raised his eyebrows, but when the light of his flashlight landed on nothing behind Jane, his pupils constricted as he asked, "Where did Hugo go?" Hugo. He was just walking right beside me, and when I turned around, he was already gone." Jane's expression was pale, and she almost went hysterical. How could a person just simply disappear from another person's side without causing any commotion nor leaving any trace? That was impossible. It shouldn't happen at all. Yet, such a strange phenomenon occurred here. And the one that disappeared was the strongest of them all, the source of their courage and the bastion of reassurance for their weary hearts. Hugo. Where did he go? Did he get lost? Roy uttered a whisper. Get lost? Do you really think that someone like him can get lost? He's been consumed. He's been captured by the madmen in this place. And now that he's gone, we're next. Ha ha. Philip, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly let out a boisterous laugh. What the FCK did you say? Nicholas rushed up to him and sent a punch directly on his face. How dare you curse us? If you want to die, then go die along, you a-shoal dash. Are you saying that I am wrong? Ha. No, I'm not wrong. This place is mad. This place is mad, and none of us can escape from this madness. Philip spread his arms wide and shouted at the skies. Wow, what is he doing? Rose and the other girls were terrified of his strange actions. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. He rushed at Philip and sent an attack directly at his nape. He planned on rendering him unconscious, so he couldn't spout more nonsense. But Philip unexpectedly blocked his attack with a single hand. You've gone mad, Calvin whispered in shock. There was one particular reason why this mental asylum was particularly dangerous for those with lowered mental faculties. It was because those with lowered mental faculties could possibly turn mad, similar to what happened to the patients in this place. When one stares at the abyss stares back. This sentence was an undeniable truth in Mount Spirit Sword Asylum, this moment. One of them finally lost it and had gone mad. Calvin gnashed his teeth that he clenched his fists and sent an attack directly above the head of Philip. He planned on directly ending his life by attacking a crucial acupoint on top of his head, but he didn't expect that Philip could react so quickly. Before his attack could even approach Philip's head, Philip had already sent a kick at Calvin's chest, sending him flying towards the walls. Bang! A dull thud rang out. Calvin's back collided with the wall, making him grit his teeth in pain. Ha ha ha! None of us can escape. Philip turned around and made a mad dash towards the corridors leading for the medical ward. Philip, don't go there. Don't follow him. Roy was about to run after Philip, but he was stopped by Calvin's stern warning. When he took that turn at the end of the current corridor where Calvin and the others were located, the sound of his laughter mysteriously vanished in an instant. An eerie silence once again surrounded the newbies. The girls collapsed onto their knees from shock. They managed to survive on their encounter against the benevolent father and the butcher, Andre. But in just a few minutes in this hospital, they already lost. Two comrades, point one disappeared into thin air, while the other cracked under the shame and remorse of his betrayal before finally collapsing in front of the abyss known as the Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. Calvin clicked his tongue in annoyance. If Hugo followed his instructions properly, then he wouldn't have to disappear. But since the deed was done and the rice was cooked, there was no use crying over spilled milk anymore. Calvin could feel that Hugo was still alive, in short, it was now their priority to rescue Hugo before it was already too late. But of course, Calvin wasn't willing to divert everyone's attention into rescuing Hugo. He must look at the big picture. Calvin nodded his head and decided. He then gathered the others and said, I'll go back to look for Hugo.as for you guys. Just follow the corridor, and you will soon arrive at the decontamination chamber for the medical ward. I think it's only about several hundreds of meters away from this place. Why you're going to look for Hugo? Are you going to leave us alone here? That can't be. You must stay with us. Ray's face went ashen with fear. Calvin had long become one of the sources of courage for the newbies. His knowledge of the mental asylum was boundless and for them. If he suddenly disappeared, then they would become similar to headless flies. In such a situation, it could be said that their deaths were nigh. Yeah, I'm going to look for him. I can feel that he's still alive, Calvin seriously said. But Roy protested. No, you're not going to look for him. We must first rescue Philip instead of Hugo. That bastard is only useful for his strength, and I can feel that he's killed a lot of people. I'd rather trust Philip than trust a serial killer. Roy laid out all of his honest thoughts regarding Hugo at this moment. Point one might say that he was being biased since Philip was his friend, but what he said actually made sense for the others. Scarlet bit her lips, and she looked like she wanted to speak. Medea scrunched her eyebrows, while Rose had her gaze averted. Jane, Zara, and Jeanette, on the other hand, were too scared to care. Although they were looking at Calvin, since they were concerned that he was going to leave them alone, Calvin's eyes narrowed into slits. He leaked a little bit of his killing intent as he replied, I've killed a lot of people too. What are you going to do about it? His cold voice seemed to have transformed into cold thorns that pierced through the hearts of everyone. Why you? Roy staggered backwards in fear. The terror that he felt in his heart when Calvin's gaze met with his was no less than the fear that he felt from Hugo. He collapsed onto the ground, and Calvin didn't bother about him anymore. I will go and rescue Hugo. I will allow no objections. But before I leave, I will teach you all a method to protect yourself. Calvin declared, a method to protect ourselves? Yes, the custodians may have said that we must not fight against the monsters here, but they didn't say that we can't stop them from running after us. What do you mean? Calvin's cryptic words confused the newbies. Give me a minute. Calvin turned around and ripped a few pages of paper out of his small notebook. His eyes flashed with determination as he bit a chunk of the soft flesh on his cheeks inside his mouth. Blood pooled inside his mouth, and searing pain rushed directly into Calvin's mind. However, he remained steadfast, frowning. He spat a mouthful of blood on his left palm and used that blood to draw some sigils on the paper that he ripped off from his small notebook. Oh, our beloved goddess Grace, the magister of light and the commander of compassion. I invoke your name with my essence. Bestow blessings upon your lowly servant. Tremont, Calvin softly whispered, and the blood that covered the papers vanished, as if it didn't even exist in the first place. What Calvin did was a basic blessing bestowal spiritualistic magic. The 7 gods and goddesses govern the world of Las Filipinas. Often, they were silent, but since gods needed the power of faith in their followers to continue their existence, they became quite lenient, and with the use of spiritualistic magic, one could demand blessings from the gods that one believed in. and to an extent, they would be able to use the strength of that god. However, to exercise the blessing of the divine, their will, and strength point one must also be willing to sacrifice something of equal or greater value. In short, the gods weren't willing to help for nothing. In fact, if not for their need for prayers, then they would have long abandoned the world in search of other interesting things in the cosmos. Calvin infused the blessing of goddess grace into the papers, but he had to sacrifice valuable blood from the insides of his cheeks in exchange. Yang, an enter through the head, and the prime location of the most valuable blood essence was in the tip of the tongue and the insides of one's cheeks. Taking blood essence from the tip of one's tongue was dangerous, since a single mistake could cost one's life. However, it was a different story if the blood came from the inside of one's cheeks. Unfortunately, since Calvin still wasn't a predator and hadn't formally acquired powers from the world of Las Filipinas, he could only take blood from the inside of his cheeks, 3 times at most. This was Calvin's trump card, but for the sake of the lives of the newbies, he didn't hesitate to give them a part of his trump card. Calvin wiped the blood off his lips before turning around to face the newbies. He gave each of them a piece of paper and solemnly said, "I know that all of you are skeptical, but when the time comes that you need that valuable help, crush this piece of paper, throw it at the enemy, and shout the word, 'Released.' I don't have that much time to explain everything. Just trust me on this." "Yeah, all right." The newbies, although confused, never managed to ask any questions, for Calvin had already turned around and rushed towards where Hugo was last discovered. Nicholas, Ray, and Roy touched the paper in their hands. The paper felt damp, but it wasn't wet with anything. Just holding it in their hands made them feel a strange sense of security. Taking a glance at each other, the 3 decided that they would trust Calvin's nonsense. "Let's leave Hugo to Calvin. For now, we'll go and find Philip." Rose stood up and made the decision for the team. Even though she was a woman, she had proven herself to be quite capable. Furthermore, she was the oldest of them all, so it wasn't really that strange for her to take command of everyone. Roy stared at the direction where Calvin had disappeared. A strange look briefly appeared in his face, but when he blinked, that look disappeared as fast as it appeared. The newbies, with Rose standing in the front lines, continued their march towards the direction where Philip went. Without the newbies to care for, Calvin didn't even bother to hide his presence. He ran, and in just a few seconds, he reached the decontamination chamber that they used to enter the hospital block of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. He swept his gaze across the area. The hospital block wasn't really that huge when compared to the administration block. It had several corridors, with several sick rooms whose doors were left ajar. Cold draft seemed to be coming from beyond those doors. But Calvin merely frowned. Calvin's eyes scoured the area until it eventually landed on the corridor where the emergency exit was located. What's more, he could see that out of all the corridors in the hospital, only that corridor had running electricity. If common sense was followed, then anyone in such a scary place like this would easily be attracted to light. In other words, Hugo was most likely to be in that corridor. Calvin took a step forward. As soon as his feet landed, 2 kinds of footsteps rang out. Point one belonged to him, while one belonged to someone else. Calvin's pupils constricted. "Who's there?" He abruptly turned around, but he found nothing. A cold draft out of nowhere blasted his face, making him squint his eyes. "Whoever is playing a prank on me, show yourself. Else, if I find you, then I won't be so lenient." Calvin bravely cried out, but no one answered him. "Oomph." He coldly snorted and took another step forward. The same slick footsteps rang out behind him, but this time he was even faster. Not even a quarter of a second passed since the sound rang out, but Calvin had already whipped his head around, trying to look at the person following him from behind. However, he still found nothing. "What the FCK?" Calvin softly cursed. Irritated, he increased his pace towards the corridor with running electricity. When he stepped into the corridor, the slick footsteps had stopped. Calvin paused for a moment and even turned around to see what happened and why it suddenly stopped. But he eventually decided that finding Hugo should be his priority. He swept his gaze across the corridor and found that there were lights coming from the men's bathroom. Calvin stepped forward and discovered some words written on the pale white walls of the hospital. "There is no escape from this madness. If you can't beat him, join him. Can I invite you to dance?" The uneven handwriting and the strange message that the writer wanted to express made Calvin scrunch his eyebrows. He was currently on the corridor that had running electricity in the entire hospital block, standing in the middle of this corridor. The lights coming from the sick rooms around him seemed to be unable to soothe his trembling heart. Even though the cold drafts had stopped, the doors that were left ajar moved back and forth, creaking noisily as if they were being affected by an invisible force. Showers of dust fell from the old and dilapidated ceiling, and one could faintly hear the occasional sounds of paper brushing against the floor in the middle of this silence. standing alone in such a place in the middle of the night. It was a lie to say that Calvin wasn't disturbed at all. Clenching his fists, he walked towards the direction of the men's bathroom. Entering the bathroom with a turn, he found a trembling Hugo on the ground, hugging his knees as he let out weak whimpers and cries. "Hugo!" Calvin cried out upon discovering Hugo that a frown appeared on his face when he noticed that Hugo seemed to have been scarred by something. Shaking Hugo's shoulders, the latter finally snapped out of his trance. "You, Calvin, why are you here?" Calvin replied. "I'm here to rescue you." "Rescue me? What happened? Wait, why am I here?" Hugo was so confused that he looked as if he was about to cry. Calm down, calm down. You need to stand up. The others are worried about you. I came here to look for you, and now that I found you, we need to go back and help them." Calvin urged. "No, I can't go back. I can't go back. There's something scary out there that's out to kill me. I had no choice. It was a life and death situation, and I had to kill, or I will be killed. Yet, why can't they understand? Why can't they understand my feelings?" Tears streamed down Hugo's cheeks. The battle-hardened Hugo, who seemed to not know how to show any emotions apart from glaring at others and revealing a slight smile, seemed to have transformed into someone else. He was bawling his eyes out and even fiercely kicking his legs, as if he was a toddler. Calvin thoroughly inspected Hugo. His eyes caught on to something strange, and he took a piece of paper out of his pocket. "All right, I understand. You don't have to explain. I can see it. I can see that you have a demon in your shadow." Calvin hurled the paper in his hand towards Hugo's shadow and cried out, "Release." "I don't know, but for some reason, this place feels scarier now that Calvin isn't with us," Nicholas commented. "Stop saying the word scary, man. Now, you're getting me worked up too?" Roy glared right at Nicholas. "No, I'm not joking. Now that Calvin isn't with us, I feel like the place has become even scarier than before." Nicholas didn't care about Roy's glare. "Yeah, right out, I think you probably swing that way since you're really starstruck for that brat." Roy mocked. "What did you say? I called you gay. So what are you going to do about it?" Roy wasn't having it. Rose, who could hear the commotion from behind her, facepalmed. She was wondering if her comrades were really adults or children in the bodies of adults. "Can the two of you stay away from each other?" Rose abruptly turned around and glared at Nicholas and Roy. Ever since Roy accused Hugo of being a serial killer, Nicholas's view of him changed. He now despised Roy. For him, people that would judge others based on their so-called instincts were retarded and shouldn't really be given any attention. Roy crossed his arms in front of his chest and turned his head away from Nicholas. He hadn't done anything wrong. Yet for some reason, Nicholas seemed to be somewhat angry at him, in fact, he could even feel disdain coming from Nicholas whenever the latter faced him. Ray could only scratch his head in situations like this. Normally, he was the one that would step forward and stop the fight. But the place really seemed to be scarier now that Calvin wasn't with them. He felt as if he almost couldn't take the fear and that strange sense of being watched from afar by something unknown. If not for the fact that he had allies accompanying him here in this dark corridor, then he would have already run back to the decontamination chamber and returned to the administration block, that he'd rather face against those madmen than face the intangible ghosts in this place. "Look, there are some lights over there." At this moment, Jane suddenly exclaimed amidst the commotion. She pointed, and when everyone followed her finger, they saw that there were indeed some red lights coming from the end of the corridor. Everyone grew cautious. "Slow down." Rose gave her very first command. "Why is there light at the end of the corridor?" Roy asked. Nicholas mockingly laughed. "It's because there's electricity in this place." Roy rolled his eyes at him. "I know that, but why is it that running electricity's only limited to some areas in this hospital?" Nicholas couldn't answer. Since running electricity was available, then why were there no lights in the entire hospital? The others thought and pondered about this question, until suddenly Jeanette exclaimed, "Could it be because someone deliberately shut off the lights, and he is now luring us to where by using those lights?" Everyone turned to look at her in shock. What she said made sense, and when everyone turned to look at the lights at the end of the corridor once again, the sense of security that they felt vanished. Instead, it was replaced by trepidation. What should we do? The map here says that we need to go through that corridor in order to reach the next decontamination chamber. Rose seemed to be panicking as she directed the light of her flashlight into the page of paper that she was holding. This page of paper came from Calvin. Before he left, he gave Rose a small map of the entire hospital block. From this map, they definitely needed to go through that corridor in the end before they could reach the decontamination chamber leading to the medical ward. But if Jeanette's hypothesis was correct, and their enemy was indeed using lights to lure them like moths, then going there was the same as sending themselves into the mouths of lions. In other words, it was Sid dash. You guys are clearly overthinking. How could there be any enemy there? Roy had doubts. Then, how about you go there and check for us if you're that skeptical of our judgment? Nicholas sneered. Roy turned to look at him and frowned. Fine, but what happens if there really is no enemy waiting for us there? Oomph, go ahead and check it first, then we'll talk. Nicholas wasn't having it. He believed that Roy was too afraid to go to that corridor and check if it was safe for the team to pass through. Democrat, Minnesota it. Roy was indeed afraid. He had just realized that he'd dug a grave for himself. But since he was already this deep, there was no turning back anymore. Sweeping his gaze at everyone, he found out that none of them were willing to spoke for up. IT was clear that they obviously want them to place him in danger and check that corridor. You guys. Roy was disappointed with him. Scarlet could detect what he was thinking, and she said, Why are you not checking it? I thought that you were so brave. There was an aggravated look on Scarlet's face, as if she couldn't wait to see him piss and ess-it his pants out of fear. You, Scarlet, why are you being like this? Aren't we friends? He had talked quite a bit with Scarlet, and he thought that the two of them were quite compatible. He felt good being with Scarlet. However, he didn't expect that Scarlet was actually looking down on him all this while. SC Scarlet, don't be like that. Everyone will be scared if they're being pressured to check on something that may be dangerous. Jeanette commented on the side. Jane agreed on Jeanette's comment. Zara had a frown on her face. Everyone's attitude at this moment was quite strange for her eyes. As a medical student, she was more perceptive than others. But even though she could feel that something was strange, she couldn't quite pinpoint what exactly was different from their attitude at this moment than earlier. Fine. Roy gnashed his teeth. His eyes flashed with a never-seen-before insanity. If all of you really want me to die that much, then fine. Roy turned around and made a break for it towards that corridor. Ha ha ha. He's really running. The guy can run faster than Usain Bolt. He must be about to ess-it his pants now. Ray mockingly commented. Nicholas laughed along with him when he heard how Ray mocked Roy. The two men started laughing and never stopped, eliciting a strange frown from the faces of the others. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hey guys, what is so funny? Zara, Rose, Scarlet, Jane, and Jeanette huddled up. Their slightly trembling figures made it evident that they were disturbed on the changes happening within Ray and Nicholas. Oh, why are you not laughing with us? Isn't it quite funny? What's funny? Rose nervously asked. Ha ha ha. Ray boisterously laughed. He laughed and opened his mouth so wide that the edge of his lips became torn and dripped with blood. Nicholas laughed so loud that his laughter turned into a hoarse whistling. The two men collapsed and keeled over onto the ground, yet they were still laughing. From the looks of it, they would laugh until the two of them died. What is this? What is going on with them? Jane exclaimed in fear. Scarlet moved to embrace Jane, but the light within her brown eyes was ever so slightly changing. Her eyes didn't radiate any fear anymore. Instead, it was replaced by insanity. Her embrace around Jane's waist tightened. Scarlet, what are you doing? I can't breathe. Jane cried out in pain. Jeanette, Rose, and Zara turned to look at the three, and they saw that there was a hideous smile on Scarlet's lips. You can't breathe. You're drowning. How does it feel? It feels good, right? Feeling the salty waters washing over your soul. Feeling it inundating every inch of your body as it slowly drowns away your consciousness. And so does your life. Scarlet's voice turned hoarse and androgynous. Who are you? You're not Scarlet. Zara, who was a close friend of Scarlet, instantly noticed this change. She became akin to that of a startled cat as she stood her ground and glared at Scarlet. Who am I? You'll soon find out who I am. After all of these, we are going to be comrades. There is no escape. Ah. Scarlet wickedly laughed, and her hold around Jane's waist tightened even more. Jane started struggling with all of her strength. But it was useless. Scarlet seemed to have the strength of several adults as she slowly crushed Jane's waist under her powerful grip. The paper that Calvin gave to us. Jane desperately shouted at the others. She felt weak and faint. Her consciousness became akin to that of a small boat in a rocky ocean. Although she found it incredulous that she thought of that piece of paper that Calvin gave to them earlier, she was now desperate for any help, even if that help didn't even make sense in the first place. All right. Zara fumbled around, and she soon found that piece of crumpled paper. I found it, she exclaimed when he discovered the piece of paper before she hurriedly hurled it at Scarlet. What's a piece of paper going to do against me? Scarlet tilted her neck at a painful angle, but before she could even mock the three even further, Zara exclaimed, Release. And the piece of crumpled paper that had no power whatsoever suddenly let out a spark. Amidst Scarlet's constricted pupils, The spark transformed into a great fire that swallowed her entire body in a blink of an eye. Release. The crumpled paper transformed into a mouth of fire that swallowed Hugo's entire body. Hugo let out a shrill shriek. His scream sounded androgynous and full of suffering. The fire soon disappeared. Hugo collapsed on his knees. Calvin directed his gaze on Hugo's shadow and said, "Are you not going to come out there? Or do I have to exorcise you personally?" As a former employee of 5 Cent, Calvin knew that there were demons in Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. He just wasn't so sure of their location since every time a challenger enters Mount Spirit Sword Asylum, the location of the patients and the bosses, such as the benevolent father and the butcher, changed every time the place was open. Calvin thought that these demons would only appear at the underground laboratory. Unfortunately, his guess was incorrect. Once again, it turned out that the demons were waiting for them in ambush here in the hospital block. 5 Cent really messed with them too much. Upon hearing no reply from the demon hiding within Hugo's shadow, Calvin's gaze hardened. Forming the sigil of the goddess Grace with his hands, Calvin softly uttered, "Oh, our beloved goddess Grace, the magister of light and the commander of compassion. Your servants hereby invoke your name as it echoes through hell." Tremont. Calvin formed a finger sword with his index and middle finger before pointing at Hugo's shadow. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." A ghastly scream came out of Hugo's shadow. His shadow also continuously contorted as if it was having a seizure. "Stop, stop, stop." A panicking androgynous voice rang from within Hugo's shadow. Soon, a figure made out of black mist manifested out of Hugo's shadow and appeared in front of Calvin. But Calvin's pupils constricted. The shadowy figure in front of him belonged to a demon in Las Filipinas. Calvin swiftly calmed down. He expected this much as a former employee of 5 Cent, composed of unknown energies. A demon is invisible to human eyes. They were only visible to the eyes of humans, whose bodies were integrated with. The microchip of the Las Filipinas system, Rhea should have installed that microchip inside his body when she knocked him out and carried him to that hotel. This was the reason why Calvin could see this demon, and this was also the reason why he could communicate with it. Demons, despite having no actual bones, muscles, or any internal structures to speak of, they were still capable of manipulating the mana in the air to their bidding in order to cause an illusion that they had immense strength. However, what they were capable of doing, in the end, was just simple manipulation. Calvin could easily use the blessing of the goddess Grace to cut off that power supply, effectively exorcising the demon by erasing it from the face of the earth. The demon himself knew that Calvin had that capability. The moment Calvin threatened to exorcise him, he instantly came out of Hugo's shadow and manifested an intangible body, so he could communicate with Calvin. "Stop. Please stop. I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do, just don't exorcise me." The demon, whose body was similar to a black mist, fell onto his knees and bowed in front of Calvin. "Oh, really? You're willing to do my bidding? That's quite convenient. If that's the case, then I won't exorcise you. The more allies we have in this place, the more chances we have in escaping." Calvin nodded his head, looking pleased. The demon inwardly sneered. To think that this kid actually knows how to exorcise a demon. However, now that he knows my value, I am sure that he'll be glad to keep me around. The demon made some plans to himself, of course. He kept that respectful posture while he was on his knees. He looked completely solemn and submissive. Calvin stared right at the demon. How could he not know about what the demon was thinking at this moment? In fact, at this moment, he was the only human being that had the longest years of experience fighting against demons. He might even know more about the demons than the demons know about themselves. "So, you're saying that you're willing to do whatever I wanted you to do, but can you even do what I need you to do in the first place? If not, then you're still useless to me, and I don't like keeping useless things around." Calvin revealed a cheeky smile on his face. What? What do you want to know?" The demon felt somewhat strange, but he quickly caught on what Calvin was hinting at. "Let's see, how about you tell me where I can find the core of this place?" Calvin's eyes flashed with a strange light. "The core of this place?" The demon furrowed his illusory eyebrows. "What do you mean, the core of this place?" "Playing dumb. Of course, what I mean is where I can find the spirit sword." Calvin's smile deepened. "You?" The demon was thoroughly shocked. "You are planning on taking the spirit sword for yourself?" "No, that's impossible. I won't let you do that. Just kill me if you want, but I won't lead you to where the spirit sword is, and I won't let you take it." The demon's body, made out of mist, trembled in agitation. It was obvious that no matter how many times Calvin asked, it would never lead him to where the spirit sword was. "But, did you really think that I need you to lead me to where that spirit sword is?" Calvin teasingly looked at the demon. Wow, what are you talking about? The demon felt a sense of foreboding in its illusory heart. The demon looked confused and agitated, but when Calvin dropped the next bombshell, let me guess, the spirit sword should be in the salt mines located in the underground laboratory, right? You. How did you? It almost went crazy. Calvin raised another piece of paper and the demon abruptly calmed down. How? How did you know where the spirit sword is? Let me tell you this. With your current strength, it would be best if you don't have any ideas about taking the spirit sword. The moment your filthy hands touch it, you'll be turned into a pillar of salt. You're simply not strong enough to take it. The demon made a grave warning. Thank for your concern, but I know that too. I know that I cannot take the spirit sword with my puny strength. Calvin agreed to the demon's statement. The spirit sword was the reason why Mount Spirit Sword Asylum existed for so long. The moment it was taken out of its place, the entire place would crumble to ashes and be destroyed, of course. He still wanted the spirit sword for himself, but as what the demon had said, he better not think about taking the spirit sword with his current strength. If he dared to try and take the spirit sword with his current capabilities, he might as well shoot himself to the head since the outcome would still be the same. However, the spirit sword wasn't Calvin's goal. It was the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. As a person who was once at the peak of the writer profession, he had always dreamed of having this precious artifact. Now that he had the chance to take that artifact, then he would surely take advantage of the opportunity to take it. Calvin's eyes flashed with determination. He raised his head to look at the demon and said, "You might not be willing to guide me to where the spirit sword is, but how about you guide me to where the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life is? That artifact is something that I need." The demon furrowed his illusory eyebrows. The notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. Isn't that the useless notebook that none of my fellow demons wants to touch since it easily gets attached to anyone so long as one interacts with it? Why do you even need that strange notebook? I don't understand. The demon stared suspiciously at Calvin. You do not have the right to bargain. Just lead me to where that notebook is, and I will let you go. Really? The demon was delighted. The notebook of secrets that will destroy your life wasn't really that valuable when compared to the spirit sword. In other words, the demon was more than willing to guide Calvin to where it was in exchange for its freedom. But what's more, the demon wasn't even sure if Calvin could really force that unique notebook into submission. After all, that unique notebook didn't have any desires that a person could take advantage, so they could force the notebook into following them. That notebook only wanted one thing, and that was earth-shattering secrets. Secrets that once revealed could ruin a person's life. What's more, it wanted to hear secrets every hour, and with a person's lifespan, the number of earth-shattering secrets that they could possibly have was limited. Sure, that notebook was indeed powerful. But since no one, not even the demons, could use it was deemed useless and avoided by everyone like a plague. But this human actually wanted to go and meet that notebook. This was a chance, a godsend, no dash, a demon-sent opportunity. The demon wickedly laughed and sighed. The notebook of secrets that will destroy your life is located at the library on the 3rd floor of the administration block. We can't use the route that you and your friends used to enter this place to go to the administration block since it is quite dangerous. But that is not a problem. We can use the emergency stairs to go to the 3rd floor instead. Calvin placed a protection talisman on Hugo's body. He had tamed the demon that possessed Hugo, but he wasn't so sure if other demons would take advantage of this opportunity to possess him once they left this place. Since Calvin needed to take the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life for his own, he must do it now that this demon was still guiding him. This was why Calvin didn't want Hugo to wake up at this moment, from the fact that the demon managed to take over Hugo's mind so easily. It was painfully obvious that Hugo was a scaredy cat. Calvin couldn't have him waking up only to latch onto Calvin, since he'd definitely be afraid realizing that he was in an unknown bathroom somewhere in the terrifying hospital block. After placing the talisman on Hugo's body, Calvin turned to look at the demon and said, "All right, communicate through telepathy with me. Hide in my shadow." Hide in your shadow. The demon was astonished. He didn't expect Calvin's request at all. "Yes, I want you to hide in my shadow." There's something wrong. Calvin lifted a cheeky smile. He wouldn't call himself 100 years old plus ancestor if he couldn't see through what the demon was thinking at this moment. The reason why Calvin wanted the demon to hide in his shadow was that he didn't want to see any accident happening. But the demon didn't expect that Calvin would make such a request. It hesitated, since hiding within Calvin's shadow would mean restraining its own strength. In other words, the demon couldn't do its original plans of Fkin up Calvin while he was walking on the stairs. How could he push Calvin down to his death if he was hiding in Calvin's shadow? And no, there are no problems, but if I hide in your shadow, I will not be able to protect you from enemies that may want to do you harm. The demon said with a voice tinged with worry. Calvin couldn't help but inwardly praise the demon for its acting skills. If Calvin was an amateur that knew nothing, then he would have already fallen through the demon's trap and possibly even fall to his death upon being pushed from the emergency stairs down to the ground below. Do you really think that I would need your protection? Calvin opened his palm and revealed a glimpse of several papers crumpled into a ball. The papers looked nothing out of the ordinary, but the demon knew that each and every paper that Calvin had in his palm was infused with demon warding spells created infused with the blessings of Goddess Grace. Fine. The demon knew that its plan had failed. The black mist transformed into a bolt of dark light that dove right into Calvin's shadow. Calvin made a sidelong glance at his shadow and realized that it had grown a hue darker than before. All right, lead the way. Calvin lightly chuckled and walked out of the men's bathroom. As soon as he stepped a single foot outside, the silent corridor instantly became noisy. All sorts of voices, damned whispers of the dead, and creepy rapping sounds, as well as banging noises, rang out at the same time. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. Can you tell your colleagues to shut up? We're going on a walk. We're just vibing here, and they are disturbing us. The demon inside Calvin's shadow answered with action that Calvin's shadow momentarily throbbed. The surroundings descended into silence. The weaker demons lurking within the darkness, feeding off the despair and fear of the humans, seemed to have understood that Calvin wasn't someone that they could easily provoke. They became tame and afraid of Calvin. In fact, when Calvin was approaching the doors of the emergency stairs, the doors automatically opened as if the demons were paying him some respects. Calvin glanced at the darkness for a while before he laughed to himself. It seems that this demon hiding in my shadow is quite well respected in these areas. He'll be even more useful than I previously thought. Calvin started revising some of his earlier plans. Before walking up the stairs, Calvin stripped his clothes off his body. Why are you stripping? Well, let me tell you this. I did promise that I will do everything for you, but I didn't say that I'll go to that extent. I don't swing that way. The demon hiding within Calvin's shadow seemed to be agitated. Calvin bitterly chuckled. What the hell are you even talking about? I'm just taking off these clothes so that I can wear them in reverse. Wear them in reverse. Why would you do such a thing? I just want to be safe against illusion techniques. That's better safe than sorry, you see? Calvin winked at the demon. The demon gulped a mouthful of illusory saliva, hearing what Calvin had said. How? How does he know that I have illusory formations erected in the emergency staircase? A demon wouldn't be a demon if it didn't have a few tricks up its sleeves. When the demon realized that Calvin saw through its plans, it had already changed its course of action, secretly activating the illusory formations erected on the emergency staircase. The demon planned on confusing Calvin to the point of exhaustion. When Calvin was sufficiently exhausted and out of juice, he would then come out of Calvin's shadow and kick him off the stairs, letting him plummet onto the ground below to his death. But unexpectedly, Calvin was a few steps ahead again, and he even knew how to counter illusory techniques. Illusory techniques worked by copying certain aspects and traits of a person the moment they stepped into their area of responsibility. In this case, the moment that person stepped into the illusory formation, each and every aspect and traits that they had at that point in time would be copied. But what would happen if that person wore everything that he had in reverse after stepping into the illusory formation? The illusory formation would encounter an error, a fatal error enough to cause its malfunction. Of course, in the future, formations would undergo rapid development and changes. They would then be able to copy the aspect and traits of the person inside the formation in real time, not just when the person entered the formation. In this case, Calvin's solution wouldn't work anymore. But obviously, since the demon utilized such an archaic method of formation creation, Calvin easily used this primitive method of formation disruption to break his formation. As soon as Calvin took that step forward up the stairs, the sound of glass shattering rang out. The formation has been successfully broken. Calvin then turned to glance at his own shadow. Now, do you understand it? No matter what you will do, you will never be able to beat me. What now? Do you still have some more tricks up your sleeve? This brat. The demon realized at this moment that Calvin was someone unfathomable. Its instincts kicked in and told it that it was probably better for it to lay low. Oh, out of tricks already? That's quite boring. Calvin lightly chuckled and turned his attention towards ascending the stairs. While he was halfway through the stairs, the demon suddenly spoke up. Stop, Calvin obliged. What's wrong? Don't move for the next 10 seconds. A comrade of mine is lurking in the next landing 10 steps away from your current location. I expect him to disappear in less than 10 seconds. The demon explained. Calvin was amused. Oh, you're suddenly willing to help me now? I'm glad. The demon was speechless and felt aggrieved. I just don't want you to cause unnecessary bloodshed and annihilate my kind just because they're standing in your way, you know? I am not helping you. I'm helping them escape from you, you demon. 10 seconds passed, and the journey continued. Ascending the rusty emergency stairs of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum's hospital block was quite scary. Calvin believed that anyone would lose their mind walking on these unsteady stairs, if not for the fact that Calvin had the ability to control his weight through some breathing techniques. Then he wouldn't even dare to climb up these stairs, glancing at the demon hiding in his shadows. Calvin felt strange that the demon was becoming quite obedient, but he knew that the demon was afraid of him and was willing to obey his orders, but Calvin wasn't stupid. Even though the demon was afraid of him, he really couldn't blame the demon if the stairs underneath his feet collapsed and made him fall to his death, right? In other words, the demon was being so obedient to him wasn't because he managed to subdue the demon under his power. Instead, it was because the demon was waiting for him to fall to his death. Borrowing a knife to kill. Indeed, such a method was interesting. Unfortunately, he was scheming against Calvin. He was 100 years too early in this world to even scheme against Calvin. He was bound to fail. Just as the demon was wondering as to why Calvin wasn't falling to his death, they finally reached the 3rd floor of the administration block, upon walking out of the landing where the emergency exit was located. Calvin found himself in a corridor similar to a school corridor. Upon the slight illumination of moonlight, Calvin could see dozens of lockers lining up the corridors. Calvin was standing in a corridor that had 2 paths. The first path led to the educational block. The right side of the educational block was the dormitory. If the fact that a mental asylum had a school wasn't strange enough, then this dormitory was also quite strange that IT only had a few rooms, probably due to the low number of students attending the classes here on the 3rd floor of the administration block. Directly across the dormitory was the staff office. From what Calvin could see from the exterior, IT seemed to be well preserved, of course. He didn't go into the staff office for he was unable to open the doors in the first place. Within the educational block were a few classrooms, Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. The remaining room was a huge field, a basketball court, and a tennis court could be seen inside, as well as several table tennis tables. The entire 3rd floor of the administration block was like this. Calvin was scratching his head for. Even though he had worked as a custodian for 5 cents before, he had never heard of the administration block's 3rd floor having a classroom. Man, this is some weird shit. Calvin couldn't help but whisper a complaint. Judging from what he could see, Calvin was convinced that no patient had used this facility ever since its establishment. In other words, this was just a huge waste of time and funding. Just what was the reason why this place was even established? Calvin entered a classroom. The classroom was old, and a cloud of dust fell onto Calvin's body as soon as he tried to open the door. Frowning, he turned to ask the demon, "What's the deal with this place? Why? Is there even a classroom here? Wait, do you have any idea why there's a school here?" Calvin didn't receive a reply. The demon had strangely gone silent. In fact, everything was silent. He couldn't hear any movements at all, as if he was in a vacuum chamber. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket and crumpled it to a ball. The door in front of him was locked. Calvin took out his flashlight, and he could only peer in through the windows with his flashlight. Class 1 and Class 2 were perfectly normal classrooms that had nothing out of the ordinary, yet when Calvin reached the classroom for Class 3, his pupils constricted in shock for he realized that there were multiple vague silhouettes inside. Furthermore, what caught his attention were the books, paper, and pens that were placed on top of all the tables in the classroom. There were even some intelligible words written on the blackboard, and one could feel from the fresh handwriting on the blackboard that the classroom was recently used. IT felt as if something or someone had just attended the class here. Calvin suddenly felt anxious. Anyone would be anxious not knowing what was about to happen, combined with the strange silence of the place. Calvin felt as if he didn't know what to do. Holding the crumpled paper in his hand, he was about to open the door to the classroom when suddenly he paused. What if this was a trap? The demon hiding in my shadow is strangely not giving me any answers. There are a few explanations as to why he is not giving me any answers. Point 1, he's deliberately keeping his silence, and 2, he is afraid of something in this place, that he's even afraid of it than me, and that is the reason why he's not speaking up. But didn't he say that the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life is useless? Why would he be afraid of it if he thinks that it is useless? This is weird. Perhaps I'll be able to get an answer if I keep on exploring this place. Calvin decided. He went for the dormitory directly across the staff office. The so-called dormitory was just a dark corridor behind the door. Calvin swept his flashlight across the dark corridor and discovered a mess that could make one think that this place was abandoned a long time ago. Calvin found a wooden plaque with smudged words that Calvin deduced as this is a co-ed dormitory. Loitering is not allowed past midnight. It seems that I expected too much of this place. Calvin randomly entered one of the rooms, and he discovered that it was filled with textbooks and garbage. It was obvious from the smell of dust lingering in the air that the place was long abandoned. Yet what was the reason why 5 Cent still hasn't demolished this place and replaced it with something useful? This was the question that Calvin had in his mind at this moment. Wait, there's something new here, Calvin softly uttered. His eyes were attracted to a small notebook and at a pen sitting on top of it. The two objects were placed inside a cabinet with a glass frame. Calvin tried to open the cabinet, but it was locked. Frowning, Calvin made a sword with his index and middle finger before jabbing the glass frame of the cabinet. The glass shattered and the smell of accumulated mold struck Calvin like a wave, covering his mouth and nose. Calvin retrieved the pen and the small notebook. The first words that he saw on the very first page of the notebook said. The second page read, "Why are we still here? Just to suffer." The third page said, "You only know the light when it's running low." The fourth page read, "Why is that my friends disappeared when they knew that I had no money?" And the fifth and final page that had words on it said, "My right arm is stronger than my left arm." Calvin abruptly stood up, placing the small notebook and pen back in the cabinet. He turned around and was about to get the hell out of the room as fast as possible, but a transparent window suddenly appeared in front of him. Midnight has arrived. Find a way out of the school. The world around Calvin distorted and twisted. Before he knew it, he found himself standing in the same room. The only difference was that the room wasn't full of garbage anymore. Instead, it now looked like a prim and proper dormitory room. Standing in front of him was a student being pinned on the wall directly across the door of Calvin's room. "You poor no-money trash. I've always wondered as to how you managed to enter this private school when you were so poor. It turns out that all the money that you used as your tuition fee were all stolen from somebody else. But that's fine. A few $1,000s won't hurt my bank account. I'll forgive you, so you can stop crying now, all right? However, I will only forgive you if you kneel down, count out to me 3 times, and call me Grandpa." The elementary student pinning another elementary student on the wall arrogantly declared. Were elementary students normally this fierce? Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. He felt somewhat annoyed that he wasn't given any time to contemplate what just happened, for he was just thrown right into the fray, staring at the several bullies surrounding a lone student. Calvin knew that he had to do something. If not, then that would be wasting the opportunity given to him by that thing that transported him into this place. Find a way out of this place. That's such a piece of vague advice. Of course, I'll find a way out of this place, Calvin softly uttered. He walked out of his room and shouted, "Stay your hand." Calvin's voice rang loud and clear that the jeering students abruptly froze. "Ivan, you're trying to help Zia again. Huh? You have a crush on her, huh? That seems fitting. Birds of the same feather really do flock together. Both of you are trash after all." A student who seemed to be too big to be an elementary student coldly spat at Calvin's direction. "Ivan, that's my name in this place?" Calvin inwardly thought. His attention then turned to look at the study that was being bullied, and he found that it was a little girl who looked to be 7 to 8 years old. She was holding her stomach in pain, and the contents of her lunchbox, as well as her lunchbox itself, was thrown onto the ground. "How horrible! Just what kind of school is this?" Calvin inwardly commented. He glanced at the time and formulated a plan. "Are you sure that you're going to continue this when the first period is about to start? Do you want to get punished for truancy?" Calvin crossed his arm in front of his chest. He moved closer to Zia, as if he was trying to protect her from the bullies. Zia raised her head. The shock within her beautiful sapphire-like eyes indicated that she was thoroughly astonished that someone stepped up for her. But Zia bit her lips. "Why did you step up for me? Don't you know, now that you're protecting me, they will also target you from today?" Zia softly whispered. Calvin could hear what she said, but he merely shrugged. It's not as if he was going to stay here for a long time anyway. He just needed to get out, subdue that notebook, then complete this final phase along with the other newbies. "All right, Ivan, since you're obviously trying to protect her, then watch your back when class is over later." The student glared angrily at Ivan. He even wanted to throw a punch, but considering that there were only a few minutes before the first period started, he held himself back and ran towards his classroom. Calvin merely scoffed. He found it beneath him to pay any attention to that student whose age looked to be between 5 and 35. He turned his attention to Zia, and he found it incomprehensible as to why such a beautiful little girl was being bullied by the others. Although he had a good idea of why she was being bullied, Calvin knew that he couldn't just assume things. He needed to investigate this matter properly. Calvin squatted down and helped Zia clean the mess on the floor. Ivan, let's go now. We can't be late or Sir Nick will punish us." Zia seemed to be very afraid of Sir Nick. It was as if he was her nemesis. You go ahead, I'll clean this mess first. Calvin proposed, and Zia didn't complain. She ran towards the classroom for class 3. Calvin was finally done within the cleaning, and he was now walking through the corridor, trying to find a trash bin where he could throw the trash that he picked up. Soon, he found one, and after throwing the trash, he discovered that this school was indeed quite similar to the school on the 3rd floor of the administration block. This place appeared to be in a completely enclosed building, and it seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. All the windows were barred with wooden planks, and Calvin walked for quite a long time, yet he still couldn't find the way out. Hey, what are you doing here loitering around? Which class are you from? A fierce voice rang from behind Calvin. He turned around and realized that there was a person standing on the empty corridor where he had just passed through. That a fat middle-aged man who looked to be a mountain of fat stood in the corridor, glaring at Calvin. Calvin glanced at the name tag attached to the left chest of the middle-aged man. Nick Babatuan, head of the disciplinary committee. It's already a few minutes since class started. Don't loiter around. The middle-aged man realized that instead of showing some respect, Calvin seemed to be suspicious of him, so he firmed up his attitude and said, "Which class are you from? Show me your student ID." Student ID? Calvin uttered in confusion. He started patting his pockets, and he soon discovered that there was something firm inside his left chest pocket. Taking it out, the middle-aged man snatched it from Calvin's hands. A first-grade student, did you not learn anything from kindergarten? Truancy is frowned upon, yet you're already being like this? A student like you needs to be educated properly. The middle-aged man seemed to have gone mad. He stretched his hand out to grab Calvin's hand, but Calvin was even faster than him. Calvin merely took a step backward and avoided his grab. What are you doing? Calvin subconsciously avoided the middle-aged man. He didn't know what's the deal with this man, but he knew that he needed to find a way out. In order to do that, he must remain unhindered. In short, he couldn't let himself be captured by anyone in this strange place. Go back to your damned class. Since you're a first-grade student, then I'll give you a chance to go back now. But don't even think that I won't warn the teacher who let you loiter around like this. The middle-aged man's eyes reddened. Calvin had no idea which class he belonged to. After seeing the middle-aged man's reaction, he decided to take advantage of it by saying, "Okay, I'll follow you back to class." He then stood there and stopped moving. It was obvious that he wouldn't do anything nor move so long as the middle-aged man didn't lead him to his class. Students these days really have no respect for their elders. The middle-aged man angrily scoffed. Calvin couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could he respect him when his first impression of the man wasn't even that good? The middle-aged man walked forward, and Calvin followed him from behind. For some reason, they walked for quite a long time until they arrived in front of one of the classrooms that had the signage, Class 3, displayed above it. Isn't this where that Zia ran into earlier? Calvin pondered. Knock, knock, knock. The middle-aged man knocked on the doors, and a few moments later, an old man wearing reading glasses walked out of the classroom. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, he called out, "Sir Nick, what can I do for you?" Didn't you notice, when calling out the attendance, that a student is missing from your class? The middle-aged man grabbed Calvin's arm. "He's from your class. Take good care of him. If I see him loitering around when class is still ongoing, then I won't let you off too, since you are his teacher." How annoying. Even the teachers nowadays are becoming unreliable. The middle-aged man left Calvin at the door. He huffed and puffed before turning around. He seemed to have something else to do, so he quickly disappeared in the next corridor. The old teacher stared at Calvin. "You're a student here?" Calvin handed over his student ID. "Yes, I am. Here's my student ID." "I see. Then come in that you're lucky that I still haven't called out the attendance, or else you'll be marked as tardy." The old teacher didn't notice that Calvin was missing because he still hadn't pulled out his attendance sheet and marked every student if they were present or absent. "I'm not a fan of naughty and tardy students, so I hope that this is the last time that I'll see you being brought here by Sir Nick." "Yeah, all right. Good. My surname is Reyes, so you can just call me Sir Reyes. Don't ever call me out with my first name, or else I'll be mad." "Okay," Calvin half-heartedly answered. Pushing open the door, Reyes brought Calvin to the podium. The classroom was quiet, and at first impression, one would think that the students in this classroom were very obedient. However, as soon as they noticed that a new person came into their classroom, they stopped whatever they were doing and raised their heads to stare at Calvin. "I'm sorry for interrupting your studies, but this will be brief. We have a new student who will be joining us today. Now, I'll have him introduce himself." Reyes signaled for Calvin to speak. Calvin swept his gaze at the students and discovered that all of them looked nothing out of the ordinary. Of course, except Zia, who was a really beautiful girl. Zia was staring at him in astonishment, and she seemed to be starstruck. Calvin shook his head and lightly chuckled. "Hello, my name is Ivan. I'm a transfer student. Nice meeting you." Calvin then walked down the podium and stared at Reyes. Oh, that's it. That's it. Don't you have something else to say? Reyes glanced at Calvin. Your seat will be beside Zia. The seating in this class is determined by the lottery, but since that will only happen after the midterms, I will randomly choose a seat for you. So you go ahead and seat beside Zia for now. After the lottery, I will naturally change your seat. Calvin nodded his head. He seemed unconcerned that he was sitting at the second to the last row. Back when he was still a student, Calvin liked seats that were closer to the back since he could secretly munch on some snacks while the class was going on and even take a sneaky nap. Taking off his backpack, he carried it toward his desk while the whole class was looking at him. Their gazes upon him were quite strange. Some were excited, some were filled with malice, while some were filled with disinterest. As for those that had malice against him, they seemed to be coming from the students who witnessed him protecting Zia earlier. Calvin stopped next to his seat. The student sitting on the last row behind Calvin had placed both of his shoes on Calvin's chair. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't expect that there would be a new student today. The boy slowly lowered his feet. Calvin gave him a placid smile. But as he sat down, the boy who was lowering his feet placed both of his feet on Calvin's chair once again, causing his shoes to hit Calvin's pure white uniform, leaving behind a dark muddy mark of his shoe on Calvin's clothing. Oh, I'm sorry. I instinctively put my feet on the chair. I really didn't want to do it. It's just a habit of mine. The boy made a rather exaggerated noise. Calvin made a sidelong glance at the boy and proceeded to ignore him. Taking a look at Reyes, he seemed to have gone senile, for he was ignoring the bullying that had just happened in front of him. All right, quickly get to your seat. We're going to start the first period now. Take your math textbooks, please. As always, sharing is not allowed. If you didn't bring your own issued textbooks, then it's not my fault anymore. It's your fault for neglecting it. Reyes announced. Okay, Calvin softly uttered. His expression remained calm and placid in the eyes of every student that were staring at him at his moment. Taking out his textbook, everyone expected him to take out a handkerchief to wipe the stain on his uniform. But instead of taking a handkerchief, he took out his thick math textbook and slammed it on the face of the student behind him. Bang! The textbook shattered upon impact on the student's head. The class turned silent. Even Reyes was astonished by the loud sound and was looking at Calvin in disbelief. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it, but it's just a habit of mine. Calvin apologized with a smile. Afterwards, he then sat down on a chair and acted like how a student should act. You, how dare you hit a fellow classmate? Come here, come over here. Reyes trembled, and no one knew if he was shivering due to shock or anger. All right, Calvin obediently replied. He made a sidelong glance at Zia and realized that she was looking at him in horror. She really didn't expect that Calvin would do something like this. The pristine math textbook issued to the students in this school was now scraps of paper on the ground. Traces of blood could be seen on the paper, obviously. The impact was quite strong since the student that Calvin slapped with the textbook was now unconscious on the floor. Everything happened so fast, it has only been a few minutes since Calvin entered the classroom to the student being slapped with a thick textbook to him collapsing onto the ground. Placing his bag on his shoulder, Calvin didn't even glance at the student whom he just knocked out before walking over to Sir Reyes. You, stand outside the classroom. Reyes glared angrily at Calvin. This was the first time that Reyes encountered a student like Calvin. He had ignored the presence of a teacher and openly used brute force against a fellow student, and even right before the teacher. He was too unruly. He was too arrogant. With all due respect, Sir Reyes, you can go ahead and punish me according to the school rules, but you must keep in mind that he was the one who started everything. He said that it was his habit of deliberately placing his feet on my chair even though I was sitting on it. So I just responded in kind and told him that it was my habit to slap retards like him. Calvin calmly replied. The other students gulped a mouthful of saliva. Those that stared at him with malice before were now having second thoughts. Those that were previously disinterested at him were now looking at him with interest, while the others that were looking at him with excitement earlier were now somewhat afraid. Calvin was really being scared to think that he would slap a fellow student with such a thick textbook, and even in front of a teacher. He deserved to be punished, some jeered at. Calvin for his stupidity. If he had just endured that student earlier and retaliated against him after class, then he wouldn't be punished like this. Alas, he was too hasty. Some may call it being decisive, but some of the students just judged him for being too impatient and stupid. Calvin walked out of the room. He took one final glance at Zia, but then he noticed that the student he slapped to submission was now trying to climb back up from the ground. Blood dripped down his head, and it slid down his cheeks to the corner of his lips, making him look particularly intimidating. Anger could be seen boiling in his eyes, and his expression was distorted and twisted along with that anger. However, when Reyes turned to look at him, his expression swiftly changed. From being angry, He became distressed and sad. He even had tears welling up in his eyes, making him look incredibly pitiful. Wow, he sure knows how to act. The nominated Oscar actors will be embarrassed when compared to him. However, people like him are indeed wise. He know when to retreat and to attack is a talent itself. He has two masks in front of his victims into the figures of authority. While facing the latter, they would be meek, obedient, and tame. But facing their victims, they are relentless and could be described as a ball of pure anger and fury as they vent all of their stress to other students. However, just what is the reason why I am being targeted by bullies? Could it be that to get out of this place, I need to educate these bullies and change their ways with my own methods? Or could it be that I just have to save Zia from being bullied? Calvin pondered. Calvin stood by the window. He then peered inside through the window. Aside from Zia, that student sitting on a row in front of me is also being bullied. The blemish left by shoes on his uniform alone is enough evidence that he is being bullied. After all, who would deliberately step on their clean uniforms? I have no idea how to get out of this place, but I will help these students nevertheless. Calvin made a decision to AT this moment. Reyes's voice suddenly rang out from inside the classroom. What are you doing staring in here, Ivan? Did I tell you to stand outside the classroom? Face the other way. You are disturbing this class. Just stand right there and stop looking around. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows that he really disliked this teacher. Sir, I'm really curious, but I just can't find the answer to my question. Calvin stared right at Sir Reyes. Just what is the reason that a teacher like you became a demon in this mental asylum? Could it be that you've stared too much into the abyss to the extent that the abyss reeled you in? Or could it be because you also tormented others like these students? What are you talking about? You're being disrespectful. You saw what happened earlier, Sir Reyes, that I am certain that you knew who started everything and who was the one being bullied, that I wish to properly reason with him. But he didn't listen and did it the second time. That what's worse was that in his next attempt, he even purposely stained my uniform. I was willing to forgive him, but when I took my textbook out, my hand slipped and it accidentally fell on his face. I admit that it was my mistake for letting my hand slip earlier, but does that mean that he did nothing wrong to me? He was the one who started it all. But wait, actually, all of these did not have to happen. You saw who started it, and he seemed to be very obedient to you. If you spoke up earlier, then there's a huge chance that he'd feel remorse and won't do it again to me or to other students. Calvin took a deep breath to compose himself. Sir Reyes wanted to speak up, but before he could do so, he was interrupted by Calvin. But you didn't do anything, maybe because you thought that it was a waste of time, or maybe you thought that it was just a joke between students. Your life is already stressful enough, so why bother yourself with some things that would just waste your time? Or could it be perhaps that you have an ugly fetish for seeing a student being bullied? That's right, Schadenfreude. How presumptuous. You're going too far. You don't know what you're talking about. Sir Reyes, why are you being agitated? I'm not saying anything solid here. I'm just making a hypothesis. Calvin stared right at Reyes, and the latter found that Calvin's eyes seemed to be whirlpools of darkness that he was unable to ignore nor look away from. Calvin lifted a smile. He still had a lot to say, but the bell suddenly rang. The bell sounded strange, as if it was an amalgamation of somebody screaming in a shrill voice and the sound of a wind chime combined together. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows hearing that sound. But right when he recovered from his trance, he saw Sir Reyes rushing out of the classroom. He took one final glance at Calvin and declared, "Young man, you went too far today. You must write me an apology letter duly signed by your parents by tomorrow, or else I will have to go to the disciplinary committee. Let's see how Sir Nick handles you." Sir Reyes then swept his gaze at the other students. The class is over. He then rushed out of the classroom as if someone in the classroom was out there to gobble him up. Calvin shook his head and let out a sigh. Taking a glance at the clock, it was recess time. In other words, it was time for the students to eat. Calvin carried his bag and returned to the classroom. When he walked toward the front row to get to his seat, the students sitting at the front row obediently placed their desks and chairs aside, and a phenomenon similar to how Moses parted the Red Sea occurred at this moment. Calvin only shook his head and chuckled deep inside, particularly when he saw how these students ran out of the classroom as if they knew that a slaughter would begin at any moment. Am I really that scary? Well, I did slap a student with a book, but he's the one who started it. Calvin proceeded to ignore what just happened. He walked back to his chair, placed his backpack on his desk, and turned to look at the potentially bullied student from earlier sitting in the chair directly in front of Zia. "Hey, classmate, break time has started already. Aren't you hungry? Would you like to go out and eat with me? I'm a new student, so I'm not really that used to what is going on here, so I would like it if you can help me explore the place." The student heard Calvin's voice, but he didn't dare to answer. He kept his eyes on his textbook and didn't even dare to pull up his lunchbox to eat his snacks. "Leonard," Someone is talking to you. Are you trying to pretend that you didn't hear what he said? From the last row, a student who had stripped off his blazer and was only wearing a sando stood up to shout. Point three students stood up along with him, and they walked towards Calvin and the student to surround them. Hearing his voice, the student seemed to have become filled with fear. He anxiously held his school bag and buried his eyes deeper into the textbook. You retard. This is why your parents divorced, and none of them even want you. The boy grabbed the student's textbook, and the force he used to grab it was so strong that the math textbook was torn into pieces. However, the student still didn't say anything. Despite the look of fury and anger on his face, he suppressed his emotions and stood up. He lowered his head and was about to go out of the classroom, but his collar was grabbed by one of the students who stood up along with the boy. Why the hell are you running away? Can't you see that the new student here wants to be friends with you? Why are you being such a buzzkill? The student named Leonard didn't move, that he didn't even speak. He just stood there and didn't resist. What a killjoy. The boy who seemed to be the leader of this mini gang of students boisterously laughed and grabbed Leonard by his neck. But that's okay, since you seem to be more than willing to be with us than to be with others. Then you will stay with us, and we will have fun together. The students around him also boisterously laughed. Their laughter seemed to ignore Calvin as they simultaneously mocked Leonard. The collective laughter seemed to jab onto the spirits of Leonard as he bowed his head down even lower. Wait, I can seem to remember this new student asking you a question. What about it? Do you want to be his friend? Or do you want to be our friend? The remaining students in the classroom stared at the unfolding event with interest. They seemed to be interested on seeing Leonard make a fool of himself. With his neck being captured, his textbook torn to pieces, and with him being mocked by all of his classmates. Leonard seemed to have lost his life. The light in his eyes extinguished, and he stood there unmoving. But after a few seconds of being jeered and mocked, he seemed to be unable to endure it anymore as he slightly opened his mouth and was about to speak when Calvin interrupted him. There's no need for you to make a choice, beloved classmate. Once you become my friend, then everyone will become my friend. Choosing is unnecessary since everyone in here will still end up as my friend anyway. Calvin stretched his hand out to Leonard. This was the first time that Leonard saw someone stretching out his hand towards him, and he subconsciously stretched his hand out in return. You traitor. The leader of the mini-bullies dragged Leonard down by his neck, but before he could say anything, a loud boom rang out, silencing everyone. Calvin crushed his desk by his own hand. After splitting it into several pieces, he kicked them towards the bullies, and the debris all accurately struck their chests, causing them to stagger backward and cry out in pain. What's more, Calvin kicked his chair up in the air, and it fell down like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens onto the head of their leader. Punk! A crisp sound rang out. Calvin gripped the crumpled paper in his pocket and was about to exorcise these demons when Sir Reyes's voice suddenly rang from the door. Ivan, what the FCK are you doing? Sir Reyes was obviously mad, for he even cursed right in front of his students. Calvin abruptly stopped whatever he was doing and directly pointed at the leader of the bullies. Sir, he started it. He started it. How dare you lie to my face? I saw you hit them just now. For some reason, Reyes returned to the classroom, and the first thing that he saw was Calvin sending a bunch of wooden splinters into the chests of the other students. What's more, he even kicked a chair into the air, and that chair landed squarely on the head of one of the students. How preposterous. WL, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill people? The other students who gathered around to jeer quickly shifted their expressions as they moved to help the fallen students get up from the ground. Calvin made sure that the bullies would fall unconscious, for he knew that if they were still awake once the teacher returned, he would face more trouble than the trouble he would face if they were asleep. Sir, he knocked Gerald out. I know. I don't need you to explain what happened. Help, and get him to the infirmary immediately. Reyes rushed into the scene, and his eyes stared daggers at Calvin. Why did you fight another student? This time, there's no way that you can subterfuge your way out of taking responsibility for what you did. I saw what happened with my own two eyes. You started the fight. It's not him. You'd better explain everything to me right now. Calvin scrunched his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. How should I explain all of these? Calvin put down the wooden splinter that he was holding before glancing at the student lying unconscious on the ground. You can't really blame me for what happened, Professor. I was just protecting myself. I looked at him, and his eyes were already bullying me. That is why I launched a preemptive attack, so his schemes wouldn't succeed. If you don't believe me, sir, then you can ask him once he wakes up, Calvin declared in a righteous tone of voice. Reyes was practically trembling out of anger and fury. It was obvious that reasoning it out with him was now impossible for Calvin. He was truly angered this time. All of you, get out now and take your snacks. Calvin, you go and stand outside in the corridor. All right. Calvin calmly replied, and even nodded his head as if what was happening at this moment didn't involve him. Soon, the angry Reyes also left to go somewhere else. When he walked out of the classroom, the student who seemed to be the leader of the leader and the mastermind behind all of these stood up and glared at Calvin. Count your lucky stars that Sir Reyes returned unexpectedly. But don't be too happy. We'll settle everything after school. Wash your neck. He then walked out of the classroom. Calvin stood there in shock after receiving a fierce death threat from an elementary school student. But inwardly, he was secretly muttering, "You should be the one that should count your lucky stars, you demon. If not for Sir Reyes coming in here for some reason, then I would have already ended your life as a pitiful demon trapped in this place." Shaking his head, Calvin took his backpack. Staring at the direction where the student left, he softly uttered, "All right, I'll see you after school." Calvin's reply was a soft whisper, but the student seemed to have heard it, for he paused on his tracks and coldly snorted. Calvin's name soon spread throughout the entire school. He was now known as the delinquent student that got punished 2 times on his first day of school. As Calvin walked through the corridor looking for some quick snack, he could feel the gaze of the students landing on him. But for some reason, Calvin couldn't find the cafeteria. Displeased, he carried his backpack and returned to class early despite the recess still being ongoing. As I suspected, this school is definitely filled to the brim with demons. Each and every one of them looks like they have a strange, grotesque side to them. Before Calvin could return to the classroom, the unique bell rang once again, just in time for Calvin to arrive in front of his classroom and enter the room. Taking the desk and the chair of the student that he knocked out earlier, he casually sat on it and seemed to be relaxed. The new teacher started her lecture, of course. Calvin wasn't listening, for he had his own thoughts in mind. He took out a pen and paper from his bag and started scribbling down some words in order to conceptualize his thoughts that he knew his final goal. But he had no idea how he could reach that goal. Just how could he escape from this place? He was deeply contemplating his next course of action when a small paper was pushed on his desk. "Thank you, and I'm sorry." These were the words written on the note. Calvin was astonished. Every student and every person in this place should be demons. Demons were made up of negative emotions. They were basically an amalgamation of stress reaching its limits. He thought that only despair and hopelessness existed in this school, yet a demon could actually show appreciation like this to him. That shouldn't be the case. Unless... Calvin glanced at the person who handed over the paper, and he discovered that it was Zia. Zia had a small smile on her lips, but she didn't say anything. She directed her gaze to the person sitting in front of her, who was Leonard. It was clear from the look on her face that Leonard was actually the one who wanted to thank him, but he was just too embarrassed and ashamed to do so. Calvin moved his desk closer to Leonard and asked, "Why are you thanking me? I'm the reason why they targeted you, so it's natural for me to take responsibility," Calvin said in a matter-of-factly voice to Leonard. But Leonard didn't reply. He seemed to be quite afraid of Calvin. He sat straight on his chair, and Calvin looked like he was talking to himself. It was obvious that he was pretending that Calvin wasn't talking to him. "Is it because you are afraid of their retaliation to you and to me? That's the reason why you are sorry?" Calvin understood Leonard's worries. Leonard was just a child whose heart was laid bare in front of a 100-plus years old ancestor like Calvin. It was basically impossible for him to hide his feelings and emotions in front of Calvin. "I'm sorry." A reply came after a long time that was in the form of another note. Leonard handed it over to him discreetly. Calvin also learned his lesson. He wrote his answer on a piece of paper. "You don't have to feel sorry about it. They've crossed the line if they've gone too far, and I can't allow them to continue on thinking that it's fine to do that." Calvin crumpled the paper into a ball and hurled it over to Leonard. Leonard received it in a panic, and after reading the reply, he handed another note over to Calvin. "I know, I don't want them to continue on doing this to me too, but I know that I can't resist. I have no friends to stand up to me, and the teacher favors those that are academically smart like them, that I'm dumb, so I'm destined to be bullied. You're my friend now. You probably know my name already. I'm Ivan. Let's formally introduce ourselves." Calvin swiftly changed topics. "I'm Leonard." "Got it. Can I call you Leo? It sounds easier to pronounce." "But Ivan, I'm really sorry that I should have said something when Sir Reyes accused you of being the one who started everything. I'm really sorry that I'm such a coward." It's fine. You're probably looking down on yourself right now because you've been stuck in this endless loop of bullying and self-loathing for too long. However, a person's personality can always be changed, and a person's ability to adapt is tremendously powerful, and so long as you receive the support that you need, I'm sure you'll be a powerful person in the future. Can you tell me more about who you are? I'm sorry if I'm being so forward, but you're my friend now. Just makes sense for me to ask more about my friend. Calvin handed over the note to Leonard, and Leonard took quite a long time to reply. When he gave his reply to Calvin, he could see Leonard's hand continuously tremble. All right, I will tell you. But for now, you need to know that because of what you did, you're in trouble. Calvin read the contents of the note, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Handing over his reply to Leonard, it said, if trouble dares to come my way, then I will deal with it. Calvin's declaration was firm and full of confidence. Leonard was astonished by the reply that he received, but when he remembered how fierce Calvin was earlier, he didn't doubt him anymore. He wrote a long, essay-like reply before handing the note over to Calvin. To tell you the truth, my situation is far different than the others. I have a loving family, and my parents love me a lot, and they support me in whatever I am doing nor planning to do in the future. This is why I'm not bothered by their words at all, since I knew that they are not true. From what I can see, these people are nothing but a bunch of demons who take joy in the misery of others. That it doesn't matter if what they're saying is the truth or not. They will spin stories that would end up making you look bad. And when they see that look of defeat and misery on your face, they will think that they had won. But with the teachers observing their every move, they don't dare to go too far. This is the reason why I wasn't fighting them at all, that I knew that once they get bored of my lackluster reactions, they wouldn't bother about me anymore. Calvin, I advise you to not pick a fight with them at all. Those people, they knew other people outside the school. They may bring their friends from outside the school and fight with you. Calvin was speechless and felt depressed reading the content of the note. He knew that Leonard had long lost the will to fight. They believed that for as long as they endured everything, all the suffering that they were undergoing at this moment would come to pass, and they would soon reach their salvation. His decision to endure everything might have sounded logical and right for other people, but for Calvin it was different. The experience of being bullied and being treated worse than trash would be carved into their bones and transform into a devil that they could never vanquish in the future. Once they grew older, they may deny the experience in their hearts, but they would still remember each and every moment of that experience. Calvin fell silent. Leonard surreptitiously glanced at Calvin, and after seeing his silence, he thought that Calvin was still unconvinced, so he passed over a second note. Just endure everything. Don't pay any attention to them. Don't give them the reaction that they're looking for, and treat them like air. It'll be over soon. If you dare to resist them and change the status quo of this place, you may end up like Kevin. Who is that? Kevin is the person who previously sat on your chair and previously used your desk. I replaced him. Where is he now? He dropped out of school, but he's still in the infirmary, recuperating. Leonard hurriedly passed another note to Calvin that said, let's just be glad that he already found his escape. We shouldn't disturb him. Calvin didn't reply anymore. He swept his gaze at his desk and chair. After taking a good look, he realized that his desk and chair were in worse condition than the chairs and desks of the others. It was even worse than Leonard, who was currently being bullied by those students. Judging from the chipped areas of the desk and the chair, as well as the heavy vandalized surface of the desk, that it was obvious that the target of these bullies was originally Kevin. Compared to Leonard, Kevin's fate was even. Worst out, of course, it was obviously because Leonard was just a replacement for Kevin. Staring at the condition of the desk and chair that he was using, Calvin could somewhat imagine Kevin's tragedy. Are the bullies the reason why he's in the infirmary? Calvin asked. He didn't know why, but hearing Kevin's story made him incredibly angry. Glancing at Zia, who seemed to be in the same situation as Leonard and Kevin, Calvin had the urge to protect the gorgeous little girl. No, that's not it. Leonard rigorously shook his head. Tearing off a page of his notebook, he wrote his answer and hurled it at Calvin in the form of a crumpled paper. Calvin opened the crumpled ball of paper. They weren't physically harming Kevin. However, they targeted every possession that he had. His textbooks were torn into pieces. His notebooks full of notes in the class were drenched in water. They even smashed his desk to the point that it looked like it was about to collapse, and they also doodled all over his chair, clothes, uniform, and shoes. Why would they do something like that? Are the teachers in the school really that irresponsible? Calvin asked. He didn't know why, but he felt that he must protect and help this Kevin along with Leonard and Zia. Despite the fact that his objective was to find a way out of this place, Calvin had no hesitation when it came to deciding if he should help the three or not. The answer that he had in his mind was simple and straightforward. It was the only answer that he could possibly have with his personality. And that was to help them. Now that the rice was starting to cook, then there was no stopping anymore. Calvin planned on digging deep into everything so long as he could rescue the three. This moment, Leonard's answer reached Calvin's hands. Don't even mention the teachers here. They are absolutely useless. As for why they are bullying Kevin, to be honest, I have no idea. Kevin comes from an ordinary and average family just like you and me. The only difference that he had from the others was that he was quite prideful. He disdained to be with those people who often laughed at the expense of others. Perhaps those sick bastards found it amusing to trample on his little pride. What they were doing must have satisfied some kind of a disgusting fantasy in their grotesque hearts. Kevin was an overachiever, but due to the constant bullying, his results became a downward spiral. His parents were anxious for results. The bullying was constant, and the teachers started ignoring him. Until one day, Kevin resisted. When someone tried to grab his math textbook, he resisted against the pull of the attacker. Unfortunately, since he was only a single person and his enemies surrounded him, he was soon pummeled and pinned onto the ground. Because it happened in the classroom, the teacher saw what happened and quickly separated both parties. Kevin thought at that moment that it was probably the right time to speak up for himself. But he couldn't be more wrong. Kevin spoke up, but the teacher refused to listen to him. Instead, he asked everyone what had happened. However, the loner Kevin had no friends at all, and so none of the witnesses spoke up for him. Those who explained what happened were the bullies, and they twisted the narrative to their advantage. They told the teacher that what happened was just a small joke between friends, and it was Kevin who suddenly went mad and started punching them. They said that Kevin was too prideful, he couldn't take a joke, and that he was the one who started all. In the end, the teacher punished everyone, including Kevin. Kevin had to write several thousands of words worth of essay apologizing for what he did. And so did the bullies. But for the bullies, writing an essay like this was a daily occurrence. But for Kevin, it was something different that I reckon that it was the first time that Kevin probably felt so helpless. Since he was seating beside Zia, who was behind me, I saw him pretend to be asleep while bawling his eyes out. When school started the next day, I found that his face was swollen and his eyes were blackened, that I heard from the others that he was accosted by the gangsters outside the school when he was about to go home the other day. This event further exacerbated his depression, and his academic results became worse and worse. The teachers don't even speak his name anymore to take his attendance. To IT was as if he didn't matter. No one would miss him, and nothing would change even if he disappeared. He had no friends, and due to his bad academic results, he was placed on the second to the last row of seats in the class. Behind him sat his bullies, and he was constantly bullied once again, and no one stood up for him, because all of them were afraid of being targeted and bullied like him. This continued on until one morning. Kevin came to school as usual. He was bullied once again. His notes that he painstakingly took for the math class the last day was drenched with water by the bullies. They sarcastically apologized to him, saying that they didn't mean it and that it was an accident. IT that time, Kevin merely smiled and obediently nodded his head. But when the bullies turned around, Kevin whipped out a knife. Kevin didn't go so far as to actually stab them, but he disfigured them all. They even needed the help of faculty members just so they could pull the crazed Kevin away from the bullies and pin him onto the ground. This incident quickly reached the ears of the headmaster. The parents of the bullies came to the school to protest and to put pressure on the school itself. The bullies even brought mannequins with them and displayed on the mannequins the places where they were scratched by the knife and just how disfigured they had become. They all cried the same thing and the same story. They pleaded that if not for their quick reactions at that time, they would have possibly died. Everything escalated so fast. Kevin's parents were summoned. His kind-hearted and honest mother sincerely apologized to everyone. She kowtowed to the parents of the bullies and begged the headmaster on his knees to not expel Kevin from the school. With all eyes on her, she even slapped Kevin across his face to show to everyone that she was teaching him a lesson. When that slap that came from his beloved mother landed on his face, it shattered the last tidbits of Kevin's pride into smithereens. Since then, he had gone silent. The proud Kevin was nowhere to be seen. He was replaced by a soulless sponge who couldn't do anything other than to swallow the humiliation and endure everything. Every time bullying was about to escalate to the point of no return, Kevin would voluntarily retreat. No one knew why, but he would always run to the gym storeroom and stay there alone. No one knew what he was doing in there, but no one really cared about him, so none of them questioned his actions. What's more, since he would punctually return to class every time the class bell rang, everyone thought that going to the gym storeroom near the educational block was just his way of temporarily stopping the bullying. Yes, that was a logical answer, and this continued on until one day. Kevin ran to the gym storeroom again, but he never returned. The faculty members of the school, as well as some students, went out to look for him, and they found him pale-faced lying on the cold floors of the gym storeroom. His eyes were jaundiced, his breathing shallow, and his lips were chapped. The teachers found that he had drunk antifreeze, so they made him drink alcohol to rescue him. But once rescued, Kevin never uttered a word of thanks. He just stood up and walked away as if nothing had happened. Of course, a teacher stopped him from walking away just like that, but when he did, he accidentally gripped on Kevin's jacket, and his hold stripped the jacket off Kevin's body. The small 3-inch blade that he used to attack the bullies back then fell from the pocket of his jacket. The students also saw the scars on Kevin's body. They thought at first that Kevin was just being edgy, and that was the reason why he wore long pants and a jacket despite the hot weather. But at that moment, they finally understood why he liked wearing those clothes. Leonard explained everything about Kevin to Calvin without holding back anything. Since Calvin was now sitting on Kevin's chair and was even using Kevin's desk back then, that he felt that Calvin needed to know all of these lest he was wronged by someone else, that it would be sad for Calvin to suffer under the hands of somebody without him knowing the reason why he was being targeted. Calvin took a deep breath. Actually, he felt a lot of resonance with Leonard, Zia, and Kevin. That resonance was probably one of the reasons why he had this mysterious urge of helping them. Even though they were certainly demons, he felt that they were mostly misunderstood. Like him, back then. Like him, who once held the title as the greatest traitor and savior of humanity. He once saved the world back then, but due to his prideful personality, he had a lot of enemies. His enemies numbered to thousands, and they all twisted the narrative and the truth and turned everything that Calvin had done in the betterment of humanity against him. Even now, Calvin was still indignant about that event. But he knew that it was mostly his fault. He was indeed too arrogant back then. Surrounded by the halo of being the savior of the world, Calvin got carried away. When the invaders finally appeared, he was immediately accused of being a traitor. And that was the tragic story of a hero who had gone from loving the world, hated it, then loved it again. Calvin didn't know if he really did love the world or its people. But one thing was for sure. Now that he had the chance to redo everything from scratch, he would never let that tragedy of him becoming the greatest traitor of humanity happen again. Calvin's eyes flashed with determination. He then handed over a note to Leonard. "I want to meet this Kevin. He's in the infirmary, right? Can you come with me and visit him?" "No." Leonard shook his head. Actually, while the conversation was ongoing, he had been avoiding Calvin, and their conversation was carried on through passing of notes through Zia as the escrow medium. Speaking of Zia, the gorgeous little girl remained silent all this while. Her actions while trying to be incognito were practiced. Her hurling technique with the notes was accurate and swift. That it was obvious that she had been talking with Leonard for quite a long time through the use of paper notes. Calvin surreptitiously glanced at Zia and made a decision that in order to protect these two from future bullying, that he must not let those bullies see them as targets similar to him. That in other words, Calvin could only visit Kevin in the infirmary alone. Calvin glanced at Zia and realized that the little girl also wasn't willing to go with him, but he didn't probe any further till he knew and understood why they were being like this. Each and every person in this school were demons that were not tied by morality. Bullies enjoyed trampling onto the pride of the bullies, while the bystanders looked from afar with detached gazes. Perhaps some of them might even join in the fun for the sake of schadenfreude. In the end, only the bullied were left, attacked from all sides, and with their so-called bastion of supports that should be their teachers not giving them the attention and care that they needed. They would obviously be inured to the pressure and even get used to the pain that they were suffering. Calvin swept his gaze across everyone in the class. All of them maintained that look of indifference as they calmly listened to the ramblings of the teacher. Everything that happened in the very last row was nothing but a mere show to them. They enjoyed it as bystanders, and none of them were willing to change that status quo, for it was also fun for them. They may be demons, but they were once humans too. Sadly, as far as human nature is concerned, I still don't understand how it works. However, in this place, all I know is that none of these students were innocent. Bullying is not only the responsibility of the school, but also the responsibility of the students. Unfortunately, everyone is just striving to maintain the status quo and just wishes that the same tragedy will not fall onto their heads. They just didn't want to be targeted. That's it. And that is sad. Their silence is sad. This silence is sad. Not only for the bullied, but also for themselves. Calvin softly whispered these words, but for some reason, both Zia and Leonard heard what he was saying. Their figures trembled in response, as if they were struggling against something, but in the end, none of them stood up. Calvin turned his attention to his notebook and scribbled something on a piece of paper. He then handed it over to Leonard. Leonard didn't take it, nor did he want to, but Calvin didn't care. He placed a note face down on Leonard's table before walking out of the class to find the infirmary. After Calvin walked out of the class, Leonard slightly shifted his arm to open the note, and it read, "You, Zia, Kevin, and all students that are being bullied in this school, that I will save you all. Mark my words, I will end this nightmare." The simplest method of fighting against bullies was to fight back. Never try to reason with your bullies. Just pummel them once, and they would never dare to bully you anymore. This was the solution that Calvin had in mind. However, he knew that this solution might not work considering that each and every person in this place were demons. But of course, since there was no harm in trying, then why not? Calvin left his backpack in the classroom. He started walking through the empty corridor. He then spotted several students rushing towards their classroom with their backpacks on their backs. Calvin approached them with a smile. "Hey, can one of you tell me where the infirmary is?" Unfortunately for Calvin, his infamy made the students very unfriendly to him. It took him quite a long time before a student was willing to point him in the right direction. But even then, Calvin was still confused as to where exactly was the infirmary in this school. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't let his failure undermine his determination. He approached another student, but they ran away and avoided him like the plague. Calvin was instantly downcast. "Am I really that scary?" he softly whispered. "No," but he didn't expect to get a reply. Calvin was startled, and he subconsciously assumed a battle stance with his knees slightly bent and his arms raised in front of his chest. "What's with that pose, Ivan?" Zia was the one who approached him from behind. She was carrying Calvin's backpack in her hands. "Why did you bring my backpack with you?" Calvin asked. "I was afraid that the bullies may mess with your textbooks and notebooks once the teacher got off the class. That is why before the class ended, I preemptively took your backpack and came out of the class to catch up to you," Zia replied with a smile. Her tone of voice and the beautiful smile plastered across her face made one feel refreshed. One would also think that a girl like Zia would definitely be popular in class due to her innate kindness and beauty. Unfortunately, it was actually the opposite in this class full of demons in fact, she was one of those being bullied. The target of the bullies at this moment was Calvin. Zia carried Calvin's backpack off to safety, but even though Calvin knew that what she did was quite nice, that it was also basically the same as announcing that she was Calvin's accomplice. In other words, from now on, the intensity of the bullying on her would only grow and never decrease. But from the look on Zia's eyes, she didn't seem to mind. She was more concerned about Calvin than herself. That isn't a good sign, Calvin inwardly thought. Taking the backpack from Zia, Calvin slightly bowed his head in a gesture of appreciation and gratefulness. "Thank you, If you didn't take my backpack, then it would have probably been ruined by now. However, what you just did was the same as announcing to everyone that we are friends. Wouldn't that mean that you'll be targeted by them? I don't think that it's worth it to be friends with me when you'll just suffer in return," Calvin probingly asked. Zia stopped on her tracks and stared right at him. For some reason, Calvin felt that her gaze was inexplicably strange. "I like you." "What?" Calvin almost stumbled over nothing when he heard what she said. He subconsciously looked around as if paranoid that a person of authority was looking over here at this moment. "I said, I like you. That's why I am helping you." Zia bloomed with a smile. Seeing the innocent smile bloom on her face, Calvin couldn't think of anything malicious at all. In fact, he felt as if Zia was his own daughter. She was just too cute with her brilliantly shining eyes and her sweet smile. "But I think I might regret being your accomplice," Zia suddenly continued. "Why?" Calvin asked in curiosity. "It's because I heard earlier that the faculty members are planning on meting out some punishment for you." "Oh, they want to punish me?" Calvin expected this much from the faculty members of the school. In other words, he wasn't that surprised by her revelation. "Yes." Zia nodded. "So, that is why you said that you might regret being my accomplice. But why did you still do it? From the looks of it, you're cognizant about the consequences of helping me. Yet why did you still help me?" Calvin asked with a smile. Zia pondered for a moment and replied, "I think it's because you're like Superman." "As Superman?" Calvin didn't expect that answer at all. "Yes, Superman, a hero. You're like a hero to us. It's about time that someone teaches the bad guys their lessons." Zia didn't mince her words at all. If not for the fact that she was so young, Calvin would have mistaken the excited look on her face for killing intent. "Now that I think about it, this is the first day that we met. Let me properly introduce myself to you. You probably heard about my name already, but it's much better to reintroduce myself again for formality's sake, you see?" Calvin stretched his hand out to Zia. For some reason, he never thought of her as a little girl, but it must be because Calvin was Ivan at this moment, the young boy whose age was similar to Zia. "My name is Ivan. Nice to meet you." Zia's innocent smile deepened. She stretched her hand out and placed her small hand onto Calvin's hand. "I'm Zia. Nice to meet you too," Zia boisterously replied. Her mannerisms didn't make her exude the aura of someone that was being constantly bullied. Instead, she was still lively and was really talkative. By the time that the two of them reached the infirmary, they had already delved into a dozen topics ranging from their daily lives and some simple arithmetic. Of course, Calvin was a god when it came to simple elementary arithmetic. His prowess earned him the constant praise of the little girl. "All right, I think it's about time for you to return to class, Zia. I'll handle everything from now on. Wait for my good news and be a good girl, all right?" Calvin waved his hands to Zia, who was already briskly walking away from the infirmary. Calvin's hand suddenly froze in midair. He unexpectedly addressed Zia as if he was her elder, and upon that realization, Calvin also realized that he was indeed old enough to be her grandfather. Afsike. Calvin inwardly cursed. Shaking his head, he removed this unnecessary negative thought out of his mind and let out a sigh. Pushing open the sliding doors of the infirmary, Calvin squinted his eyes, yet he couldn't see anything due to how dark the infirmary was. Is anyone here? The infirmary was quite large and was made up of 6 connecting rooms. The outermost room, served as the consultation room for it, was the smallest, with only 3 sets of chairs and tables and a shelf containing several amenities befitting an infirmary. Why does this infirmary feel more like a private clinic? It's so huge. Just how many students visit this place for a consultation every day? Calvin swept his gaze across the consultation room, and after finding that there was no one looking at him from the corridor right at this moment, he took his very first steps inside the infirmary. But as soon as his feet landed inside the infirmary, the air suddenly froze, a cold draft appeared out of nowhere and blasted Calvin's face, that Calvin's pupils constricted. This is the presence of a notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. Calvin audibly gasped. Calvin was once a keeper of history in the writer profession. The environment within the world of Las Filipinas was incredibly harsh for the average Earthlings. In order to deal with this, companies from Earth, such as 5 Cent, made a deal with the 7 gods and goddesses. Las Filipinas would provide Earth with quality raw materials, and the Earthlings, with their technology, would turn those raw materials into useful items. The 7 gods and goddesses didn't allow the advancement of technology within Las Filipinas itself. In other words, the usage of items such as guns and anything technologically advanced was only limited for those who were in power. Not even the army of the kingdoms in the world of Las Filipinas was cognizant of the existence of guns and hydrogen bombs. The 7 gods and goddesses also gave their blessings to the Earthlings sent by these companies. The product of their blessings was the so-called system that Calvin would soon receive upon completing this final phase. Hints and clues to the system were given to the contracted so that they wouldn't be astounded by its existence when they completed the final phase. That's right, the so-called clues. And hints were those transparent windows that would occasionally pop out in front of Calvin and the other newbies when they arrived here in Mount Spurtsort Asylum. The newbies didn't think too much into it, but Calvin knew that the blessing of the 7 gods and goddesses gave humans the power of a system similar to leveling systems of games wherein they could increase their physical strength, dexterity, intelligence, and stamina through the use of status points. This system enabled the existence of humans in the disgusting and harsh environment of Las Filipinas. Of course, with the existence of such an unfathomable system came the existence of classes. Classes were given to every human being in the world of Las Filipinas. The natives of Las Filipinas also had classes. The only difference was that they were bestowed upon their classes by the blessing of the god or goddess whom they believe in, while the humans from Earth received theirs upon the implantation of a microchip. Calvin already had a microchip implanted on the web between his thumb and index finger, but his class still wasn't decided. Nevertheless, Calvin was confident that he would still get the same class that he did back then, that he would still receive the writer class or profession and become a diary keeper. Although the writer class was quite unique since it could be considered as a hidden class. Everyone considered people with these classes as useless since not only they didn't have any skills that could help them in battle, their defenses were quite weak with their growth stunted by the fact that they couldn't hunt monsters alone that would give them experience points to level up and increase their strength. Back then, Calvin greatly regretted the fact that he had such a useless class. In fact, he even considered killing himself back then after spiraling into depression from the constant bullying that he received from his peers due to his class that was only useful in keeping records about random things, but that was just how his class worked, for he was a diary keeper. The bullying that he received continued until Calvin was finally fed up. He faked his own death and escaped to a nearby city. There, as legend started, it was also in that city that Calvin became acquainted with some powerful figures. He also came to know about the existence of the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. The notebook held great and incredible powers, but it was useless for Calvin back then since he wasn't confident that the secrets he had in his mind were earth-shattering and could ruin a person's life. Without those kinds of secrets, taking the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life was basically the same as committing suicide. After all, if you dared to take this notebook as your aspect or blessed artifact without enough secrets, then the notebook would take over both your body and soul. In other words, the notebook would transform you into a demon. But now, everything was different than the keeper and witness of history back then. Calvin's mind was a treasure trove of secrets that could definitely shatter the earth and tear the skies once revealed. Sensing the aura of a notebook of secrets that will destroy your life, Calvin felt immense excitement in his heart, but he immediately suppressed it, for he had realized that the familiar aura had disappeared. Everything returned to normal, and the cold draft surrounding his body was nowhere to be found. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows and swept his eyes across the consultation room. Upon seeing that nothing strange was going on, he started walking. Walking past the consultation room, Calvin entered the second room. There were several beds. Other than a slightly bigger space, this room was no different from the previous room. Calvin continued on walking. Strangely enough, every room in this infirmary had the same composition as the others. Nothing out of the ordinary was happening, but the more silent and ordinary the place was, the more nervous Calvin became. Finally, he arrived at the door for the last room. He twisted the doorknob, but found that it was locked. "Oh, it's locked. I'm sorry, I'm looking for someone." Calvin stood at the door, and his pupils constricted as a bad feeling rose in his heart. He received no response from the door, as if there was no one inside. "This is strange. Kevin should be here, since I still haven't found him after going past the other rooms. He could only be here. I don't think Leonard and Zia would lie to me about something like this." Calvin softly uttered into the air. He reached his left hand into his pocket, holding a piece of crumpled paper as he twisted the doorknob once again with his other hand. Noticing that the door was indeed locked, Calvin formed a palm with his right hand and slapped his palm on the doorknob, causing it to creak noisily and crack. "There we go, it's opened." Calvin let out a sigh. He carefully walked into the last and final room of the infirmary and discovered that it had the same layout as the other rooms. The only difference was that the beds in this room were sequestered from each other by white curtains. It was probably to protect the privacy of the patients on the beds. With the curtains, it was impossible to see if the bed was occupied from the outside. "Man, even I'm getting scared of his place." Calvin wiped the sweat of his right hand on his chest. He took the crumpled paper out of his pocket and assumed a fighting stance. Calvin stuck close to the wall and reached his hand out to the curtains on the bed nearest to him. Pulling open the curtains of that bed, a thick stench of decay struck Calvin squarely on his face. On the bed was a sticky pool of something that looked similar to blood. FCK. The blood isn't even fully dried yet. Calvin softly uttered a curse. Calvin closely observed the bed and discovered that the pillow was somewhat elevated, an indication that something was hidden beneath it. Stretching his hand out, Calvin was about to raise that pillow when he felt a chill from behind his neck, as if someone's piercing gaze was on him. He took to the air like a startled cat and clenched his left hand holding the crumpled paper. But before he could even throw it to the creature standing behind him, he realized that the person who was staring at him from behind was a young boy of similar age to him. The only difference was that the young boy looked plump with his white coat bursting at the seams. He was well covered and even had a surgical mask as well as that white coat and a hat. The only exposed part of his body was his ankles and neck, which made him look quite intimidating as he stood there staring right at Calvin. A young boy. He looked so plump. Wait, it's because he is wearing several layers of clothes. But why is he doing something like that? Could it be because he wants to hide something ugly underneath? Calvin's eyes narrowed into slits as he cautiously stared at the young boy. Could this boy be that, Kevin? He inwardly mused. Hello, I'm here to look for my friend." Calvin made sure to be as polite as possible. The young boy didn't reply. Calvin didn't take offense to it as he asked, "Do you know where I can see my friend, Kevin? I'm quite worried about him, so I was just wondering where he is." "Your friend?" The young boy finally spoke. Calvin revealed a bright smile and even awkwardly scratched his head, making him look like a good-natured young man who was really there to visit his friend. "Yes, my friend." "Your friend." The young boy repeated once more. It seemed that he didn't know what to say other than these two words. He kept repeating these two words, and with each repetition, he took a step closer to Calvin. The thick stench of decay and rotting flesh rushed at Calvin like a tide. It was now clear to Calvin that the reason why the young boy had so many clothes around his body was that he was hiding the smell of his very own rotting flesh. Although the young boy was unable to communicate, Calvin had his own doubts, so he didn't dare to do anything rash. He held the crumpled paper in his hand and was about to activate it at a moment's notice. The young boy walked closer and closer, but he stopped a few meters in front of Calvin. The pair of soulless eyes scanned Calvin from top to the bottom. The young boy thought for a long time, even sometimes whispering the words, "Your friend?" to himself. Just as Calvin thought that the young boy was about to attack him, the latter suddenly spoke with the same voice tinged with detached indifference. "You're not lying. You indeed consider me as your friend, but you are lying because we are not friends and I do not know you at all." Calvin's pupils constricted. You, Kevin. The young boy faintly nodded. Who are you, and why did you come here to look for me? I can feel that you're not one of those bastards who only know to step on others who are weaker than them. They don't even dare to fight those who are stronger than them. What a bunch of cowards. The young boy coldly spat. Calvin took quite a while to recover. He had thought for sure that the young boy, Kevin, had gone mad from all the bullying that he received. But now that he was closely observing him, that seemed to be the opposite. Aside from the fact that his flesh was rotting beneath all of his clothes, he seemed to be a proper and sensible person. But there's nothing wrong with what they are doing. What did you say? The young boy immediately grew agitated. He stared daggers at Calvin, yet his eyes remained indifferent and soulless. I said that there's nothing wrong with purposely avoiding the strong. Their survival instincts should be telling them to stay away from the strong since they are not strong enough to fight against them. What is your point? The young boy asked with furrowed eyebrows. He was clearly confused as to what Calvin was trying to imply. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to defend them, and what they did was indeed scummy and bad. But to give an impartial judgment, we must look at both sides and pretend that we're in their shoes. You are saying that they're a bunch of cowards for picking on the weak instead of fighting against the strong, but that's clearly logical. Humans evolved by adapting and deliberately courting death by fighting those that are stronger than them is just stupid. Calvin shook his head and stared right at Kevin. Just what you try to say. Are you saying that what they did was right? Are you saying that it's just right and correct for them to bully us who are obviously weaker than them under the guise that they are just avoiding the strong? Kevin grew even more agitated. The seams on his clothes seemed to be as if it was about to explode. Calvin lifted a smile and shook his head. No, as I said, what they did was wrong. But they should not be ostracized, for they were only following their survival instincts. However, since hidden beyond their survival instincts were also their grotesque hearts that longed for the suffering of others as its sustenance, they must be punished. The reason why I'm telling you all of these is that I don't want you to thoroughly hate them. Just like you, they are also victims. What are you talking about? Kevin's agitation had disappeared. He could understand Calvin's point, but he was confused when he heard the latter part of Calvin's sentence. Should he really not hate these bullies who pushed him to the lowest point of his life just because they were also victims like him? That didn't sound quite right. Kevin gnashed his teeth and glared right at Calvin. It was obvious that if Calvin didn't properly explain himself, then he would pounce at him at any moment. Calvin inwardly sighed. As he expected, the plan that he had in mind wasn't going too well. He tried on making Kevin forgive those that bullied him. But it was obvious that there was no way for him to forgive them unless those bullies were taught a lesson. In other words, Calvin had to change his plans. He took 2 chairs from the corner of the room and sat on one of them. He gestured for Kevin to seat, and strangely enough, the young boy complied. How do you feel? Kevin was stumped by the sudden question. How should he answer? Should he say that he was mad due to Calvin's confusing series of questions? Kevin scrunched his eyebrows and looked to be in deep thought at this moment. Calvin finally realized that his approach was wrong. His plan was right, but his approach was wrong, that he hadn't considered that Kevin was just a child. Calvin inadvertently thought that since Kevin had already experienced this much suffering even though he was just a child, he should be treated like an adult. But Calvin forgot something crucial. How could a child become an adult without experiencing childhood? Kevin, whose childhood was robbed from him by the bullies, was by no means an adult. He was still a child. He was just a kid. In other words, Calvin must adapt appropriately and change his approach. Calvin stared right into the indifferent eyes of Calvin. He didn't say anything, but his eyes displayed his sincerity. It was obvious that he really wanted to help Kevin. Kevin may just be a child, but his upbringing wasn't really that bad. His parents were kind, and if not for the suffering that he went through in this school, he would be an excellent student and a filial child. Kevin was taught to never slap a sincere face, and seeing Calvin's sincerity, he couldn't bring himself to be angry anymore. But it was just, he felt sad. Ever since he was bullied, everyone would ask, "Where is Kevin? When will Kevin return to class?" But they never asked, "How is Kevin?" Remembering Calvin's question regarding his feelings, Kevin couldn't help but tear up a little bit. I'm a useless waste of skin. My father, he told me to fight the bullies, but I can't bring myself to fight. I know why. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of the consequences, and that may make me a coward, but why is it that I can't seem to fight to protect myself? I could have fought back then, but now it's already too late. I'm already like this, no one would like me, and I reckon that everyone would feel disgusted just by looking at me. Before Calvin could speak, Kevin ripped off his clothes and revealed a body full of maggots-riddled keloid scars Some of the maggots had even pierced through some of his festering pus-filled wounds. Kevin's eyes never strayed from staring at Calvin the moment he took off his clothes. A thick and disgusting stench washed over Calvin's body, but he seemed unconcerned about it. Instead, there was a deep look of worry and sadness in his eyes that came from his soul. Witnessing Kevin's situation, Calvin was moved, and he wondered as to how did such a small child like Kevin endure the torment of his bedraggled body. He was such a strong child. Calvin didn't say anything, but Kevin could sense his emotional turmoil. Kevin bit his chapped lips. This might be his last and final chance to save himself from this nightmare and despair. Raising his head to stare at Calvin, he asked, "Do you really think of me as your friend?" "Yes." Calvin nodded his head. "Then, can you tell me a secret?" For the first time ever, Kevin revealed a smile. "If you're really my friend, can you tell me a secret that will ruin your life if it came out?" Calvin was shocked. "A secret that can ruin my life if it came out?" He softly uttered, "Yes, as friends, it is normal for us to share secrets, right?" Calvin pondered for a moment before probingly asking, "That makes sense, but how can you ensure the legitimacy of the secret? What if I was just lying to you?" Kevin paused. It was obvious that he didn't expect this answer at all, that he grew agitated once more and started trembling like a sieve. Just as Calvin was about to speak to try and calm him down, he spoke up and said, "I can confirm it. You will not be able to lie to me. Don't bother lying. I can expose it." "Oh, you can?" Calvin raised an eyebrow, seemingly suspicious of Kevin's claims. Kevin was just a kid despite his harrowing experiences. Feeling insulted by Calvin's words, he took out a small notebook from out of nowhere and said, "This notebook will tell me. As long as I write the secrets in this notebook, IT will tell me if the secret is a lie or not." "What? You don't believe me? Then we are not friends." Kevin saw the look of shock on Calvin's face, and he thought for sure that Calvin didn't believe what he was saying. Frustrated, he threatened Calvin that he didn't want to be friends with him anymore. But he instantly regretted that decision as soon as the words came out of his mouth. He trembled and stared cautiously at Calvin, but he didn't say anything, but his eyes informed Calvin of what he needed to know. "Ha ha ha." Calvin let out a boisterous laugh. He was incredibly excited for the notebook that Kevin had in his hands was the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. In other words, his earlier theory has now been confirmed. This world was indeed created by the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. This world, seemingly full of negative emotions and bullies, wasn't actually a real world. This was a world spun for some reason by that notebook, in other words, since the notebook owned this world, the only way that he could get out of this world was to acquire the approval of the notebook. Without the approval of the notebook, there was no way that he could get out of this place. The notebook was a figure similar to a god in this school. Why was it in the hands of a kid like Kevin? Calvin inwardly uttered, but he maintained a facade of doubt on the outside and asked, "Really? A notebook can tell me if I'm lying or not?" Kevin saw that Calvin was so suspicious. Annoyed, he angrily threw the notebook at Calvin and said, "You don't believe me? Then try it yourself." Oomph. Calvin was so shocked by what he had done that he caught the notebook in midair and opened it. Seeing the yellowish pages and smelling the ancient air coming out of the notebook, Calvin was now certain that this notebook was indeed that incredibly powerful notebook of secrets that will destroy your life on the outside. He maintained a confused and doubtful facade as he took a pen and asked, "Can I try to write any secrets? Or does it need to be secrets that can destroy my life that goes to the public?" "You can write anything as long as it's a secret." Kevin crossed his arms in front of his chest. He still looked quite aggrieved. His posture and the way he puffed his cheeks made him seem quite cute. If not for the fact that his entire body was filled with festering wounds, Calvin would be convinced that he was just a sulking child. "All right, I understand." Calvin nodded his head and wrote, "Ria Nalanon, despite her facade of a strong-willed woman, actually likes teddy bears and those girly things. Her toothbrush is a SpongeBob toothbrush, while her favorite underwear has a cute bear printed on its front." Calvin lifted a smile seeing what he wrote. When he placed that comma at the end of the sentence and raised his pen, the words that he wrote seemed to momentarily vanish, but when Calvin opened his eyes once again, what he wrote was still there. The only difference was that next to the comma at the end of the sentence, the word verified was written. "Wow, you were right. It really can verify if the secrets that I wrote are true or not. Just how does this thing work?" Calvin exclaimed in shock while staring at what he wrote. Kevin almost leaped out of his chair in excitement. "See, I told you that it will check if what you wrote as your secret is true or false. Those people, it's really stupid of them to not believe what I was saying." Kevin looked to be really happy, for he seemed to have found his kindred spirit. For a child seemingly abandoned by the world, it was impossible to describe with words what he was feeling at this moment when he discovered that someone was actually believing him at this moment. Kevin's eyes glittered like the stars. Write more, write more." Write more of your secrets, my friend. Kevin stood up and leaped up and down around Calvin. Calvin found his actions amusing. He took the notebook out of Kevin's hands and wrote another secret. This time, it was an earth-shattering secret. I witnessed the end of the world. I purposely came here to get the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life from Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. This notebook is incredibly valuable and powerful. What's more, it's connected to the life vein of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum, the Spirit Sword. I plan on disconnecting the notebook from the Spirit Sword, so it could finally be free once again. I'm not quite sure if the notebook is willing to follow me, but if not, then that's also fine. However, I'm sure that the notebook will be convinced to follow me if it knows about my true identity. And that is, I'm the author of the great book of history. I transcended time and returned to the past to change the harrowing destiny of humanity. The moment Calvin placed the exclamation mark, Kevin had gone silent. The moment Calvin raised the pen he was holding away from the notebook, Kevin stared at him with wide eyes. The notebook of secrets that will destroy your life trembled like a sieve in Calvin's hands. It seemed to be struggling with something, but after a few seconds, the trembling stopped and a word was added after the exclamation mark. Verified. Calvin smiled upon seeing the word. He then turned to look at Kevin and said, "So what do you have to say?" "The notebook of secrets that will destroy your life." The air immediately thickened. Kevin stopped whatever he was doing and stood there like an ice sculpture. Calvin revealed a smile and continued, "Aren't you the spirit of that notebook? How about we have a little talk, maybe a little confab so we can get to know each other." "You? Just who are you?" Kevin asked with a grim look in his eyes. "Didn't I already tell you everything that is there to me? You also verified those facts, so I don't see the point of answering that question." Calvin shook his head and casually said, "You're lying." Kevin violently replied, "I'm lying, you say? On what grounds? I thought that the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life has the capability to verify facts. Didn't you already verify the legitimacy of what I said? Or are you just being in denial? But I really don't understand. I'm showing my sincerity here. But why are you being in denial? Why are you denying me?" Calvin's eyes dangerously narrowed as he stared right into Kevin. Kevin gnashed his teeth, and a crimson light flashed across his eyes. A cold draft brushed past Calvin's face, and before he knew it, he saw Kevin standing right in front of him with a blade near his neck. "Are you going to cut me down?" Calvin remained steadfast in the presence of death. Kevin hesitated for a moment before saying, "You're not afraid of dying, are you?" "No." Calvin shook his head. "I am afraid of dying. Yes, I said. I would definitely regret it if I die prematurely after being given this opportunity to change the destiny of humanity." "Then, why are you doing all of these? Why are you needlessly risking your life?" Kevin couldn't understand Calvin's thought process. Since he had virtually all knowledge regarding future impactful events, keeping a low key was a better choice. Keeping a low profile whilst one slowly improved their strength to face those calamities was better than needlessly risking one's life and potentially ruining his second chance of turning everything around for humanity. Calvin should be more than a century old at this moment. He should have known the consequences of being the tallest tree in the forest. Yet, why was he doing all of these? Kevin was confused. The spirit behind the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life couldn't understand Calvin at all. Calvin stared right at Kevin and said, "It's because I want you." "What?" Veins bulged on Kevin's forehead. "Cough. I did not mean it in a strange way. Dang, you've lived in this world for so long already, yet you're still thinking like a high schooler. It's true that I want you, but I didn't mean it that way. I want you to become my blessed artifact." "Oh." Kevin furrowed his eyebrows, that of course, he knew what Calvin meant. But since there was no harm of confirming everything, then why not confirm it? "Why do you want me to be your blessed artifact?" "Since you already know about that term, then I am sure that you know what will happen if I become your blessed artifact." Kevin glared at Calvin. "Yes, of course." Calvin nodded his head in a matter-of-factly way. "Then, why are you asking me to be your blessed artifact?" Kevin was somewhat exasperated. He felt as if he was dancing above Calvin's palms. "Just like I said, I need you. Is there really more that we need to talk about? So what about it? Are you willing to become my blessed artifact or not?" Calvin lightly chuckled and stared right into Kevin's eyes. "Of course not. Why would I deliberately court death when I'm already this comfortable in my personal bubble? FCK off, man, and get the FCK out of my world." Kevin raised his head and was about to summon his power to rip a hole in the space of this independent world. But then Calvin suddenly said in a teasing voice, "Are you sure that you want to do that?" Kevin raised an eyebrow. His hand froze in midair as he asked, "What did you say?" "No. I was just saying if you really want to waste this opportunity, you already stayed here long enough that I think it's about time for you to go out and see how the world changed within the past. I don't know, how old are you again?" Calvin pressed his left hand underneath his chin and pondered. Ah, I know, within the past 3,068 years. Let me guess, you must be in prison here for only a few years, but you've been captured by a third party for that long? Kevin was astounded. Did I hit the bull's eye? Calvin revealed a cheeky smile. Oh, shut up, man. So what if you hit the bull's eye? Did you really think that something like that is enough to convince me? Kevin crossed his arms in front of his chest. Both men stared menacingly at each other. None of them were willing to admit defeat. Especially Calvin, who had long lusted after the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. All right, Dad, I knew that this isn't enough to convince me. In other words, how about I just go ahead and tell you my plans on how I can get you out of this place then? Calvin lifted a confident smile. Kevin thought that it was absurd, but for some reason, he felt an inexplicable trust towards Calvin. Was this because he was once an apex predator at the writer profession? Or was it because of what Calvin was strangely kind to the demons Zia and Leonard? Kevin wanted to know the answer to his question, but before he could think even further, Calvin was already speaking. You are an incredibly powerful being. After being tricked by 5 Cent, you were captured and became similar to a caged dog inside this nightmare called the Mount Spirit Sword Asylum, that you've been here since the day that 5 Cent established its power in the world of Las Filipinas. Several years may not be a lot for others, and even for me, but for someone like you who lusted upon the desires and secrets of others, being placed in such a lonely place like this with only madmen and a dead sword as your company is probably too much to bear. You want to go out. You want to explore the world and unlock the secrets of the world and the universe. But unfortunately, you can't get out of this place with your power alone. 5 Cent would almost immediately detect your actions the moment you did anything weird, and once that happened, then they would lock you up and steal everything from you, including this fake world that you made by your own hands. After gathering the souls of the demons that 5 Cent reared, you soon had enough souls to recreate an entire school. As for the reason why you did all of these, perhaps it is because you feel so lonely, or maybe because you have some strange fantasies in your mind regarding bullies and being bullied, but who knows? Hey, you bastard, you're going too far. Kevin jumped out of his seat and stared angrily at Calvin. The air thickened, and Calvin found it hard to breathe. Calvin stretched his hand up in the air and drew a sign with his middle and index finger. Then he softly uttered, Axii. The suffocating air vanished like nothing. He then turned to look at Kevin and said, I'm still not done. Don't overreact. Calvin then opened his mouth and was about to talk, but Kevin interrupted him again. Wait, how do you know the ancient art of runecraft? Calvin stared at Kevin and smiled. Runecraft? Do you mean what I just did? Well, I learned it as a hobby back then. Kevin's figure trembled like a sieve. Learning an ancient lost art as a hobby. Do you really think that someone will believe that? He was fuming, but he hurriedly suppressed himself and continued to listen to Calvin's bullshit. However, he was incredibly excited. The reason why he refused Calvin's help outright was that he couldn't see how Calvin could help him escape from this place undetected. But now that Calvin actually knew the ancient art of runecrafting, Kevin could see a vague beacon of hope amidst the darkness. But it was clearly not time to speak. He would be quite rude as Calvin's senior to interrupt what a junior. Like Calvin was saying. So he closed his mouth and patiently listened. Calvin continued what he was saying, and, in the end, in other words, I reckon that in order for you to escape from this place, you would need the help of the Spirit Sword and a third party. The third party must know how to create a grand formation that can tap on the power of the Spirit Sword to the fullest without letting any strange mana signatures waft out, so that 5 Cent won't notice the anomaly until it's already too late. Of course, with your knowledge, you can easily create a grand formation like that, but formations require certain materials, such as special papers blessed by one of the 7 gods and goddesses for it to work. However, since you are just a spirit and artifact, it is impossible for you to acquire the blessing of any of the gods and goddesses. Since I am a third party and even knows the ancient art of runecrafting and acquiring the blessing of one of the gods, I believe that I am more than enough to help you. What do you think? Calvin took a deep breath. His lengthy, persuasive speech was finally over. Kevin's eyes were practically shining right now out of excitement. To be honest, the time that he spent here wasn't really that long. But since he was alone with nothing but a few dozen of demons whose hearts he manipulated through his power to make them seem like humans, technically, he was still alone, but he knew that fact himself. So he couldn't say that he wasn't excited hearing Calvin's proposal, furiously nodding his head as if he was a chicken pecking rice. Kevin replied, Yes, that's right. You're right. That is indeed the dilemma that I am facing. From the looks of it, you really are a suitable candidate to help me out of here. Will you be willing to help me? Kevin revealed a begging, puppy-eyed look. Calvin felt weird seeing the expression on Kevin's face. Even though Kevin's body was that of a child, he was still an artifact who lived for several thousands of years. Does he not know the meaning of shame? Calvin inwardly criticized, but seeing that Kevin was waiting for his answer, he lifted a smile on his face and replied, "Of course, I'm willing to help you. But the question is, are you willing to pay the price? Are you willing to pay the price?" Kevin was someone who could be considered as having seen everything that the world has to offer. Having been alive for the last several thousands of years, one could say that Kevin was an experienced spirit. But this was the first time that he heard such words. Back then, whenever humans desired for his service or wanted him to be their blessed artifact, all of them would be incredibly respectful to him. But this man, this person who had transcended time and space to go back to the past was obviously not a simple man. Kevin couldn't look at him as if he was an ordinary human. In other words, he had to seriously contemplate Calvin's offer, for Calvin really had the capability to help him escape this nightmare of a place. "Can you let me see the contract first?" Kevin scratched his cheek. He felt that it was somewhat shameful for him to be doubtful against an ordinary human like Calvin. But since he was going to be Calvin's blessed artifact, some formalities were required, like the existence and signing of contract. "What contract?" Calvin turned to look at Kevin in confusion. "What?" Kevin also stared at him. "You don't have a contract for me to sign?" "Yeah. Why do I need something like that?" "You." Kevin facepalmed. "How else are you going to make sure that I am not going to betray you?" "Oh, that? I trust that you won't do that." Kevin was speechless. Was this guy really a centenarian apex predator at the writer profession who traveled through time and space to rectify his mistakes in the past? Why was he being so carefree? Will he not really bind me with a contract? Kevin couldn't understand Calvin's train of thought. Calvin could see the confusion on Kevin's face. "I understand why you are so confused, but I don't really intend on making you sign a contract. It's because I trust you. This may be the first time that we met, but you can say that I've already trusted you ever since I laid my eyes on you." Calvin stared right at Kevin, his eyes radiating sincerity that Kevin couldn't possibly deny. But when he heard Calvin's words, Kevin felt a shiver down his spine. "FCK off? I may be an androgynous spirit, but I don't swing that way." "Ha ha ha." Calvin lightly chuckled. "All right, I'll stop it. So what about it? Are you willing to be my blessed artifact?" Heh. Kevin revealed a smirk. "If you can release me from this nightmare without making me sign a soul-binding contract, then do you really think that I won't agree? There's no better deal than that. You're agreeing? All right." Calvin made a fist-pumping gesture. "All right, then let's go and make that grand formation that we need to let you escape from this place. Are you sure that you can place an illusion that encompasses the entire Mount Spirit Sword Asylum without it being detected by 5 Cent? If you can't, then I can help you." Calvin lifted a cheeky smile. Kevin fumed. "Of course, I can. Who do you think I am? I lived for several thousands of years, lived through countless epochs, and saw the downfall of innumerable kingdoms and empires. Do you really think that I can't do something as simple as an illusion? I also know quite a bit of runecrafting myself, so don't think that you're so magnificent because you know a thing or two about runecrafting." He couldn't help but rebuke Calvin when he saw the cheeky smile on Calvin's face. "All right, calm down. I admit that you're that good that I'll go ahead and make the paper that we need for the grand formation." Calvin didn't tarry any longer. He took out his small notebook and tore a page from it. Afterwards, he bit his uninjured left cheek and spat a mouthful of blood on his left palm. He then smeared that blood on the paper that he was holding on his right hand. Wait, stop. What are you doing?" Kevin suddenly interrupted. "What?" Calvin turned to look at Kevin with clear annoyance on his face. The spirit of this notebook of secrets that will destroy your life seemed to be even more childish than what he had expected. "You're going to use that small, flimsy piece of paper as the foundation for the grand formation? Are you serious?" "Yes, and what's wrong?" Calvin raised an eyebrow. Since Kevin knew the ancient art of runecrafting, he should know that runes could be carved on any surface for as long as it was blessed by the divinity of one of the 7 gods and goddesses. Since that was the case, why was Kevin acting like this? "What's wrong? You are using a flimsy piece of paper to create a grand formation. Do you really think that something like that can hold out against the influx of mana once the formation is started? What's more, I don't even think that it's possible to inscribe that many logical threads in such a small piece of paper." Kevin scolded. Calvin lifted a smile. "It's possible." "What?" Kevin was irritated earlier, but now he was thoroughly angry. If he was going to attempt his escape from this place, he must do it with caution and due diligence. He won't let a small variable like a piece of paper ruin everything. But Calvin was acting so casual about it. Was he purposely doing this to anger him? Or does he really think that a small piece of paper like a notebook's page was sufficient to squeeze in a grand formation onto its surface? Since you know about runecrafting, let me ask you, how many logical threads do we need to create that grand formation that we need so the two of us can escape from this place undetected and unscathed? Calvin proposed a question. Kevin fell into deep contemplation. But after only a few seconds, he came out of thinking and gave his answer, 512 logical threads. Correct. Calvin nodded his head, pleased by Kevin's answer. He confirmed that both of them were thinking of the same idea. Mount Spirit Sword Asylum was being constantly monitored by 5 Cent. It wasn't easy to escape from here without being detected, since 5 Cent installed a lot of formations and early detection warning systems to see to it that the place would be kept in order. If someone deployed a grand formation without keeping that information in mind, the 5 Cent's employees would instantly teleport beside them and stop whatever they were trying to do. In a nutshell, escaping from this nightmare undetected was as hard as ascending the heavens. But was it impossible? No, so long as the conditions were right and the variables were controlled along with the other factors. Calvin was confident that he could escape along with a notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. Of course, now was not the right time to escape. After all, he still needed to guide those newbies out of this place, and he still needed to fulfill his promise to both Zia and Leonard. However, he needed to prove to Kevin that he was capable of doing the impossible, so he could have his trust. Thus, Calvin deliberately made a show. What he said earlier about the contract was part of the show. While it may be true that Calvin didn't have a contract for Kevin, he had his own plans in mind as well as countermeasures if Kevin decided to betray him. Having been through heaven and hell in his past life, Calvin wasn't that naive. He only said those words earlier since he wanted to appeal to Kevin's heart. He wanted to look sincere and trustworthy. The first part of his act was done, and now it was time for the second part, doing the impossible. In order to prove his capabilities, Calvin planned on doing the impossible.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.